First, what are called the big outside rim, 1, 2, 3, 3 levels of vibration fields, the primal sound fields. You have the triadic level, which is closest to manifestation, coming Godward. You have the triadic, then the polaric level, then the ecadic level. These are coming Godward. So if you're going into manifestation, you'd pass them this way. And if you're coming out of it, you'd expand this way. Now, within the primal sound fields, the first things to form are up there, CD 15, 14, and 13. They're called the primal light fields. These are primal sound fields and primal light fields. We'll get into another diagram later that shows 2 what are called Cathara grids that link together, that form the core template of 12 and 12. This is where we get the base 12 system. The Christos system, the eternal life creation system, is what is called a base 12 system. It's based on base 12 mathematics. And what forms from those base 12 mathematics is many, many different 15-dimensional time matrices that are part of a huge structure that we learn about in the Dance for Love part of the program. We'll get into the Eka maps of the God world gates. But first of all, we got to know where we are. Where we are is in one 15-dimensional time matrix. Right now, we're down here. This is called, this HU refers to harmonic universe. There are 5 harmonic universes in one 15-dimensional time matrix. Harmonic universe is a 3-dimensional reality field, 3-dimensional universal reality field, and it has lots of solar systems and galaxies and all of that in it. All right, we're down here, Earth is down here. The things we see when we look up in the sky and send space probes out to, they're all taking place down here in dimensions 1, 2, and 3. There is this band, this darker band, in between each set of 3 dimensions. It's called a magnetic repulsion zone. It is also called a rheon field that we find out about later. It's composed of particle units called rheons. And that's interesting because that's going to be the name of our child when we bring him in. We've been talking to an avatar who wants to come in, and his name is Rheon. And that was before we knew rheons were these particles that were in the void spaces. All right? These would represent the voids or zones between the bubbles. And when you learn to work, which we will later, learn to work with what's called our radial bodies, which is like a skin that actually surrounds the 3-dimensional bodies, be it your personal one or the planetary one or the galactic or solar system one. When we begin to work with things called rayons, trions, and mesons, which are primal light, sound, and stillness void fields, we learn that we can break through and depolarize these magnetic repulsion zones, which allows this reality field to open into this one, and then this one to open into this one to this one, this one to this one. This is the process of ascension. It's not leaving here behind and going up. It's expanding here out to here, and it becomes that. And then the next one expands out. The next one expands out. At a planetary level, there are ascension planets. That means they are capable still, because their templates are functioning properly, to run the frequencies that it would take to open up that capsule of frequency that holds the universe as separate. A planet can do it. Our bodies have these too. They're called, on the inside of a 3-dimensional harmonic universe, this is called a Huva body. It's a 3-dimensional light sound body, sphere. Around that is called the radio body. Radio body technologies are what the Dance 4 programs are about. They're advanced. You can work with Huva bodies forever, and it'll take you like a few million years to evolve to density 2. But if you work with the radio body, it's the skin on the outside that actually controls most of the energy of what's going on inside. We'll find out more later today about the radio body and how fascinating it is to find out you have one, because it's actually your surround sound, surround light, holographic screen that you actually keep projecting your reality out onto. And that's why it looks like it's out here when it's really in here. When we begin to work with radial body mechanics, we use something called Vecca codes. And we're going to learn how to use the Vecca codes, the beginnings of the Vecca codes in the Dance 4 programs. And then we're going to have fun with those when we go into tomorrow and play with the shadow body flame activations. But anyway, on the universal scale, we have 5 harmonic universes. They each have a universal Huva body. Every planet has a planetary Huva body. Every galaxy has a galactic Huva body. So literally, you have little Huva bodies within little Huva bodies, and every one of them has a skin around it called a radial body. The radial body, just like the cosmic trinity, is composed of 3 primary levels. There's a trion field that is the expression of the Manet force. There is what's called a meson field that is the expression of the Ire force, and there is the Rayon field that is the expression of the Manu force. So literally, when we begin to work with our anatomy, we can bring back into full expression the original divine trinity within ourselves as living life force currents. It means that there's a part of you that has that form. We get so used to identifying this as me, just what I see when I look in the mirror, but there's actually a part of you is your atoms, all right? You are the atoms in your body. A part of your consciousness are those things. So your body's not some evil, horrible thing you're trapped in. Your body's a part of you. So is your radial body. So are your Huva bodies. So it gets exciting when you start to realize you're in many forms right around yourself already. When you start to communicate with yourself again, you start to get your power back, and your love back, and your freedom back. We have the 15-dimensional time matrix. The most important thing to remember is you have sound fields. Within those, you have primal light fields. Within that, you have 12 dimensions of matter density. The fourth harmonic universe, which is the first one coming in after you get through the primal sound fields and the primal light fields, is harmonic universe 5. Then you come into what's called prematter. That's the prematter divine blueprint. It's called hydroplasm. It's liquid light, pale silver liquid light is what it looks like if you were to perceive it. All right? That is what's called the divine blueprint. This is what we're resetting in our bodies. It holds eternally the original template, the original scalar wave patterns of a manifest thing, as God had originally intended it to be when it was coming into manifestation. It is eternally held there. The template for universes, for galaxies, for planets, stars, people, plants, ants, all of those things are held within the universal Christos divine blueprint. And each one of us have a very particular, special, personal piece of the universal divine blueprint. It exists within the divine blueprint of the planet, which exists within the divine blueprint of the solar system, which is in the divine blueprint of the galaxy, which is in the divine blueprint of the universe. So we're all connected through this scalar field of living light, consciousness, and sound. Living light and sound is the expression of consciousness in the manifestation fields. If we can remember that, we have a basic understanding of, two, where our parts are. Down here is where we have our physically manifest body that we say, I think that's me. Density 2 is where you have your soul body. That's where the Earth's soul body is. That's where the galactic soul body is. That's where the universal soul body is. Then you have density 3, oversoul bodies. Density 4, your avatar bodies, which are called actually the dolar bodies, which is a word we don't use too much just because avatar is close enough, and it's something people are familiar with, and we have enough words nobody ever heard of before. And then... And in the primal light fields, we have what's called our Rishaic, or Rishi, body. These are all stations of consciousness that exist right now, right here. They're with you in this room, around this room, beyond this planet. You have all of these parts of you right with you. What you need to do is turn on the circuitry. And that's what the Dance Floor programs are going to show you how to do. And when we get through tomorrow's stuff, you're going to really throw on the circuitry. It's like putting on a bunch of bright lights. Now you go whack, 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 and you hear the big light switches come on, the big, spotlights come on. That's kind of like what these activations tomorrow are going to do. Are they doing the lunch thing?
Yeah, they're already.
Okay, so I can't keep going then, huh? All right. Okay, yeah, because when the hotel sets it up at a certain time, they tend to get upset with you if you keep going and keep your 100 people in there instead of out there where they're supposed to be, because then the 100 people come out and say, oh, but it's cold. Can we have new stuff? Right? So, all right, we'll do the lunch break. We'll just to let you know, we'll probably be running a bit late tonight, if that's okay, because what I tried. Now the next series of graphs has to do with this. This is called the Cathara grid, for those of you who don't know. The Cathara grid means light, sound, one. Ka-tha-ra. Light, sound, one. That's what that word means. And this Cathara grid is the core mathematical base 12 template upon which all of creation is structured. At the top of the Eke God world maps, in the first level of creation, there is something called the Christos and the Christalla that are formed. Together, they represent the Christ, K-R-I-S-T. The Christ is the template, the first expression of the mathematical template of individuation through which matter fields can be created and individuated beings can be created within the matter fields. The Christ is composed of two of these 12 pointed grids. Now, some of you may be familiar with this. It's been called the Tree of Life. We call it the Kathara 12 tree. The other representations of this that appear in various different types of books on the planet right now were taken from the original translations of the CDD plate teachings when they were given at various times, some in the Atlantean times, and they took the books and created the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which is a perversion of the Templar teachings. Then in the biblical times, or when the biblical times were unfolding, again, more of this information was hijacked, taken, and distorted, and used to formulate control dogmas. When you see a Kathara grid that has 8, 10, or 11 Kathara centers, it does not have Kathara Center 12, which means it is disconnected from its divine blueprint. So systems that use a Kathara grid that does not have 12 on it, that's telling you something about who created those systems and where they're going to get you to go in your path of evolution. So the Kathara grid has 12. We call these, we don't call them Sephiroth, we call them Kathara centers. The Kathara centers are actually little crystallizations of Keylans, Keylan codes, Keylan groups, that form the first 12 expressions of Source within a template. The first 12 primary Keylan codes. And there are 2 sets of them. So there are 2 Kathara grids that we'll get to a graph in a minute that shows you how there's 2 that fit into the 15-dimensional time matrix. This is the original meaning of all of the Christian teachings, of all of the Christos teachings. The Christ belongs to all of us. It is just a vibration that gives it that word. What is really sad is once upon a time, long time ago, what became the Bible was a holy book. But what the Bible became was not a holy book. The Bible was taken, well, actually it was formulated by the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, where a bunch of Illuminati got together on behalf of the Church of Rome and the Roman Empire, who wanted to make sure it could keep its political strongholdings in the local territories. And there was a council of various different people from different persuasions. There were Pharisees and Sadducees, and there were Catholics, and all sorts of different people. And they got together. What they didn't tell you in the stories about the Council of Nicaea is before the council met, there were raids made against all sorts of different groups of people, Grail lines, who were holding pieces of the original CDD plate translations from the Jesus period. The man who became known as Jesus Christ was born in 12 BC. Between 12 BC and 27 AD is what is officially the Christ period. The man who became known as Christ was not crucified. He ascended through the Ark of the Covenant portal passage in 27 AD because the mission got stunted, because the agreements that had been made with the Anunnaki hybrid races had been broken. It was again an attempt at bioregenesis of the hybrid race strains on this planet. That's what the biblical time was about. These teachings, the CDD plate teachings, were translated then by a group headed by 3 speakers. One of them was a man called Jeshua. That was the man who became known as Jesus. Speaker 1 was a man that became known as John the Baptist. And speaker 3 was a woman named Miriam. Now, those teachings, almost as soon as they were put, and they were put into different language translations. Some of them were in Egyptian, some of them were in Aramaic, some of them were in a form of Hebrew. These people were hunted and tracked by the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Roman Empire and anybody else who had 2 cents in the political movements of the time. The books were stolen. Some of them were just completely destroyed. Others were stolen and brought to the heads of places like the head of the Church of Rome. And they were used. Pieces of them were taken out. Pieces of the history books were there too. Pieces of the history were taken out, edited, false history put in between the lines. So you had partial truth and partial lies. They created what became known as the Bible, the canonized Bible, from raping the original CDD plate teachings. So for people who haven't heard this lecture before, I just want you to know we are not anti-Christian at all. We are so Christian that we have the nerve and the guts and the absolute hurt inside to speak out about what has been done to what was a beautiful set of teachings. It was about love. It was about eternal life. It was about freedom. It was about joy, and it was about God. What has become what is called the Christian religion right now is a control dogma that has women accepting the fact that God said they were supposed to be subservient to men. Lie. That was put in for the Council of Nicaea. They have accepted the fact that their Savior was crucified upon a cross and died for their sins, and therefore they should be martyrs too, to be like Jesus. He didn't get crucified. That was a lie. What got crucified was our inner Templar through the whole DNA mutation game. If we can have the guts to look dogma in the face and say, you know, there's some things I like and some of those words are really pretty, but you know what? If it isn't the truth, I'm not going to defend it. I'll look higher, I'll look bigger, I'll look wider, and look inside first. My heart goes out to people who are very much into the Christian religion, because this can be very hard for them, because these are the ascension teachings that are the heritage of the Christos movements. And the Christos movements has existed for 950 billion years in this time matrix. They've existed forever. It's about time somebody set the record straight. And if it has to be this squeaky little voiced person called me in this century right now, so be it. That's what we did in the Christ period. That's what we did in the Atlantean period. That's what we did before that. We've been bringing these teachings back over and over and over again. And there's always been clusters and handfuls of people who got it, who felt it, and who had the courage to stand with it. At least this time, you won't be getting crucified for believing it, because there were times when we were hunted, when people who accepted this and wouldn't accept the control dogmas were hunted down and literally tortured. So we're in a free time now, and that's a good thing. We're free to find out about our Cathara grid inside our body. The Cathara grid is the key to the Templar, the template pillars that run divine frequency through the body. It is the key to your body. It's the key to the planetary body. It's the key to the galactic and universal body. It's the key to the whole thing all the way up, the Eka God world maps that we'll see later. So basically, when we understand the Cathara grid in terms of our body, each Cathara center, and I'll show you in a minute where they're located in the body, each Cathara center is a point in our template that holds the whole consolidated mathematical pattern of one full dimensional band. So Cathara center 1, down here, holds the full mathematical program of universal dimension 1. That means a set of flash line sequences, or little standing scalar waves turning on and off at a very particular rhythm. In dimension 1, it's a slower rhythm. But the mathematical pattern that governs that rhythm of flashing off and on, of standing scalar waves that are made of chelons and part I, part K, and part come, dimension 1 goes with the slowest moving frequencies of rhythm. What's controlling the rhythm are the mathematical relationships and geometrical relationships that are keyed in to this particular little crystal vibration. The template is often referred to as the crystal body, because what it really is a formation of crystallized light and sound, light oscillation and sound vibration. It appears crystallized, again, depending on from what level you're looking at it, because you only see things as solid if you're one full dimensional band above what you're looking at. But the crystal body is formed on this, be it the crystal body template of a planet, a person, a universe, the cosmos, or you, or a plant or an ant. As I say, somebody was picking on me before about that, not meanly. Yeah, plant or an ant. Anyway, Cathara Center 2 holds Dimension 2 program. Cathara Center 3, Dimension 3 program. It's really straightforward. What's really cool about all this is, you know those chakras you hear about? Yeah, we've been hearing about them from Hindu times for ages now. They only know that there's 7. There's actually 15. And the first 12 of them correspond directly to the first 12 Cathara centers. So what's really nice about the system of the Founders Race teachings is there's as much complexity as you want, but it all comes down to a very divine simplicity. 1 goes with 1 goes with 1, 2 goes with 2 goes with 2, 3 goes with 3 goes with 3. That means chakras, it means axiotonal lines, it means ley lines, it means grids, it means stargates, the whole thing. It means levels of consciousness. Now, the Cathara grid exists within the body in this formation. If I don't get that in my backwards, no, there we go. Okay. These are your Kathara centers. In the Kathara healing program, the Kathara Biospiritual Healing Program, we teach you how to give liquid light infusions with D12 pre-matter subharmonics through the Kathara grid in the body. The Kathara grid is the core programming center of the entire body template, of the shields, which means it controls the template for the DNA, and the chakras, and the axiotonal lines, and the meridian lines, and the auric field, and the Merkaba. So, in all these systems, you have all sorts of healing systems out there. They're all working with one of the levels of the multidimensional anatomy, but none of them, I have not seen one in the last 10,500 years, that has used the core template programming, and there's a reason for this. It's actually been a lot longer since this was taught, because it's been since 208,216 BC since we could run D12 frequency subharmonics on this planet. There was an event called the Fall of Brennaway that took place then, and it was during a stellar activation cycle, and the gates crashed because we were invaded. And the planetary grids shields were damaged to the point where they could not hold or run D12 frequency subharmonics. That's when our trouble really began. Well, on January 1st of 2000, the repair work had been sufficiently done, and we had a whole lot of help from the guardian races. But for the first time since 208,216 BC, D12 frequency subharmonics came online in the planetary Templar. And that's why we're moving in to the finalization of the final conflict drama. It was waiting till the next time a Stargate cycle happened. We were getting a Stargate cycle, but if D12 didn't activate, it would have been a lot of problem, because we wouldn't have had the frequency power to heal the grids or to do anything about what the fallen races are trying to do here. We are so lucky this time around. Some of the things we teach might seem confrontational, a little scary and challenging, and you might, it's like a lot more fun to be light, love, and clueless, because then you can pretend bad things don't exist and don't have to look at them until you smack in the face. But we teach them what appears to be scary stuff, but it isn't if you see the context. There's nothing. You know the saying that we never get a cross that we can't bear? Well, it's very true. We might be in the middle of a big old drama that's so big it stretches every cell in our little minds right now to try to fathom the scope of this. However, we also have big healing power available to us. We have our D12 frequency back, our Christus frequency, pre-matter, liquid light, hydroplasm. And now we have the tools we need to first heal ourselves. We have to heal ourselves before we can heal the planet. We can't go out and save the world. In fact, it's going to take an awful lot to save all of the world, but some of the world is going to be saved, and it's going to be because some human beings and some indigos woke up fast enough to run enough current to make up the difference in critical mass energy. Critical mass energy means you need a certain quantity of energy to create an effect before you will see an effect of healing or of the reverse of healing. Indigos and humans have such powerful DNA templates, much more powerful than any Illuminati hybrid being, because Illuminati hybrid beings cannot run D12 subharmonics. Even in their lower strands, they can only run up to 8 subfrequency bands per dimension, and the highest among them only have 11.5 reverse strands, base 8 reverse strands. They cannot run the amount of frequency. That's why we were given the order by the good old Illuminati creators a long time ago, go forth and multiply. Lots of you, because they needed lots of bodies to counteract what even 144,000 human beings could do. So, we have right now at our disposal the most wonderful divine machine. And it is a machine, but it's a living machine. It's a machine with a soul, an oversoul, an avatar, a rishi, and the ascended master level of consciousness. The machine is us. It's only a machine in the sense that it's like a fine-tuned Swiss watch, where all the gears, when they're working properly, just move so smoothly. Every piece fits together. This is what we're learning to play with. This is what we're learning to heal with. The interesting thing about frequency in the 15-dimensional spectrum is D12 frequency holds within its mathematical coding all of the frequency mathematical codings for all the dimensions below it. Actually, that's a pattern that goes all the way through the spectrum. D2 holds the pattern for D1 and D2. D3 holds D1, D2, and D3. When you get up to D12, which is the pre-matter liquid light pattern, it has the original template, and will always hold the original pre-matter template of mathematics that every being and everything in the universe was created on. That is the universal level of the Christos, and that's usually spelled with a C. The CH means the universal level. The KR, Christ words, have to do with the highest God world levels, which are way above that in frequency or expanded out from that in frequency. Now, some of the diagrams I think that are still in dance for, they hadn't told us about that spelling differentiation, but you heard it here. Okay. So, we have within our bodies a Cathara grid. Anybody that wants to learn how to work directly with the Cathara grid more, we have the Cathara Bath Spiritual Healing Program course book. And there's plenty to do in there. There's over 200 pages. There's an audio tape set that goes with it and a bunch of technique that can get you working with core, it's called morphogenic reprogramming, core template reprogramming, to begin resetting the divine blueprint within your body. It's a way to accelerate all the other things we're doing. So all of these things that have different techniques to do, they are all very compatible with each other. If you happen to be drawn to one and not another, that's probably your own higher self giving you a little, kick that, this is more of what we need right now at this time. You might find a year later, maybe I will go back to that Cathara thing or something. Maybe I need that now. So trust the feeling you get as far as what to do next, what to go for next. So the Cathara centers are in our body. We don't have to go through this extensively because in this program, the most important thing is going to be getting down to Merkaba and understanding what Merkaba is. So we're going to move through basic anatomy, but it's important for the people who weren't here before and don't know the work to understand the basic anatomy. First, you have the basic anatomy of the structure of the universal time matrix, the 15-dimensional time matrix. It's connected to other stuff that we'll find out about later, but that's enough, and you know the primal three God forces, the Urana, Mana, and Mana. Now, you're seeing a building, all right? You're seeing the building of your template. This is how your matter body forms. These grids, these scalar wave grids, these crystal body grids, are literally the form that part of your consciousness takes. This is you as God making these scalar waves. It's not somebody else or some other piece of God that's making the scalar waves that form your shield templates. It's a part of you. Remember, we were all God once. We were all the same being. We still are. But we're experiencing ourselves in separation and in individuation. And it can be fun if you realize the game and you don't get caught up in the hologram like we have been on this planet. So this is one of the, just like you have a body that looks like this, well, you have another part of you that looks like that. That's little crystalline vibrational points of energy, chelons, groups of chelons that form and hold the template for you to bring the rest of you in to experience a manifest hologram. From the Cathara grid, the embodied Cathara grid, let's see, I'm going to make sure these are in order. Yeah, are they in order? I'll do these first. It's something that becomes very important, actually. We don't focus a lot too much in the Dance 4 programs yet on what are called the scalar shields. Now, when we run the Maharic shield, that big disc, glowing disc that you can make come up below your feet to bring up your Maharic seal pillar, well, it's not alone down there. We have a set of shields that correspond directly to the Cathara grid. If you look at the Cathara grid as the first 12 points of crystalline manifestation that hold the core of the template. From that core, particle, and particum expand outward and accrete by like vibration, by like polarity, and they fill out to form what is called the shield. Now, we haven't spent too much time on shield issues in earlier courses or in the beginnings of the Dance 4 courses, but I do know in the Bermuda class, they kind of blew my mind and introduced some stuff about the science of the shields that gets really heavy, about nodes and tangents and atme and logi, and it's like, oh boy. All right, so that's coming. So I might as well spend just a little time on the shields here, because everybody out there who's been doing this work for a while that thinks, oh, I got that down, yeah, I know I got my shields, right? Just wait. Because the shields are the DNA template. Now, we usually talk about it in the way that we have our DNA template and we have our shields. The DNA template is literally a part of the shield. All right. So they're all connected, and in the Dance 4 Freedom course, we're going to begin learning how to do on ourselves what's called a Beta Hoover scan. Beta Hoover scan refers to a particular, I believe it's density 3 level scan on your DNA template, which means on your shield. You can see there what strand templates are missing, what are distorted, what have twists in them, when 2,000 years ago you might have decided you were going to be a Knights Templar and you still have the implants in your DNA from it. You know, if you had to happen to have been a Freemason this time, you'd have the same problem. All right, so the science of the shields is going to expand from what any of us down here right now know, including us. But the important thing to understand is shields, catharogrids, DNA templates, and Merkabas, as we'll soon learn, all go together. Now, the Maharic shield is the disc that manifests down here. That is the disc that holds, actually, the whole program for all of the rest of them as well. All right? Because remember, D12 holds the program for everything below it as well as itself. So in your Maharic shield, you actually have all of the other shields programmed in. The Maharic shield corresponds with Cathara centers 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, 12. That top part up there, those top three. The next shield here, the D7, 8, 9, or Cathara Center 7, 8, 9 shield, corresponds to your oversoul level of identity. This would be your avatar shield. Your oversoul level of identity is the top one. That's called the telluric shield. No, telluric's down. Turic shield, T-E-U-R-I-C, turic shield. That, when you activate Cathara centers 7, 8, and 9, and DNA strands 7, 8, and 9, appears within your auric field as a spinning disk of waves, of waveforms. Thank you. Pointer. Whoever gives me pointers when we're up here, please just collect them at the end, because I don't know where they go, and I don't want to lose money. I've had people, lovely people give me pointers over and over again, and from one segment through a break to the next, they disappear. It's amazing, and I do it. I know I do. I don't know how, though. So you got your turic shield, your Maharic shield, the most important one. It's the biggest one within the body framework. We're going to learn, though, that there are actually a couple more shields here. I don't know if we don't even have it listed. Yeah, the Rishaic shield isn't shown, and there's another one that's called the Ionic shield that we're just learning about. All right, this has to do with being able to make a full Merkaba. So first we'll learn about the smaller shields. The most important one for us right now is the D12 Maharic shield, because this one has the ability, if we can manually activate it, which we do when we run the frequencies or run the format of the Maharic seal. What you're doing is activating this manually, even though you can't fully hold in your body and in your central vertical current yet. You have a central vertical current of energy that runs up and down the body that you'll see in a minute. That can't hold D12 subharmonics fully yet. It can hold little bits, but not a lot. But what we're doing is triggering the outside levels of the shield to pull up the Maharic seal. What that's doing is sending frequencies through all the other shields, helping to straighten out the distortions in them. Now, the shields are the programs for the DNA templates, which means when we run Maharic seal or any of those things, we are progressively clearing the distortions in the DNA, which means we're bringing ourselves slowly back to life. The progression of techniques that we've been given over the last few years that began, the real big hurrah began on January 1st, 2000, when it was like you could hear this silent but huge big cheer that went up in the Guardian worlds when D12 anchored here. And it was iffy. Didn't know if I was going to be able to do it, but they did it. And that was like, all right, here we go. The healing technologies are coming. We've been given a progression of techniques. And you can't start at the last one. You need to build the frequency, because every technique starts a part of an activation. If you try to activate something that's, let's say, I want to use out and in because I don't know the diagrams of these yet. But if you activate something that is higher frequency, but you haven't activated the minute, let's say if you activate this shield, but you don't have anything activated in this shield, it's not going to come down. The frequencies aren't, it's not going to activate in your body. There's a natural progression, a sequence by which, through just evolution, through our evolution, we actually activate our shields. We come into a baby body, we have our shield set, and progressively, it was supposed to be the first 12 years of life, we're about drawing frequency from the unified field around us and progressively accreting or pulling in all of the frequency subharmonics, the 12 subharmonics of dimensions 1, 2, and 3. At that point, we would graduate to what was called soul integration, where we would begin pulling in dimensions 4, 5, and 6 frequency through activation of strands 4, 5, and 6. And we would progress all the way up to, I believe it was by the age of, I think it was 44. I have to look on the charts in the Kathara book. I don't teach that much, so I don't have it right offhand. But we would literally activate all the 12 strands. We would be in an eternal body, because that body didn't die. It didn't get sick, because it had D12 running all the time. So there is a direct connection, anyway, between our evolution. You're actually doing something with your shields right now, even if you didn't know you had shields. Just by breathing. The breath is the observable vessel by which energy comes in and goes back out. When you breathe, you're actually participating directly with your Merkaba fields. And we'll see that a little later when we go into the transduction sequence, which is the sequence by which consciousness becomes matter and matter goes back out to become consciousness. All right? There's an ebb and flow of energy into and out of manifestation, which appears from above as flashing on and off. Now, our shields become important because it is the activation of our shields that activates the DNA template, that also activates the corresponding parts of the Merkaba fields around and within our bodies. Merkaba fields are interesting. We'll do those in a little while. But they're sets of counter-rotating electromagnetic spirals that form around the body, but they also form within the body, within the nucleus of every little cell. So you have billions and billions and billions of little Merkaba fields in your body, in your DNA template, and you have big ones around your body. When they're operating perfectly, you have 12 strands activated. You can shut down 12 if you don't need all 12 going at once, but you can turn them back on when you want to. There's no use wasting energy if you're on a planet and you can activate 12, but you really only need 5. You just kind of cruise at a 5-strand activation level. That's how it was in the old days. With the breatharian humans, they didn't keep everything activated all the time. They didn't need it. But all they had to do was hum a tone inside their head. And they got so good at it that all they had to do is intend, because the intention itself would be so clear and pure, and it would have built within it all the knowledge of what that meant, that it would simply trigger it, because the intention would create the tone that would activate the shields, that would activate the DNA. So we have a huge potential. And this is one of the things that even though sometimes I get upset, I really don't want to teach the scary stuff. I still have a little too much light, love, and clueless in me, I'll admit it. Where I'd really like to, I'm not afraid of it myself, but what I find so hard sometimes is sharing the hard stuff, the stuff that could be scary for people who are still in that space, sharing it with people and having them turn off completely on the work because of what they think is scary. And that's really, really sad, because there's such a joy in this work. When you start to understand where your parts are, it's like you found a long-lost friend, you know? So I hope that the new people, that you can understand that, we'll talk about a little bit of scary stuff this time, but it's not scary. We'll teach you why it's not scary, because you have the power to move through it with grace, through your own inner Christos. But I hope you can appreciate the freedom that this is giving you, the ability to remember how to have your direct connection to God with you all the time, and you know it, and you feel it progressively more opening within you. It is the most joyful thing in the universe. And if it means we have to look at a few things we'd prefer not to have manifest there, well, so we look at them. But in the Christos space, you don't have to fear anything, because you know that there is always a divine right solution, whatever it might be. And it's probably one you wouldn't think of yourself on this level. If you look at it this way, that you have eyes at D12, you have a part of yourself that's at D12, you're holding D3 consciousness right now. Which part of you might know more? If you realize you have right with you the best guardian you ever need, you at D12, you at D15, you in the primal sound fields, it's very, very personal. It's not some abstract concept of universal Christos that somewhere in there I'm like a drop of rain in a huge ocean and who really cares anyway. It's very, very personal. You have huge power to love, to know, to understand, and to face anything utterly fearless. And that is what we teach. It's funny, the guys who like to consider us their enemies out there because we speak out about the truth. There are some. You'll see all sorts of stuff flying around the internet once in a while. There's a movement that's tried to shut me up. But with these guys, they never will address the actual issues that we're teaching. They won't explain. They'll poke fun. They'll poke, say, oh, well, she teaches fear. Where's the love? There's no love in those teachings. Where's the, she's teaching fear-based stuff. There is not a fear base anywhere under, around, above, below, behind this stuff. There is love. I hope, and I keep, I take feedback very well. Like even if it's meant with a nasty intention behind it, I always try to turn negatives into positives. So I kind of ask myself, all right, well, they're throwing this feedback at me. Now, I know the love is there. And the reason I do what I do, and Az does what he does, and Mac does what she does, and the other regions are doing what they do, is because there is a love. We feel huge love for the teachings and the freedoms they bring, and for the other people on this planet, and the plants and the animals, and all the things that have been hung up in their evolution. The love is everywhere. But I've asked myself, why can't some of the people see that? How could they even ask that question? So I hope I'm getting better. I try to get better at, okay, I could project that more, or try to, because it's always been there. With the new people coming in, I hope that somehow I'm conveying that there's a huge love underneath this, and a huge respect for your freedom and your right to be an individual. I just wanted you to know that. It's interesting to talk to a group that has some of the people who've been here forever with us, and then some who are new, because I have to kind of like modulate between. I just hope that if there's anything that you want to run out the door for yet, which I don't feel that with anybody, that's pretty amazing, because usually there's at least a few, hang in there and play. If we can approach this with a spiritual sense of play, you can learn amazing things. So we have our shields. We have our Maharic shield. We have our Turic shield for density 3. This is a density 4 shield, density 3 shield. Density 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. Cathara centers 4, 5, and 6 shield. That's actually called also the Terran shield, because it refers to Earth's counterpart in density 2, Tara. All right, so we're connected to planet Tara through this. We're connected to planet Gaia, which is the star Polaris when we look up in the sky, through this one. And we're connected to the pre-matter planet star that's called Lyra Aromatena, which is the original divine blueprint for actually this universe, not just for Earth. And what we see when we look up in the Lyra constellation that science calls the double-double, that is the star that is the location of that frequency. So this is actually keyed to Lyra, the double-double. Our shields are keyed directly to the stargates. We'll learn as we go through the dance work programs that the Cathara grid, this is our personal one inside of our bodies and our personal shields. The planet has this too, and so does the galaxy. And this Cathara grid, within the planetary Templar and within the galactic and universal Templar, is literally the map of the stargates. There was, in the biblical times, there was a set of books that the Templars stole that were called the Book of Maps and Keys, which it showed everything based on the Cathara grid maps, and it showed locations of where what was on Earth and what it connected to in the galactic grids and what it connected to in the universal grids. This information will be in your packs tomorrow. Some of you have already had it if you've taken the Templar course. But this information, some of it I think is even in the Dance for Love part of your program. These are the literal maps of what stargates connect to what, where the stargates are on Earth, where their activation sites are, called Q sites. And it all comes right back down to, well, okay, if this thing works, the stargates in the planetary Templar and the universal Templar, does it do that in our own body? Yep. These are our internal stargates. These are the control centers in our bodies, the control centers of our shields, that will allow the higher frequency from the higher dimensional fields to come down into the body. When that happens, we undergo a shift in angular rotation of particle spin. As density 2 merges with density 1, we expand. We shift our angular rotation of particle spin, which is the axis on which our physical particles are actually rotating. We shift into a different space-time vector. This is what the process of ascension is. The inner stargates activate, and we move through the outer stargates. And that is where we get our freedom to choose ascension. You don't have to bow down on your knees and say 200 Holy Marys to beg God to please let you ascend, whatever that is. Humans and indigos were created with the right, the privilege, and the responsibility to take care of their own ascension. We were here to help other beings to regenerate their own ability to experience self-directed ascension. We have a right to do this. There's a few creator gods from the Phantom Matrix and from the other black hole system, the Wisavek system, that really disagree with that. Because they really, really want to control your energy, because they don't have any of their own. Beings that need to control you, that need to have you bow down, that need to have you doing what they want, there's something they're missing. If we all, or if we're connected to Source, we are embodiments of Source, we have the power within us to create whatever we need or desire. We don't have to take it from someone else. Beings that feed off the energy of other people through control dogmas, through control economics, all those kind of things, they are acting as energy vampires because they have not learned or do not have the ability to anymore pull frequency, knowledge, wisdom directly through their own connection to Source because there's something damaged in their connection to Source. We don't have to be like that anymore, which is nice. So the last shield I didn't talk about is the telluric shield. This is the elemental shield, you could call it. This is this one, dimension 1, 2, and 3. Goes with Cathara centers 1, 2, and 3. That would be your earth shield. So you have your earth shield, your telluric shield. You have your Terran shield, which is the Duratic shield. This is called Duratic shield. You have your telluric shield, which is your Gaian shield or Polaris shield. And you have your Maharic shield, which is your Lyran shield. Now, it gets interesting later when we get into the Merkaba thing, where there's the Rishaic shield here is actually corresponds, see, this goes up to dimension 12, right? Remember in the 15-dimensional matrix, there's dimension 13, 14, and 15 that comprise the primal light fields, right? Well, the Rishaic shield goes with those, but it doesn't run on a horizontal plane. It runs this way on a vertical plane, running this way. But all of these have to activate, normally, before you activate this one. Evolution can be a very long process sometimes because there's a process of slow accretion where first this activates, then this activates, and then you can get to Tara, and then this activates, and you can get to Gaia, and then this activates, and you can finally get into pre-matter again, right? Then there's the fast way. That's when you understand the apparatus and you have the sacred teachings that show you how to manually activate your own system. Right now, we're being given those teachings not quite so much because this planet's ready for them or the human race is ready for them. It's because if we don't do it now, there's not going to be another opportunity for it to be done. And it's not just us that will suffer. It is every living thing on this planet, but also within this 15-dimensional time matrix. We'll talk about tomorrow how Earth is being used as a catalyst to not just drag Earth into a 11.5 dimension black hole system. They're trying to take down 11.5 of our dimensions in our universal time matrix. This means all the stargates from half of 12 on down, they're trying to pull the whole system into the Wisavek black hole matrix. They have worked very long and hard on creating the beast mechanism that we'll talk about tomorrow. So right now, we're being given an opportunity to embrace our greatest gift that we were ever given, a long, long time ago when we were first created, the gift of mastery, the gift of freedom. There's a responsibility that goes with it because one of the biggest parts of the responsibility is what can almost seem like the burden of knowledge. Some things are easier not to know. It would be easier not to know that black holes existed, that worse than them existing, they actually have twisted things that live in them that can pull you in through wormholes. It would be better off not knowing that sometimes. We just really be nice if we could ignore that fact. However, if we're sitting on a piece of rock that's floating around the sun, that's perched to be drawn into one of those black holes, it behooves us to pay attention. So it's like there's a burden of knowledge that goes with the responsibility of freedom. And that's really how I deal with it anyway. I don't know how anybody else that stayed with the programs deal with it, but I think that's a pretty good way to handle it. There's a lot of times I was like, I don't want to do another workshop. I just want to go hide because I get really upset when I love people very much. And everybody that comes to the work, I care very much about them. And I feel very frustrated sometimes if I'm not able to get through the joy of these teachings, how important it is. I was like, can I just teach them like the ascension stuff? And like, forget about the other stuff. They need to know the truth. Like, all right, I will. But it would be so much easier to just tell you everything you want to hear and nothing of what you don't want to hear. So you just like me lots? But that would be really selfish, wouldn't it? That would mean I was feeding energy off you because I was attached to whether or not you liked me. Honestly, I would love for you guys to like me, but if you don't, I'm okay. I like me. And what you do with you is really up to you. I like you anyway. When we get into shield sciences, we get into joy, freedom, power. Ooh, the big word. There's so many of us that are absolutely terrified about, oh my God, I could really have the power to manifest things directly out of my mind. Yes, that's what we're moving toward. We're already doing it, but we're doing it subconsciously with a lot of help from our friends that aren't our friends. All right? But just imagine, it could be a little, I find it fun when it's like, all right, what if we were in the space where it instantaneously jumps out of your head? Imagine all the weird things we create. How many of us could resist finding out what you got when you crossed a rabbit and a turtle and maybe a porcupine? I mean, just an image of it, just a picture, except that picture sprang to life and you just created a template for something that's got to live in there, right? There's a responsibility that goes with getting our powers back. The first responsibility is to ourselves and to our own spiritual development and opening. We can go to the next one, please. This thing here is called the central vertical current. It's a current of electromagnetic energy that actually runs through the body, but it's primarily positively charged electrical energy. It's primarily a Mane frequency, even though it has blending of the Ire and the Manu. Now, this main vertical current, central vertical current, becomes very important in the process of ascension because progressively, this little skinny line, it's really small when you first start. It's like maybe about as big as a dime for most people around in diameter. But that diameter expands. As DNA templates activate, as Merkaba fields activate and shields activate, there are seals called the cranial sacral seals that progressively open to allow more frequency to come in to the main vertical current from the unified field. If you notice with this main vertical current, it connects into Earth's core. We're directly connected into Earth's core. And when the body system and the templates are working properly, there's a constant exchange, a give and take of energy between Earth and the bodies that live on it. This is why this is called the planetary biofeed interface system. It's taught in the Cathara healing program. But this is precisely why we have the ability to affect the planetary template with our own DNA template. It's when you open this by having chakra 12 open, chakra 12 is over here. When that opens, it allows what's in here, the energy running in here that carries the imprint of your Cathara grid template and your DNA, to run down in frequency into the Earth's core, where the shields, the access point for the shields of Earth. It's interesting when we do the Cathara biospiritual healing system, you learn about the planetary shields and your own planetary Maharic shield and your own Maharic shield. And you learn to draw energy from the planetary Maharic shield up to activate your own. And then we also learn to give energy back to the planet. See, every time we allow ourselves to be gifted by energy from the planet reciprocally draws. What we take out creates a vacuum that creates a pull. So the planetary shields pull more from the galactic shields. And that makes the galactic shields pull more in from the universal shields, all the way up the stairway to heaven. So that is the inflowing current. And as it comes in, it also goes back out. We feed energy back out into the planetary shields, into the atmosphere. The planet sheds energy out into the galaxy into the universe. So it's a natural system of energy flow, of give and take, that's perfectly natural. We're not hurting the Earth when we use our Maharic shield to draw a Maharic shield. In fact, the Earth is very glad that we do it, because the more that we try to pull D12 subharmonics from the Earth's Maharic shield, the more the Earth has the strength to pull D12 subharmonics and higher frequency from the galactic shields and the universal shields. So as we're healing ourselves, we're healing the planet as well. Now, on the main vertical current, there are 7 technically embodied chakras. There's actually more. They're starting to manifest now. They're manifest in the template already, but they have not been active for a very long time. Most people that have studied any kind of energy work know you have your base chakra, your second, your third, your fourth, your fifth at the throat, your sixth, the third eye chakra, and your seventh up at the top, right? But most people don't know you have the 8th and 9th. The 8th one runs this way. See, chakras are like little bow ties. They're actually like little funnels of energy, vortices, that are linked together at the center. So you have, like chakra 3 will have one in front and one in back. You have the rear and the front of each chakra. These guys are actually one big chakra, chakra 7 and chakra 1. The base chakra is the downward spiraling cone, and the crown chakra is its other part of the bow tie. Now, what did I say? Oh, did I say something? Now, what's at the center of these little bow ties, the knot at the center of the bow tie, is called a crystal seal. All right, we have star crystal seals and seed crystal seals. There are other seals that aren't shown on this chart that manifest in between the chakras and in odd little places. They're not exactly lined up, that are called star crystal seals. It is the star crystal seals that we need to open and activate to bring in, to manually start our interdimensional evolution process. The star crystal seals control the seed crystal seals, which are little crystallizations of light and sound, little groups of chelons or scalar waves that form the knot of the bow tie, and they regulate how much frequency will go through. They also keep separate the frequencies of dimension 1, dimension 2, dimension 3, dimension 4, 5, 6, 7. And look at all the seals. If you come down vertically, it has 1 bow tie, 2 bow tie, 3 bow tie, 4 bow tie. There's all these bow ties that are coming from these that are actually, there's more seals between what's really one big chakra. When you fully activate flame bodies, all of these turn into one big field. Your chakras merge with each other as your body levels merge with each other. But it doesn't go simply 1, 2, 3. There's a correspondence in dimensional structure where you have in density 1, dimension 1, 2, 3. 1 is a base tone. 2 is an overtone. 3 is what's called a resonant tone. It's the same reflection of the Manu, which would be the unified point. That would be a resonant tone that's composed of a base tone and an overtone. The overtone would be the man A force. That would be the Manu force. That would be the man A force. That would correspond to the part of K, or the antiparticle, which is the electrical charge, the base electrical charge. And you would have the E-ray representative. Oops, I just lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. Anyway, okay, anyway. I think I'm going on a tangent that I'm not supposed to be going on. I know I'm jumping ahead. I'm trying to catch up with where we're supposed to be. Pardon me while I talk to invisible people in the sky. All right? My invisible friend, what can I say? All right. Anyway, we'll get to the seals later. Okay. Happy medium. We'll get to the seals later. That is more advanced stuff than we need to deal with here. Here we're trying to get through chakras and auric fields so we can get on to Merkabas. All right. Yeah, well, that's all right. I just had my brain in the advanced stuff, then I have to come back here and teach this stuff. I was like, wait a minute. All right, so anyway, we have base tone, overtone, resonant tone. Density 2, right? Dimension 4, 5, 6, base tone, overtone, resonant tone, all the way up. Density 3, dimension 7, 8, 9, base tone, overtone, resonant tone. This becomes significant when it comes to expanding the chakras into each other, which means expanding the density 1 body into the density 2 body, because dimension 4 base tone would expand to become, dimension 1 base tone would expand to become dimension 4 base tone. Dimension 2 would expand to become dimension 5. Dimension 3 would expand to become dimension 6. So there's a relationship between the base tone, resonant tone, base tone, overtone, and resonant tone. All right, I'll stop with the tones. I'm getting comment here. Will you come on? I'm not sure if it's ma or if it's as. See here, he does that to me sometimes. It's amazing. Oh, you're there. I can't see. I was looking over here for you. You're right in front of me, my God. Did you do that? Did you do that? Yes. Yeah. You surprised me. You did that in one workshop, and it completely blew thoughts right out of my head. I mean, it's like mid-sentence, and I was getting like a hurry up, you got to move it, right? And it totally just fried me. Anyway, I won't blame it on you unless you claim responsibility. No. Okay. Must be mine. Anyway, you have 15 chakras, all right? You have 15 is actually way down through Earth's core and way out the other side out in the universe someplace. 14, which appears on in your anatomy, 36 inches above the head. You have 11, see up above the head, you have 10, 11, and nope, not 12, 10, 11, and 14. Below the feet, you have 12, and then 13, and then 15. This is the natural structure of the chakras. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, which one's this way? It's the heart chakra. 5, throat chakra. 6, third eye chakra. 7, which is the crown chakra. Then you have 8, which comes through the head at this angle. And it comes out between, the circle part of it here, comes out right here, between chakra 5 and chakra 4. That's one that's coming into activation now on the planetary level that's connected to strand 8, which is called your monadic strand. And people whose Merkabas are going in reverse spin will have that chakra going in reverse spin, and it will assist in flipping the entire DNA template over into a reversal. So it's a good time to work with chakras and get them healed. We have chakra 9 that comes through this way. Do you ever get swelling at the back of your head where your neck and your head fits? There's a reason. This is becoming common. Where you get actually sore, it can get swelling, or it can get sore, you get headaches there. This chakra, chakra 9, which is the 9th dimensional chakra, is processing 9th dimensional subharmonics. Right there is the back end of it, and up here is the front end of it. A lot of times you'll get what feels like your skull is like totally changing shape when you start to do DNA activations, where up in this area, you might get bumps appearing on your head out of nowhere, or hollows, where like all of a sudden, like what I do, hit my head really hard because I have a dent in it. Where'd that come from? I know one guy who was growing horns. He literally, in this area, was getting 2 bumps. I don't know what's happening to me. I think I'm turning into a devil because I'm growing horns. And they lasted for about 6 months, and then they went away. And I've gotten dips. My skull cracked, too. I got a crack down my head. I know several people who are getting cracks, little cracks in their skull here and there. The body is expanding to try to hold what is happening to the gene code. And when it goes rapidly, sometimes there's little oddities that take place like that. Another one is teeth. Teeth have a very hard time keeping up with the whole process. So you may go through cycles of, fortunately, the front ones tend to be a little tougher for some reason. But boy, I mean, soup is one of my favorite things to eat. Literally, since 1999. They were fine before that. And I've literally had teeth crumble just for no reason. There's no cavities in them. They just shatter. I don't know what they do. So if you get any of these weird little signs, realize your body's reacting to the planetary grids and the frequency that's coming through them now. There's other nasty stuff that can happen to people who are in reversal and not, if you're enlightened enough to get this far and even show up at this workshop, you're probably ahead of the game, all right? Because most people that are really trapped in heavy reversals and most people that have been fully Metatronic don't come because they know they're on the other team and they decide they like to despise me and what I represent, okay? So if you're here, the fact that you got here means that you still have that living, waking potential right in you to heal this stuff. But don't be surprised if you get weird stuff popping up. How about the backache? Anybody getting that lately? Yeah, the tailbone, you feel like you're in back labor all day long, particularly when you wake up. It's like a new alarm clock system. Oh, God, there goes the back, right? 7 in the morning. These are all symptoms. Another one is all of a sudden it's like arthritis everywhere, where things ache that never ached. You can identify bones in your feet that you never knew existed because they hurt, right? All of these things are not signs of old age. They're signs of your body trying to deal with the frequencies that are coming in from the planetary grids, and it's not going to get easier unless we work with it. That's what these programs are about. That's why they're being given to us now. We have some stuff happening on May 27th of 2003. This is why we're getting the high-level stuff that we're going to give you tomorrow. We'll talk about what that is. But right now, we're being affected even before the large thing that's going to happen on May 27th happens, which has to do with the flaming blue sword of Archangel Michael. There's a big frequency coming through the grids then. And there's another counterbalancing frequency, which is the Armorea arcs. Our bodies need to be prepared to be able to hold that frequency without it harming us. And if there's enough people, and it doesn't have to be a huge amount, particularly of indigo children, we can make a huge difference for the race and for the animals and the plants on this planet. Because we can actually, if we can generate enough frequency within ourselves, it will generate the frequency in the planetary shields that we can protect a lot of people from being what's called metatronicked, which means having the mathematical programs in all of your Cathara centers and DNA strand templates put into reversal, where it's running the reverse of the natural mathematics, which breaks the connection, the energetic connection, between the 12th Cathara center and 11 and below. This race has been implanted, this planet has been implanted since the Atlantean times, and we are preparing now for a full activation of the beast. It's the beast they spoke about in poetic terms in the Bible. It even has harps and trumpets, and it's not angels that are playing them. So what we're learning is fun because we get to find out who we are and what we can do with ourselves, but it's also essential because we are coming up on a series of events that are first going to happen in frequency before you see them happening on the outside. But they're probably going to have their counterpart weirdness going on, politically, economically, and I wouldn't doubt it, tectonically at some point. So what we're learning is ascension skills. They're also survival skills, just in case we need them. And if we can do it for ourselves, that's one more piece of critical mass of holding that frequency that will add to the race, what's called morphogenetic field, or the group template, that will help other people that have any potential of not getting metatronicked and actually being able to plug into the higher frequencies. It will help to hold them up and support them, even if they don't ever want to hear about any of this work at all. And if they get supported and eventually that frequency holds, they'll want to know, because their own Christos will guide them to it. The Christos will always guide you home, your own interior one. So for now, we're learning about basic parts. We're going to be learning about some more interesting parts, the Merkaba fields. But it's important to know where these things you hear about, like out there with other healing systems, where they are and how they fit into this program that we teach. This is the only system I've ever seen that shows you where all these pieces fit together. They show you where chakras fit, and yes, you have 15, not just 7. They show you that here's your auric field levels. The auric field corresponds directly. You have here, it's called the etheric body, and it's really not called that, but that's a common term that has been used in some of the more popular healing modalities. Barbara Brennan's book, I think, refers to this as the etheric body. It really isn't etheric. It's not made of etheric matter in the same way that true etheric matter is, which is density 3 matter. All right, but we call it the etheric body because the word's another one of those that, like, you know, you need Neani dictionary to know what it means. So etheric works. We try to use, whenever possible, common words that are already out there because it just makes it easier for people to understand. It's only if the tonal resonance has significance in, you know, what you're going to use it for that we, you know, put the Anahazi words in when necessary. So we have the etheric body that's keyed to D1. All right, that's a field that manifests around the body and in the body, within every molecule, every atom. Then you have, next one, there's the etheric body. We call it the physical etheric body because it really is the body that governs your matter, all right, the particles you're made of and the antiparticles. Here you have the dimension 2 level of the auric field. This is called your elemental body. This actually manifests through the waters and the elements that your body is composed of. So you go from atoms and molecules up into elements. But it's also this level. You can feel these levels when you get sensitized. In the Cathara healing, we teach a bit about being able to feel the levels of your own auric field. And you can feel them with the palm of your hand as a resistance. What's a little tricky is figuring out which one did I just feel. Wait a minute, which one was that? Because if you can lose count. If you're too far out and you miss the first one, you can come in. But you can feel this. If we had more time, we'll see. We can play with things like that. But this isn't a Cathara healing course, so I probably won't go there today. But if you want to, you can take your hand and gently, slowly move it toward you. And try to feel where there's just a teeny tiny bit of resistance. You're finding one of your levels, one of the auric levels. Okay, and they're in a little different radius for everyone. Like you can't say they're exactly like 3 inches out for this, because they are different for everyone. All right, now, dimension 3. This is called your, by the way, the elemental body is also called the emotional body. The E, elemental motion body. All right. This is where that mysterious quality we call emotion comes from. And it actually communicates with, now remember we had bass tone, overtone, resonant tone? Emotional bodies communicate with each other. Your density 1 emotional body is D2. Your density 2 emotional body is D5. Okay? Bass tone, overtone. Density, next density, bass tone, overtone. So the overtones talk to each other, and the bass tones talk to each other. So you actually pick up impressions here in the emotional body, in the D2 body, from D5, from D8, and from D11. And it would be from D14 as well once you activate the primal light fields. So the etheric body, in the same token, would be key to D1, D4, D7, D10, D13. All right, see how the correspondences are? So it's really a beautiful, intricate system of creation. And this is just a human body. The whole cosmos is structured with this kind of precision. And let's see, I don't think there's anything more in here we need. Well, yeah, okay. We have the physical etheric body, the D2 elemental emotional body, the D3 mental body. This is what we call the mental body. Okay? This is where your egotistical consciousness hangs out, the part of you that you call you. Egotistical isn't necessarily bad. The ego is simply the part of you that is stationed in the dimension 3 part of the scalar shields. That is the part that you recognize as looking out your eyes and saying, hi, I'm me, that's me. That's actually your mental body. All right? That's key to dimension 3. And again, its correspondence would be 3, 6, 9, 12. All right? The mental body is also known as the path of Amaraya. All right? The path of divine love, which is something we'll play with tomorrow too. So you get up to D3. Now right here in this diagram, you can see there's a darker line than the lines that separate these guys. There's a dark line here. This one was just dark just so you could see the etheric body, because in the drawing it was difficult to just blend it into blobs. But here, in between each 3-dimensional level, you have that magnetic repulsion zone that is called the radial body capsule. All right. When we proceed through this course, we're going to learn more about the radial body capsule, how it is key to the manifestation of our hologram, how right now our radial body capsules have actually been programmed with false history from Nibiru, and how we can begin to get our real memory banks back. This has happened on a planetary level, so it affects all of us. But fortunately, our memory banks were not taken out. They were just chopped up in little pieces, like somebody tipped over the bookshelves and left the books strewn all over the floor. That's our junk DNA, okay? That's our messed up shields, parts of our shields that are turned off. So these, between each 3-dimensional level of the auric field, that's going out this way, you have a radial body. So you have this level, density 1 level of the radial body, density 2 level, density 3 level, density 4 level, and there is a density 5 level out here. But this particular diagram is just showing you the 12 dimensions. It's not getting into the 15-dimensional field. It shows you the name of the chakras and the colors associated with it. Now, color is a wavelength, all right? A wavelength of light. The colors, there's direct color correspondences with the 15-dimensional system. Dimension 1 is the red light spectrum, the wavelength. The dimension 2 is the orange. It's primary. Now, they all have subharmonics, remember. Remember, every one of them has 12 subharmonics, so they'd have pieces of each other. But the main, the strongest current and the strongest flash line, or rhythm, or wavelength, will be the one that's listed. Dimension 1, red. Dimension 2, orange. Dimension 3, yellow. Dimension 4, green. Dimension 5, blue. Dimension 6, indigo. Dimension 7, violet. Interesting. Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Reminds me of old art class when I was in 3rd grade. Okay? Then it gets a little interesting, though. Dimension 8, gold. Like metallic yellow gold. Get into the metallic light spectrum. Dimension 9 is silver. And the chakras, of course, and the arc field levels actually carry the primary color tone of these. So you have silver at D9, D10, blue-black, which is like a sapphire, a deep blue sapphire. You go from the metallic light spectrum into the black light spectrum. And then D11, you have silver-black. Then D12 alone, you have white. It's when you have a full non-polarized D12 that actually combines the D11 from the antiparticle universe. Didn't even touch that yet, did I? No. That you get the pale silver, liquid light of the Christos pre-matter divine blueprint. All right. When we get to D13, it's a pale turquoise. It's also called the blue flame, but it's actually pale turquoise. The D14 is pale yellow, and it's called the gold flame, but it is pale yellow. The D15 is pale magenta. Well, magenta is pale pink, but it's a magenta frequency. It's called the violet flame, even though it's magenta. All right. The blue, the gold, and the violet flame are very important. Together, they are the primal light fields. They are called the Ki-Ra-She. The Ki-Ra-She primal light field currents are the core template of energy. In fact, we can go to that diagram. I think now we have that here. Nope, it's the other one I need first. This one first. Thank you. Okay. The blue flame, D13. It's keyed. Remember we talked a little bit about, when we were looking at the 15-dimensional matrix, we talked about the primal sound fields, where you had the polaric level, and expand out one more. No, you had the triadic level, expand out one more, you have the polaric level, and then you expand out to the fullest, and you have the achatic level, right? Well, each of the primal light fields are actually a downstepped, vibrationally downstepped, slowed down a bit, vibration of, or expression of one of the sound fields, one of the primal sound fields. D13 is actually the highest, well, most important frequency. It has to do with the, you'd think it would be D13, 14, and 15 would be the highest, but in terms of ascension, you actually have to go to D13, 14, 15. 15 oscillates faster, but then you have to come back down into a contraction, back to D13. So D13 is like a double to be able to leave the time matrix and go into the next level of reality. So the power current is actually the D13 current, and out of that would come the D14 and D15. So this would actually represent the Manu current, the still point current. This would represent, the next one is the gold flame. That would represent the Manet. But it's actually this one and this one were created first, and from the two came the third. The action's actually relatively simultaneous. It depends. See, if you take that back and you realize one's divine feminine and one's divine masculine, does that mean that women came first? Consider it simultaneous. It is, because in truth, which came first is a time term, and this stuff originally happened before, and a place their time doesn't exist. So let's say they're simultaneously expressed. So you have the Manu, the Manet, and the Ire. All right? The achatic blue flame, the blue flame D13 current corresponds with the achatic, the most expanded level of the primal sound fields. The D14 current, or the polaric, corresponds to the polaric sound field, the second expansion. That's the gold flame, D14, and that comes down the center. And the triadic is the violet flame, which means that smallest area of the sound fields, the one that's closer to us and furthest from expansion to source. The violet flame corresponds with that, and D15 current, the violet flame D15 current. Now, when the Ki-Ra-She, they call this the Ki-Ra-She for the tonal translations, we'll get into in a little bit, on the primal sound, we can't talk, primal light currents. When they activate in the DNA template, now indigo children can fully activate them because indigo children have more than 12 DNA strands, right? They have that 24 to 48 strand capacity. So they can fully run the full spectrum of D13, 14, and 15 current. And indigo type 1s, which have the highest stream codes, can run the full spectrum of the primal sound field currents. All right, so they are the most powerful currents. Now, humans can run, average humans can run D12, but they can run the subharmonics of the Ki-Ra-She frequencies. When the subharmonics activate in the body, or when the full spectrum, if you happen to be an indigo, activate, this is the path right now in our evolution that they take down through the Cathara grid in the body. So literally, there are these flames, and the flames don't run, and they don't flicker. They pop on and off, like flash on and off, literally, the three of them at once. So it's not flames that move. It's flames that turn on and then turn off altogether, turn on, turn off. That is how the frequency infusion comes into the body here. With the activations that we're doing, we are working with Kirashe. We're also working with something called Kundere that we'll talk about in a little while, which is the primal life force current of the sound fields, the primal sound fields. So when the Kirashe activates in the body, right now, because on the universal level, there have been mutations running through the 8th strand, which is called the monadic core, through the 8th level of the templates of galaxies and planets and things. There was actually a bypass system, and the human form was actually built upon that bypass system 560 million years ago when they created the human Orapheme form. It was designed to override this. You still have gold current running through, but technically there should have been another cross in it, where it should have come down, crossed over this way, then back over this way, then back over this way. But for now, this is the configuration, and until our time matrix is at a much greater state of healing, that is how the configuration of the flames coming into the Cathara grids, be they galactic, universal, or personal, right? That's the path that they're going to take. So you have the gold flame coming down the middle. You have this one, the blue flame, coming down over here. Now, this is here, right? In your body. Let me see if I can do this. You have this over here, comes down 9, 6, then it crosses over 5, 4, 2, and 1. And then you have the violet one that comes down, whoops, the other way, comes down this way. 10, 7, they cross over at 5, 3. So that's how they run down into the body. So you actually have these frequencies that when you begin the activations flash on and off, bringing those high frequencies to you, to your body. Now, those high frequencies can't be activated in the body without first activating the D12 prematter Christos current. The Christos current is the carrier waves that allows these D13, 14, and 15 frequencies to enter the body. Without the D12 current, you can't activate the Kirashe or the Kundere. Okay, let's go to that next one. Yeah, the primal life force currents. Okay. Yes, it's a 15-dimensional time matrix, but it's not the same one. This is the one that has the primal life force currents on it. Okay, now, remember earlier we saw the 15-dimensional time matrix, right? We had the 3 levels of the sound fields. We had the triadic, polaric, and acatic. We have the 3 levels of the primal light fields, the acatic blue flame, D13, the polaric gold flame, D14, and the triadic violet flame, D15. Remember, this moves the fastest, but it's not the highest, because you have to do this and then go back down and into a contraction to be able to leave the time matrix. So D13 is the most powerful current out of the 3 primal light fields, and is actually the first one in the creation. It is the first primal light field, the blue light field, and from that, the gold and the violet emerge into polarity. So it's actually like it's considered the Manu field, where this would be a Manu field, a smaller version of the Manu field. This would be the Manet field, and this would be the Ire field. Now, these are the primal life force currents, and it's important to know they exist and important to know you have them if you're going to be running them and activating them in your body. All right, in density 1, dimensions 1, 2, and 3, that's us down here, we have part of what's called the Kundalini currents. Kundalini currents, and that word goes with 9-dimensional current. That is Kundalini. It's dimension 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 current. It takes on a different name, and once it expands beyond there. Now, there are specific parts of the Kundalini currents. Dimension 1, 2, and 3 are called the telluric currents. They're the density 1 currents. What's interesting is later we get into these, each have names, sound tones, the names of the currents, or the names of the rays. These are the primal creation rays, within which, and through which everything manifests. We're all made of these, and so is everything else around us. All right. So the telluric currents. It's interesting when we get into Cathara healing, we talk about they call them triadic phase currents, where there's ways of combining 3 separate currents, or 2 currents, with the D12 frequency that allows you to run this spectrum of currents in applied healing technologies. Anybody that's teaching healing out there, I don't care what system they're using, I don't care what ancient Chinese secrets they think they have, if they are not aware of how to open the D12 currents, they will not be able to run anything except three-dimensional subharmonic currents. Because D12 current is needed to open the seals that exist between the radial bodies. So, in Cathara Healing, we teach you about the names of the currents, we teach you some of that here too, and we teach you how to combine them into a triadic phase current, which is a very powerful healing current. Now, we have telluric currents here. That's the first part of your Kundalini, the lowest frequency part, dimension 1, 2, 3. This would be telluric phase 1, telluric phase 2, telluric phase 3, right? So phase current's not so hard to understand. Here you have density 2 currents. They are called the Doradic currents. You look at them as the soul level currents, where these are your incarnate self, which is called the Taran currents. Telluric is easier. Just keep it that way. The Doradic currents of dimension 4, 5, and 6. Doradic phase 1, 2, 3. The Turic, Noel's, T-E-U-R-I-C currents, dimension 7, 8, and 9. Okay, that's your Kundalini currents. So when you're playing with things that activate Kundalini, I have not seen a good set of teachings out there in thousands of years. I'm serious. In my incarnations even, there hasn't been anybody that had the rest of the pieces. It's not that there weren't well-meaning people that were learning certain things about pieces of the Kundalini, but again, it was based on theory, because they didn't have the factual books anymore that showed how the anatomy worked and showed interdimensional structure. What's nice is, when we work with these structures, all of the other pieces of structures out there actually fit into these, because this is the core structure that it all came out of. So these are our Kundalini currents. Most of the Kundalini activation techniques right now that are on planet, be they Native American or Hindu or Buddhist or whatever, are just working with these right here. And they're trying very, very, very hard to get through this seal right here. There's ways you can learn to use the breath to begin to do it. And now you're going to find out, even if we're using like Kundalini teachings that weren't particularly sophisticated, people that are working with Kundalini now, they might have been working with it for 30 years and didn't get much out of it, except that they could run some, D3 energy in their body and they could feel that. But now, because the seals and stuff are starting to open in response to the planetary grids and the fact that there's D12 subharmonics there, people, even working with the smaller systems, will start to have results. And some of those results may be bad because they're not pleasant to experience. Because if you open this stuff up here and you still have distortions, reversals, and twists in your templates down here, the frequency comes in, crashes into it. It can't fully go into the twisted or reversed parts of your template. So it begins to create what's called what do they call it? I forgot what they call it. Molecular compaction. Molecular compaction is a process by which higher frequency energy comes in, but the receiving part of the shields below it are not functioning. So it crushes the remaining parts of the dysfunctional receivers, and then it spreads erratic, wacky energy out through the shield. And when that happens, the next set of currents that try to come in will do the same thing, but now there's more damage because of the erratic frequency that was flying around from the first thing. Molecular compaction is why we die. That is the ultimate cause of death behind every single malady except accidents. As far as health stuff, heart stuff, lung stuff, cancer stuff, all of that is traced right back to the reversals and to the inability of the shields and the DNA, and therefore the body, to be able to receive and synthesize naturally the normal currents from the soul. We used to integrate these currents, I believe, from 1 to 12. We fully integrated those. From 12 to 22, I think, we integrated those. 20, I forget what it was, 23. This one was to 33, and here it would be to 44. So you get the full Kundalini done by the time you were 33. You should have your oversoul in your body by the time you're 33 when you incarnate normally on this planet. It's been a long time since people have been doing that. We don't even remember half the time if we have souls. We hope we do. We're going to start finding them. Actually, we never lost them. We just lost track of the fact that we had one. All right. Now, this current up here, after D9, this isn't called Kundalini current anymore. This is called the Maharada, or Christos current. This is the liquid light fields of the divine blueprint. the pre-matter hydroplasmic divine blueprint is actually composed of D10, 11, and 12. All right. In the fallen matrices, there's actually, they have right up to here, D11.5, which means half of D12. They've actually got twisted, where it's running in reverse. Okay? This kind of shatters the little illusion that's being spread out there is just because it's higher, it's better. Don't bet on it. Right now, we've got more on the ball than most things coming through the black hole, saying they're ascended masters and things, and glowing with flaming blue eyes and stuff. Just because they can do stage tricks doesn't mean they've got the real stuff. Stage tricks just mean you know how to play with these currents down in here. Usually people who are actually carrying these currents and higher, the true Christos and higher currents, don't do stage tricks. They don't bother. They have better things to do with themselves. They don't want attention drawn to themselves in that way. They don't want to have anybody say, oh, wow, look at that, there's somebody important. Most of them are very quiet. Now, you can tell I'm not one of them because I never shut up. You know? Okay, so anyway, by the way, that 9-dimensional, I don't want to forget to tell you this, the 9-dimensional Kundalini pillar, which when it's all activated, right, when all of these things open and the corresponding strand numbers activate, right, it builds this pillar of energy inside your body, that main vertical current that you have that right now is just a skinny piece of D1, 2, and 3, expands out to become what's called the Antankarana pillar, which is the 9-dimensional Kundalini current. You're still not ascended yet, but it does mean if you have that fully built, you could, theoretically, if your templates were working properly, you could move from here in density 1 to density 2 or density 3. You would have a 3-density capacity as far as Stargate travel. Now that's only if you were running it on base 12. Right now, most of us are carrying literally a base 4 mutation. It's a base 8 mutation, but they have half of the 8 turned off. So we're talk about running on hardly any cylinders. That's what our DNA has been doing. Now, when we work with the D12 current up here, all right, that's the highest current in the pre-matter divine blueprint, what we're doing is bringing in frequency from up here. But D12 frequency has the ability to reset on its way down all of the other things that it touches. So it resets because it holds within itself the whole dimensional spectrum, the mathematical programs. So by bringing it in, you're not bringing in higher frequency that crushes the lower templates. You're bringing in higher frequency that literally resets the lower templates that are distorted as it goes. So when we're running the Maharada current, this is all those Ma words that we deal with. You know, Maharada, Kumbhai Vektas, those songs, that kind of stuff. This is the current they're talking about, the Christos divine blueprint current. Now, when we get into the primal light field currents, these are the Kirashe currents. These are even more powerful. And up here, we have what's called the Kundare currents. These are the sound field currents, and they're even more powerful and larger. You say, I have it going skinny and then bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, when you fully activate this expands, this 9-dimensional Antankarana, it expands the main vertical current within your body. It releases the craniosacral seals progressively and the seals that are in the chakras that progressively allow the energy to expand. When you have a fully activated Maharic seal and you have 12 strands fully activated, your Maharic pillar actually builds from the inside, goes all the way out and meets the pillar where you are pulling it up around the outside. When we're doing temporary Maharic seal, when we're using the manual Maharic seal technology, the body can't hold all of that yet. So we're pulling the sheath up around us, but eventually that will be a pillar that emanates from outside of like outside, from the inside outside to meet the other pillar around us. All right. Now, we need to be able to run any subharmonics even, which are the smaller subfrequency bands, of the primal light field currents, Kirashe, or the primal sound field currents, Kundare. This must be activated, or they will not descend down into the template. So, most evolution is the slow kind, where a being progressively integrates dimension 1, 2, and 3 frequency, activates those codes in the template. Then it begins the process of releasing this seal a bit, and this one, they begin to activate D4, D5, and D6. These two don't come together. This seal doesn't fully release until all of these are activated. Now, there's a sequence that's strange. You would think, well, D1 activates 2 and 3, and then when you do D4, that should blend with D1. but it doesn't. These two have to get out of the way before this one can come down here, before that one can go up there. So literally there's a sequence of proper activation of the currents in the body, and you can really cause yourself harm if you activate them in a way that's not natural. This is why some people have bad Kundalini trips, where they're working with Kundalini and they have a Kundalini crash, because they're actually bringing the currents in out of sequence, even if they're just playing with D3 current. If they're playing with it out of sequence and they're using breath to move it around in the template, and you're hitting reversals and things, you can have a real mess happen in your body. Now, once strand 6, that goes with D6, right? That goes with your 6th chakra. Once that fully activates, that's when these two can blend together. That's when this expands to become that. That's when your body here expands to become your soul body. You have a soul body. It looks like a bit higher frequency, not quite as dense version of yourself. And usually, it's yourself at your highest order that feels most you. It might be at a particular age that's like 40 years younger than you are right now. This is the body that if people, when they die well, when they go through aborto well, are able to move into. They move through their astral body, which is the dimension 4 body, up into the soul body. And the consciousness goes here, and they are seeing this area as solid. This is the first level of ascension. It's ascension to density 2 from density 1. That's the slow way. We're being given the opportunity not just to remember how to do this, but to how to do this and go from here into a whole other matrix called the inner Eka universe, which is what we'll talk about this evening when we get into the Eka maps of the God world gates. It's just awesome. I mean, I have some of my incarnational memory open quite a bit, and I have since before birth. I remember the whole birthing thing, like coming into the fetal body and things. But it has been so many thousands of years since we have had this opportunity. I wish, I hope I can convey the glee, the joy, it's just this huge amount of emotions of all kinds. You want to cry, you want to laugh, you want to party, you want to just stomp up and down, you want to kiss the ground, you want to kiss the sky, that kind of stuff. I hope somehow I can convey that energy to you guys. It may be a little boring sometimes, learn how to do techniques out of books. Once upon a time, we didn't even have to do that. It was just all encoded in our DNA, and our DNA was turned on, so we knew it. It was just direct cognition. We're getting back to that. It starts with the books right now. They're helping to hold the frequency right now that we can't fully hold yet in our memory, in our body. Eventually there'll be a time when we don't need the books, where we've integrated, where it's ours, where the living memory matrix is alive within our cells. Okay, so these are the primal life force currents in one 15-dimensional time matrix. There are lots of 15-dimensional time matrices that we'll find out later, but what are we going into now? Oh, I hate that diagram. Oh, dude. Okay, we'll be doing that in a minute. Okay, before we do that before we do the technique, I would really like to do this one, the atomic one, just so they see the body, where it fits into the body. We can do that. I will do that when I do the Eka maps. I can do it with the Eka maps of the God world gates. All right, now. This little ditty that made me very, very late for one of my own workshops in Sarasota, because they were giving it to me while the workshop was going on, and sometimes it's nuts trying to get this stuff on paper and have it for you guys. I mean, I can talk it, but if I talk it at you and you don't have a paper to go and play with when you get home, chances are you're not going to remember very much of what was said, and you can listen to it even on a tape, and the same thing's going to happen. This stuff sticks better in our memory if we have the visual to lock it in. So I do sometimes even embarrass myself and be late for my own workshops to make sure that at least you have some of the most important paperwork. Now, this was a very important diagram at the time. This wacky-looking thing is an atom. These little tiny stars are showing you literally each band of frequency corresponds to the density 1 primal life force currents, density 2 primal life force currents, density 3, density 4. We don't have density 5. Yeah, actually we do. The density 5 primal life currents. There is a difference. What's interesting about this, there is a type of particle unit that each form of energy takes on. For instance, let's call them the rays for now on. They're the 15 primal life force currents, but the 15 rays of creation, okay, the dimensionalized rays that everything is created within and through. All right. Now remember, way up at the top of that, you have the original trinity of the Manu, the Ire, and the Mene. So all of these rays will be smaller step-downs of those three forces. So they'll go in sets of threes. When you start from the top down, this is where you get the antimatter dimension 13, ray 13, 14, and 15, the primal light field rays. You take it down, you have D12, step it down in vibration. Next one, you have D12, D12, 11, and 10, which would go here. Okay, D12, 11, and 10. That's the density 4 prematter rays. You have density 3, D7, 8, and 9, etheric matter rays. Density 2, semi-etheric matter rays, 4, 5, 6, dimension 4, 5, 6, and SC1. The telluric shield is where this goes with, and these are we call it gross matter rays. And it's kind of funny. I mean, it's called gross matter density down here, and isn't that the truth? I mean, yeah, we're like 2/3 more dense than we're supposed to be right now because of this mutation. This isn't even the natural state of matter here. We're supposed to be lighter already. We're supposed to be closer to what we might think of semi-etheric matter right now. But we have been accreting or pulling into our cells tons and tons of energy that doesn't belong there, energy with reverse coding on it that gets stuck once it gets in our bodies. This is part of that thing that makes us die, the thing that creates molecular compaction on the template level. The templates can't hold out enough to bring the rest of the frequencies in because the lower frequencies get crushed, which means the lower strands, the lower chemical strands in the DNA template malfunction, and they poison the body because they're getting hit with chemicals that are attempting to emerge within the DNA strands from templates 4, 5, and 6. We're in the process of doing an amazing thing. All these primal life force currents that we can look at a 15-dimensional time matrix and say, wow, yeah, they're up there and they're through there. Yeah, they're all around us. Okay, I'm made of them. This kind of brings it home because it's showing you something. It's showing you, like for instance here, D3 current. All right, D3, ray 3. Its sound tone is Ray, R-E-I, Ray, like Reiki. See this? Reiki? Anybody out there do Reiki healing? Right. The Ray 3 current, the Ray, is an expression of the Manu. It manifests as neutrons. Neutrons manifest in the nucleus of atoms. Science even knows that. Here. And they let us know they know that. If you look at Ray 2, I go nuts trying to find them on here, because they're not exactly where you'd expect them to be. They're not in perfect order. Where's my Ray 2? There we go. Yep. See, there's all this stuff in between, all right? So you have here your neutrons, right, which is Ray 3. Here you have the key, the D2 electrons. Look at this. Between the neutrons that are in the nucleus of cells, or of atoms, and the electron band that circulate around them, there's all this stuff that's supposed to be turned on. There's protons, we got those. That's the D1 chi current. What about these guys? They're supposed to be a band of ions, of myons, of irons, of mesons. They're not manifesting in what science sees under the microscope right now when they look at atoms. They're not manifesting. Those particles aren't manifesting there because they are blocked out of the DNA template. When we begin to turn our cells back on, we begin to manifest these particles. It's going to be really freaky at some point if there's probably going to be a momentum of time and event that takes place that isn't going to give science time to figure out that something's up with some groups of people, and a whole bunch of them call themselves Azarites, whatever the heck that is, that they're manifesting some very interesting characteristics in the DNA and in their cells, in their atoms. There's not going to be time, really, for the things that are going to take place here. Science isn't going to have time to go playing around with that. But what we are doing is turning back on all of these currents progressively, back on in literally our cells, not just our DNA template, but literally in every atom that we're composed of. There's something that's supposed to be in the center of the neutrons. It's called a neutron window. And it is the neutron window that's supposed to be manifesting at the center of our neutrons that literally allows the frequencies to come in that allow all of these barriers to blend together. It allows electrons to pull in become protons, and both of them pull into neutrons, and it allows a type of natural, organic, nucleic fission and fusion to take place within the human body. It's done through the production of a natural interdimensional transient element called celestaline. They used to try to find that in a substance called white powder and blue powder gold in the ancient Egyptian days. They tried to manufacture it, but you couldn't really manufacture the real stuff because it's an element, it's a transient element, which means it has a very short life, and it only appears during the process of natural biological stargate passage or ascension when the body transmutes. It transmutes temporarily into light, riding on the celestaline wave, and then it remanifests on the other side. So, and it leaves a residue. This is what they used to try to collect in the ancient days in Egypt. It leaves a residue on the skin. That the white powder gold, it wasn't actually white. The good stuff, the real stuff that was celestaline was blue powder. It was a pale blue powder. And then they tried to play with that and manufacture it and mess with things to try to chemically create it. And they came up with the white powder gold stuff. By the way, just so you know, any of you that might need to know, white powder gold and other types of monatomics that they're playing with these days and putting on the market as supplements, they advance and accelerate the process of molecular compaction, just so you know. What they do is erratically stimulate the introduction of higher dimensional currents, but out of order, and if your templates are damaged, without the D12 subharmonic carrier wave. So you get a rush, you feel better for a while your template's eroding right underneath you. They create a dependence in the body as well over long periods. Over 20 years, you'll find that your body gets sicker faster because you took these things that seem to make you feel better at the time. So I wanted to mention that because it's another trickery that's going down out there right now. You don't need to take artificial white powder gold when you have the ability to use your mind to run your body in a way where before too long you might be able to manufacture your own from the inside out. Now, celestaline actually pops up in the DNA. It comes up in the hydrogen bonds. In DNA, you have the chains of, I believe it's sugar and phosphates that run down as the ladder sides, and then you have the rungs, which are the nucleotide base pairs. And the rungs for each half of the ladder are hooked together by a hydrogen bond at the center, hydrogen molecule. That hydrogen molecule changes in the process of transmutation, cellular transmutation. That is the place where elemental celestaline moves through. It turns on something called turnstile DNA, which are dormant DNA chemical sequences that only activate for the purpose of bodily transmutation, and they shut down. So there's the whole chemical process. We do know what we're talking about with this, even though I don't have an education at all when it comes to, I could talk about having to look up words when they start talking to me about DNA. Okay, DNA, I know what it is, but what is the big name for that? I had to start there. Yes, thank you. So, anyway, I want you to really try to feel that it's like, ooh, it's starting to come home. It's not just theory here. It's not just stuff for your mental body to play with. We're actually talking about those atoms that are running around as you, that are your body. The body you felt stuck in for so long or felt, well, there wasn't a whole lot you could do with it, and at least you knew that bodies die, and you accepted that as the only way it could be. Bodies don't have to die. Some people that can ascend will choose to drop their bodies because they want a better one, because they prefer to get, literally an upgrade on the gene code. They will. There are some that are like, it would take so long, and it's going to take me, I'm going to have to run technique from now until, next Christmas every day or something just to get my body where I want it to be. Forget it. Let's just coast. We'll do what we need to do to make sure our bardo goes nicely so we can float right out of our crown chakra and end up right in the right cycle in our flame body so we can incarnate into a nice new shiny indigo child form, maybe an inner earth, right? There are some people who are going to choose that instead. It's a little easier. At least you don't feel like you have arthritis even if you're only 10 years old and your DNA is activating. So, this is a process that affects everything that we're about. And this is also a process that shows you something. It shows you that there is no difference between your body and your spirit. They're all made of the same stuff. There are some horrid teachings that have come up over the centuries. The teach you your body is evil, it's sinful, it's bad. Well, it's got some problems, that's for sure. But it is a manifestation of the part of you that is God. You need to love your body. It doesn't matter if it doesn't live up to the standards that society is setting right now. Give it a break already. Where those standards come from anyway? You really want to know? You know where toothpick-thin women with big boobies and mostly blonde hair, and guys, well, you know, guys with big muscles and things. You know where those prototypes came from? Nibiru. That was an Anunnaki thing. They were the Anunnaki preferences. Anunnaki looked at things from the outside and valued them or not valued them from the outside because they didn't have anything inside of their own selves. They didn't have an emotional body that was capable of genuinely loving or caring about another thing. They saw things only for their plastic value, what they could play with. They set a standard here. They tortured people here. And then when they came in, we won't do the history now, and maybe tomorrow we'll cover a little bit of it, but they literally were the ones that came in, and after they wiped our memory, re-educated us. Once we were roaming around, not knowing who the heck we were, hardly being able to think because our brains didn't work anymore, they re-educated us with their languages that were part our languages, but part their languages, and they re-educated us with their ideals, their twisted sense of economics that has to do with people at the top exploit, as few people at the top exploiting lots of people at the bottom to suck energy off them. Look at our economic structure in this world. Look at how much food Americans throw out every day, and look at the pictures on TV you see once in a while of the little kids right now, right today, over in Africa, with their bellies popped out to here, their arms stick thin, flies crawling on their eyes and their noses, laying there wishing they could get out of body. But they're too weak to even do a bardo. Eventually it comes. There's something wrong here. There's something big wrong here. And it's been wrong here for a long time. This is the beginning, right in your atoms, is the beginning of the restoration of a Christos society that's built on love. Each one of ourselves that we can heal. Ah, that's right. You tell them. It's so cute. That is such a well-behaved baby. Whether it's an ire, mane, or manel, primary manifestation, it gives you the sound tone that goes with that, right? And in the earlier stuff, we also showed the color chart that would go with it. But it's almost like by this time, colors should be common knowledge. Yeah, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gold, silver, blue, black, silver, black, white, and when you mix it with antiparticle, it's pale silver. Okay, and then the 13, 14, and 15, which are the pale turquoise, pale yellow, and pale violet. All right, so they're the colors that would go with it. But this little chart tells you a lot of things. It also says some more things on it too. It explains that the frequencies that are fully blocked in our DNA right now and in every atom in our body are the frequencies of D9 through D12 and higher. All right, this means every sub-frequency band in every single dimensional band, dimension 1, only goes up to the sub-frequency band 8. All right, and part of that is already still turned off, but we have the capacity for 8 because they've completely severed. That's our junk DNA, the pieces that are laying around there that seem to do nothing and they won't produce proteins, so they consider them inert. All right, we have D9 through 12 are fully blocked. The frequencies that are half blocked with half of active currents mathematically reversed, dimensions 1 through 8. So dimensions 1 through 8, frequencies, rays 1 through 8, which means also sub-frequency bands 1 through 8 in every ray that's active, are half blocked with half of the active currents reversed. So they're half turned off, and the half that's on are half reversed. We're a walking mess right now. Geez, it's amazing we're getting this far. I think we're doing pretty darn good on this. It's like, how long ago did the car run out of gas and it's still going? Whoa. All right. These are showing, the fully blacked out ones are showing where the currents are blocked. The D10 current, the D11 current, the D12 current. This is the D13 current. They're fully blocked. Yeah. Then these are showing, I believe, the partially blocked and partially reversed ones. So this is what, this mutation is so personal, it not only has shut off most of our higher dimensional spiritual identity to our knowledge. I mean, we don't know it's there, but that identity is still there. It's still awake and aware in its space. The challenge is to get its space and our space in the same space, because then it'll be awake inside of us and we will know ourselves as that expanded level of consciousness. But literally, it goes from our consciousness and our shields and our DNA template right down into every atom that we're composed of. That's how personal. Can you imagine what it would take? The cunning, I'm speechless sometimes when I try to describe what it would take to do something like this to a race of beings. What type of person could do that and not have a problem with it? They don't feel emotion. They can mimic it by mimicking the same movements or facial expressions that a human would have. But they do not feel it, which means they have the capacity for the worst form of what we would call here on this planet evil, with no remorse, no feeling bad about it, none of that. Completely self-serving. If it amuses them, let it live. If not, off with its head, that kind of thing. Something that could actually violate the natural laws of creation to the point where they would do this to a race, to a planet. And it's not just this planet. There used to be life forms similar to us. They were called the Ceres races on Procyon, on the star Procyon. They took them down. They infiltrated them from within through the genetic code. They hybridized them out of existence until they completely reversed their monadic template, which is the core template of the DNA. And they created a nice little version of Phantom and Weesadek things to run around in that have really pretty blonde hair and look like humans. The only reason many of them look like humans is because they raped and stole and killed to get those body forms to hybridize into. They weren't even human to begin with. There's Anunnaki that look like very, very large, mutated, twisted dolphins. That was their true form. They're called the Jehovian Anunnaki. They're from Sirius A. There are other ones that look like apes, sort of. They look like, they're aquatic apes, actually. They can breathe air or water. That was their original form. They're the ones from a place called Avion in Lyra, originally. They're also the Palladian Nibiruan strains, but they've hybridized with all sorts of other things, reptilian and snake and otherwise. So there's just a lot of, really, all right, I'm going. They tell me to get off that and get back onto what I'm doing here. Yeah, because, oh, wait, by the way, anybody know, like Mac, like you, what time dinner is? Oh, we don't have a deadline? Okay, we don't have a deadline. All right, what time is it? What? I try to be all right, I just heard bathroom break. Okay, well, you know what?
Radio body stuff.
Why are the numbers out of sequence because they can't go through the neutron window? It's messed up too.
These guys?
Yeah.
All right, I'll address that question to the group. All right, that isn't the reason. That's simply the placement that they would naturally take in an atom. That's the natural placement they would take. Yeah. And the thing is, the only thing we see in atoms are like the neutrons, the protons, and the electrons, basically. So all the other stuff is turned off. We don't see those particles. Yeah. Okay. The tide's moving in. Here we all come. Yes, yes. Okay. All right. Now, what we're hoping to do before we have to do the dinner break is get us through to the point where we do techniques 1 and 2. That also requires going through from here into what's called, so at least basically touching on radial body try-on meage field stuff. All right. Now, there's a lot of detail that's in your written packages that I will give you verbally the most important parts to show where they connect and show why they're important to what you're going to do. If you want more detail on those things, it's in the writing. We don't have time to read to you page by page. You know, it's kind of silly for us to take time up in your workshop reading to you when you're fully capable of reading to yourself, right? So what we're trying to do is show is kind of like embody the dynamic to get you where you can start doing something and not just listening to things. All right? So we have you try to cover these things in a rapid enough frame that you won't be starving to death by the time it's time to break for dinner. We'll probably do an hour dinner's break. They don't have the, I guess that's not in the package. The lunches are in the package, so we all do our own dinner thingy. And I hope an hour is long enough. Unless people, yeah, okay, because they do have a restaurant and things here. So, you know, people that need to go roaming around Phoenix or something, it would probably take longer. We'll do an hour's break for dinner, but before that, I'd like to get to a point where, and we did this because we're going to either go up to technique 2 and do technique 2 when we come back, or do it before we leave. And technique 2 is a salutation, which means, first of all, we've got to get the chairs moved out of the way somewhere, which Az is going to organize how to do that nice and streamlined so it doesn't take a long time and so it's easy to do. So we have free space to stand and move our bodies, all right? Now, the reason why we decided it would probably be best to do this before we leave for the dinner break is because most case scenarios, when people are just learning to do salutations, and there's a lot of people who've been doing them for a while, so they'll be fine, but the people who are just learning how to do them, well, the worst that can happen is you fall over, okay? And I figured if we did them after you came back from dinner, there'd be 2 worst case scenarios. You might fall over and also throw up. So it would probably be in everybody's best interest if we would get through the salutation technique, which is a key technique in the dance floor programs. This is the dance, all right? And before we can do the technique, we need to explain some of the things about Merkaba, because that's what it uses. It's a Merkaba dance that affects everything. It affects the atomic structure, it affects the shields, it affects the DNA, it affects all of it. So we are going to start out easy and go into technique 1. Technique 1 is a very easy technique. It's a toning technique. Well, it's easy as long as you can read fast. What page in the books is that? Yeah, all right. Let's see. I'm wondering what page in the book. 16? All right. It's the technique itself is on page 16, and in a couple minutes we're going to go into that. It will be worth it for you to look in your book to follow along with the words. They're the magic words, and I want to explain to you what they are. Now, these are sacred tones, and I'm going to show you why they're sacred tones. Now, remember down here on this big atom chart where we gave the density level, the dimensional level, the ray, and the tone, right, that went with it? Now, they're all broken down into 3. They're either a carrier of the Ire God force, the divine feminine, the Mane God force, the divine masculine, or the Manu, the divine spirit of the God force. If you follow these all the way over on this chart, you have the names, like Re would be the Manu. There goes 3. 6 is Treya. 9 is Yana. 12 is Ma'a. If you take Ire, you have Chi, Prana, Mire, Ta'a. These are the sound tones. Ki, Mane, Maya, Hara. And then we take them up. I believe they go all the way up to, they go into 13, 14, and 15, don't they? Yeah. So they take that scale and they go up to D13, 14, and 15 as well with the sounds. There's a way of combining the sounds and the breath together. One, the ear ray frequencies correspond to the inhale breath. They're the ear ray frequencies. You're actually energizing the ear ray currents in your body through the inhale. The pause breath between the inhale and the exhale is the still point breath, the Manu breath, and the Mané breath is the exhale. When we get into, a little bit after this, the radial body technologies, where you begin to understand what that tissue capsule of energy is that separates each level of your three-dimensional self from the other levels of yourself, we will, okay, what? Excuse me. Jeez. You don't want to do, all right. I really get tired of being interrupted. Anyway, we're going to do the sound tones that go with the ray configurations. They're the tones of the rays. The inhale, the exhale, and the pause breath are a part of it. When we were doing the ear ray tones, in the old days, they used to do it literally, making the sounds while inhaling. Do you ever try to talk or sing while inhaling? It's absolutely bizarre. I can't even do it when I have a sore throat. You know, you can make like little weird grunty sounds when you do. We used to be able to speak both ways. But right now, the apparatus, literally, that we can make sound with is stunted because of the DNA, because of the atomic windows being blocked and all of that. So we don't have to worry about trying to sing while inhaling, because that's later. After we graduate and get our flame bodies fully activated and we get our apparatus back and we grow really strange things in our throats that we haven't had in about 25,000 years. But we're going to run the tones. These tones, when later we will combine them with the salutation, which is the manual Merkaba spin. And there is a frequency that you can build with these. What these tones create, and particularly what they create when you combine them with the movement, the proper movement of the Merkaba, is called siyurs, which are standing pillars of sound. They move through your body actually generates them, but they stay there where you were spinning after you leave if you don't drop the sound tube like a pancake. Now, what I mean by that is literally by toning and spinning, you are creating wave fields. By using the proper tones that call upon literally the proper sequence of each of those rays, the Ire rays, the Mane rays, and the Manu rays, you are literally bringing into manifestation a 15-dimensional subharmonic form. You are creating a pillar of energy, a waveform of energy, an interdimensional waveform. And it's kind of interesting. When you spin with that, the spinning actually takes it from inside, where it's a sound vibration moving through your shields, and sends it into your Merkaba. And your Merkaba spins it around, amplifies it, and anchors it into the planetary grids, wherever you're standing. Now, it's kind of funny, because when you first learn to do this, we had to do this for round tables. When we did the rainbow round tables, which were massive gridwork things, where you had like, what, 56 people was the main stand? I think 70? Yeah, that was the biggest one we did, right? We had 70 people using the configuration of what's considered, it's actually the geomancy of the divine blueprint itself, and it's very specific relationships of mathematical projection. If you're going to build pillars of energy, there's a very specific way to put them when you do round tables. When we did round tables, it was really funny, because first we had to learn what the tones were that we were supposed to be using. Then we had to figure out how to keep our bodies in spot, because everybody started to roam off the spot they're supposed to be on. But we also had to learn how to get out from under our siyur after we built it. If you drop tones too fast, say if you're toning and you're spinning and you're getting your siyur up there really good, if you drop the tone too fast and just stop singing when it's time to stop, or if you stop your spin too fast or too slow, you actually collapse your pillar, and it flattens out. What was a beautiful pillar of sound frequencies beginning to form will actually flatten out like a pancake and drop, go, and splat on the floor. You can see these with etheric vision. If you have your higher sight turned on, you can actually see the pancakes falling, and it's a riot. So, blip, dropped another one. Go pick it up. So we are actually beginning the process of creating manifesting. Manifesting, the magic of manifesting, is actually done through creating templates of light and sound and turning them into, or enlivening them into becoming seers, which are three-dimensional, living sound grids. You could create houses this way. You'd have to know exactly what tones to sing where and exactly what to spin where. But there, in the ancient days, even in the days when the pyramids were built, they used seer energy, sound energy that they generated with their own bodies to levitate those rocks. You know the stuff we're fed in history class about all these poor guys dragging the rocks up? Well, that happened later when they were repairing it for the third time. And we didn't have the ability to run seers anymore, or you couldn't even run a small three-dimensional seer because the DNA was so damaged. The repairs on the Great Pyramid were done that way. But the original building of the Great Pyramid was not done that way. It was done by a group of priests, and they weren't even ours, they were Anunnaki, that sat together and toned silently. They were so good at it, they could tone silently. Now they were running it in reverse current. You can even create seers in reverse current, not Christos ones, but you can create templates for manifestation. That's what they've done in the black hole systems. They've taken pieces of natural templates, reversed them, and stuck them together in unnatural ways. They can do that with frequency in their systems, but they can only go up to D11.5. That D13 reverse current that I've mentioned here and there, that's a false D13 current. It's not really D13. It's being forced together through electromagnetic bonding, a D6 and a D7 current. So anyway, when we get into this, I wanted you to know before we do it where the sounds come from. Now, this particular sequence of sounds here has to do with what's called the Akasha. The Akasha is... it's another word that you could use to refer to the God force as a collective, the three, the Trinity, the whole thing. But it's also a level of the stairway to heaven. After your stairway beyond heaven, shall we say, because heaven only goes up to what's called the Vecca systems. We'll learn this when we get into the Vecca maps, the Eka maps, so the God world gates. But this goes with the next level up. You would have our systems and our 15-dimensional time matrices in what are called the universal Vecca systems. The next frequency jump up, you would have the inner Eka systems. And then the next frequency jump up, you would have the Stargate systems and reality fields of the Akasha systems. And then there's two more above that to get through the stairway to heaven. So these sound tones are the activation tones for the frequencies of that level of reality, which means it's beyond the 15-dimensional time matrix that we're in. It's even beyond the inner Earth or inner Eka system. It's coming from the next level up. So they're very powerful. Now, right now, we can only run subharmonics of those frequencies. And we do that. We activate subharmonics of those frequencies within our shields and within our radial bodies, which we'll talk about in a little while, whenever we use this. These are also the activation tones for a symbol code that we'll be learning how to use in this program that's called the Akasha. The Akasha symbol code is a mathematical program that corresponds to the frequencies of that particular level of the Akasha level of the stairway to heaven. So we'll be using that, and it's interesting. This is considered the request. You're requesting the assistance of the consciousness fields, the part of you that's up there, because to come from source all the way down in, you have to leave a part of yourself there. It's like you kept getting smaller and smaller as you came down. So you not only have a regular ascended master's level, you have an ascended master's level here, and then you have other parts of yourself in the inner ecosystems. Then you have bigger parts of your own consciousness that are stationed in the Akasha systems and in something called the Akasha A systems and the Akasha Aya, which is the original first creation level. So what we're doing is calling upon the portions of our own self that still live in those spaces, that's their station of consciousness. And we're calling upon them by the specific ray names so they can come in the right sequence. So there's not like a stampede at the door when you try to bring the frequency in. They all line up nice in order the way the divine blueprint will receive them. So we're actually bringing in hugely creative power of our own consciousness as God consciousness. because it is God consciousness as well. So, this is the request where we're literally asking the God consciousness of the universe and the Akasha level of the system to come and create with us. It's a request. You could say it's a command, but that word tends to carry an aggressive slant to it that isn't appropriate. Commanding is fine if you understand that commanding is simply affirming strongly. It doesn't mean I'm commanding you to do something, I'm going to boss you around, I'm going to push my power at you. That's not really what the word command is supposed to mean anyway, but that tends to be how it's used here. So the request is really the command, but it's a command that's given as a request. Would you please co-create with me? Because that is the appropriate way of reverence to work within the universe and within the Akasha systems and any of the God-willed systems. It's also the appropriate way to work here. So many of us have lost the art of saying please, or would you, or thank you. You know, it's funny, we watched my daughter, bless her, I have a 10-year-old daughter, and she's a typical 10-year-old kid, goes to public school, that kind of stuff. We still have to remind her all the time, ooh, I want that. Can I have that? What's the magic word? Please. That kind of thing. There's an attitude of reverence and respect for the God force that's alive within all things. I mean, when was the last time you said please, or is it all right? Or I request that you co-create with me while I eat you steak on my plate. We don't even think about it. There's a steak on the plate, hey, it's there for me to eat, that kind of thing. There's a reverence. When you want to create something, you have the divine right to do that. You were given that right as a manifestation of the face of God. However, if you need other things or want to work with other things to do that, even the creation consciousness itself, it is appropriate to request. You command it into being by requesting. So at times you will see in the work, we say use this command or that command. No, when we use the word command, it is a request. We are saying, please co-create with me. I acknowledge the God force in those currents of consciousness that are a part of me, that are up there, that I forgot a long time ago. But I request that you come with me. Let us create this together. It's a joyful thing. It's not a forced thing. It's a respectful thing. So whoops, I turned it off so I don't burn it out, and then I forgot how to turn it back on. There we go. So that particular one. Now, this word it's the word song, okay? The word song actually came out of that word. But the difference between a song and a son, P-S-O-N-N, is the sons were the literal arias or musical tonal combinations that corresponded directly to the DNA template and to the shields of the person, the planet, the galaxy, the universe. So the sons were the sacred sons because they were literally the verbal or external auditory translations of the vibrations of the interdimensional combinations of the interdimensional 15 ray currents and the frequencies above them. So when you see the word son and there's a lot of different songs that we use, language was originally a song. We used to sing our language. Our language was very different then, had 144 letters in the alphabet, and everybody, the universal language was Anahazi in our time matrix, which in our time matrix 950 billion years ago was the original auditory language patterning of the Ilahi Elohim. And that was the basis for all other languages that came out within this time, in this time matrix, that evolved in this time matrix. Anahazi was the root language. It still is. Now, there have been hybrid languages forced on us here through Nibiru, which originally was part of our solar system, so it belonged within our language coding too, until it fell. But it was Nibiru, the planet itself, was metatronically bonded into the Wisadek black hole system, which means its template was partially perverted to the point where it couldn't be repaired. Those perverted codes of vibration that don't belong in the template in this universe were then brought, some of them were brought to Earth. And literally, we were taught languages that would activate and amplify the reversals that were already in the DNA. We actually held ourselves in mutation by the languages they came and taught us after they wiped our memory banks. All right? And the they are primarily the Anunnaki, Nephilim, Wisadek races. So, when we're using language, even now, we're helping to feed our reversals. 2/3 of our language is twisted into reversal right now. And this goes for every language that's on the planet. It was done to every language. But it's kind of like, well, you can look at the cup half full or half empty, or 2/3 empty and half and a third full. We still have a third. So every time we speak, at least a third of it's doing something good. Right? Meanwhile, if we begin to use the ancient languages, the Anahazi language, that carries the tonal vibrations of the original divine blueprint for this time matrix, it creates progressive and large expedited healing effects within our system. It helps to counteract what we're doing to ourselves every time we speak in our native tongue here. It amplifies the 1/3 that's still working the right way in our languages. And eventually, it will expand our ability in our range in hearing and also in the types of sounds we can make. There are certain sounds in the Anahazi language that we can't make right now. Certain letter pronunciations we just don't have the apparatus to do, that we can't vibrate that way yet. But as we heal, we will begin to get those back. We'll also begin to have senses like smelling colors. Anybody smell colors? Oh, I am? Yeah. That's not weird. That's cool. As a kid, I used to smell colors, and I'd drive my mother crazy because she'd like put peas on the plate, and I said, I can't eat them. Why? Because they smell too green. What? Yeah. So that was nuts. But they really did. There was too much chlorophyll in them. And I could tell by the smell that that's what it was. I couldn't explain that as a child. But our senses will begin to open as we work with the higher language codings, because they are working to heal and activate the higher frequency parts of our own shields. And at some point, we're going to get into just a real quick thing on fire letters when we talk about DNA. DNA fire letters are actually parts of the shields that control the manifestation of chemicals in the DNA. And there are specific sound tone runs that go with the fire letters in the DNA. What's interesting is right now our DNA is like a patchwork quilt. It's got reptilian, draconian, and Anunnaki overlays and reversals in them. Now, an overlay is something that would be a scalar wave pattern stuck over a natural scalar wave pattern, but it hasn't completely reversed the natural one under it yet. And a reversal is where it's been completely reversed. We have these things in the DNA, and actually when we speak using the twisted languages, we are progressively activating either the reptilian or the Anunnaki codes in the DNA. Prayers, songs that might be dear to us because we've been taught them since we were little. All language is power. It's somebody's power. It's doing something. Every language, every form of language, every spoken sound you make affects your DNA template and your shields in one way or another. None of it is neutral. It will either support your Christos self or it will move you away from your Christos self. There's a lot of trickery right now, and a lot of it's in the New Age movement, where you're being taught certain tones and songs and certain invocations that are activating very, very Anunnaki code overlays in your DNA and reversals. These things sound very pretty when they're put in the English language, but it doesn't change the fact of what they're doing in the templates. Just because it looks pretty on the outside doesn't mean it's pretty on the inside. Unfortunately, many of the things that have come up through the Christian religion and other religions, Muslim religion, you can hear it. Try to listen to these sounds. Try to listen to the sounds. Behind the pretty words are words we've been given pretty pictures to associate with. When we listen to some of the Bible songs when you go to church, Amazing Grace, oh, that's such a wonderful, moving song. But what if the words were a different language, right? Where you didn't have an association with them. They were just sounds. What if you sang it really slow? So you just kind of felt and heard the vibrations. You would find parts of it that were fine. And you would find other parts that you could feel a sensation in your body somewhere react with a bristle or a cringe. But it moves so quickly, we miss it. We're doing this to ourselves all the time. So, you don't say, stop singing this, stop praying that. We don't actually do that. What we say is use your Maharic seal for everything and explore what you want to, listen to the kind of music you want to. And it doesn't hurt to introduce, along with your repertoire of songs, a bit of the ancient language that will, in leaps and bounds, help to heal some of the damage that's being done there. This is why, yesterday I said The history is a technique. The history is in language. It's a set of vibrations. You see words on the page when you read the books. You hear words come out of my mouth when I speak them. But what you're really reacting to and what's giving you the cognition of what you're reading or what you're hearing isn't the words themselves. It's the vibrations they're making, triggering certain like vibrations that are dormant in your shields, bringing to you a frequency. So there's a whole bunch of things behind the languages. There are sacred languages, and they were originally the sacred languages of the 12 tribes. They each had, and all of them were born from the Anahazi Elohai language. There are some people running around out there telling you about certain 5 sacred languages. Well, yeah, if you want to turn yourself into a Jehovian dolphin people mutation person that lives in the Sirius B system of the Wisadek matrix, all power to you. Use those the way you're being told to. There are twists in some of the most wonderful belief systems that we've been fed, from the ancient times all the way up to the present. We can begin to undo them. See, we don't have to reject stuff. That doesn't work, because what you resist persists. You know, the more you say, I don't want it, the more it comes, right? The more it's around you. So you let things be. You allow them. Allow stuff to be messed up. You know, okay, so we're mutated. Okay, well, we can fix it too. Okay, that's good. We're not resisting it by fixing it. We're engaging it. We're saying, okay, you can't fix something by pretending it isn't real. You can't fix a DNA mutation by pretending you don't have one. You need to love it. Now, love it doesn't mean you have to particularly like the experience of loving it. But love is a state of vibrational harmonization, which means you need to bring yourself and your consciousness into a co-resonant vibrational pattern with it, because then you have the power to move frequency into whatever the it is you're having a hard time loving and you'd rather resist, and then you can change it. We have a lot of power. It's with us all the time, but we've been told we're powerless, and we believed it. What happens when you tell a race of people who are manifestors? Now, they are manifestors. Their process works where literally they hold a thought pattern creates a scalar grid. That scalar grid creates a template for matter particles to fill out on. Units of the consciousness of God will rush in, and the 15 rays will come in and fill it out for you. Now, what if you temporarily wipe the memory of a race like that, and then you tell it it's powerless, it's sinful, it came from animals, it has to repent, it has to bow down because it was bad, it has to bow down to a big God in the sky. What if you tell that race it's pathetic and lowly? If that race is a manifesting race, and they believe what you just said, and adopt for their own that belief, they will turn themselves into that. And that's what we've done. We've done this on a bigger level as a healing experiment. It's important when we talk about these things, though, to learn to keep in mind one thing. There's a big game that's going on in this time matrix for a very long time called the victim-victimizer game. We're going to be learning stuff tomorrow, especially, where we start to see how really nasty some beings can be when they lose touch with their Christos spark. If we weren't careful and more wise, we could very easily fall into the victim pattern. Isn't that terrible? Look what they did to us. Look at all of the suffering we have. Poor us. Oh, it's terrible. Excuse me. If you manifest your own reality, even if you find yourself playing a victim, you're still manifesting it. You're agreeing. You're allowing it to happen. If we can recognize that within this rather horrid mass drama that we're involved in right now, that human beings allowed themselves to play this role so they could learn about the mutation, so they could learn and discover how to heal it for others by healing it in themselves. We can look at those who choose to call us their enemies with love in our hearts, sadness at the state they've got themselves into. But we will not look at them with blame. Because blame is one of the most disempowering emotions you can allow yourself to entertain. They're just acting according to their nature. They have a right to do that. They are bending the laws of reality far beyond what they were ever supposed to be bent. but God allows. Now, we agreed to be in the situation we're in, even if we don't remember where that agreement happened. For some reason we did. Well, the thing is, okay, you have to own it. You bring it back. If you're having a hard time in any area of your life, try to look at the areas where you're blaming, where you think it's somebody else's fault, or an organization's fault, or a neighbor's fault, a spouse's fault, a child's fault, the president's fault, the Anunnaki's fault. Find out where you're placing fault, because that's where you're hiding from yourself. You're missing power. Every time you blame, you empower the other, and you take it away from you. If we can say, and look at the most yucky stuff in our whole hologram, even on a mass level, and say, oh boy, well, I am co-creating this with others. I might not be able to do anything about the others part right now. However, I am co-creating this. I mean, think about that when we look at what we're moving into. I've had this discussion with the beloveds quite a lot. All right, well, what if you didn't tell us this stuff? What if we didn't believe this history? What if we didn't believe there was a black hole system? They told me something. They said that you could believe what you want, and you would manifest and see the parts of reality that fit your pictures. But that doesn't change the fact that there's an underlying reality that is the real reality beneath it. So there is a limit to which our beliefs create our reality. So therefore, only believe good things and you only have good things happen to you. It's within a greater context and structure of universal order and divine will as well. So there is a big drama going on. We can pretend it doesn't exist, or we can look at it and recognize that by engaging it, that's where we are learning to love it. If we're over here saying, I'm not going to go there, I won't even look at that, I won't lower myself to that vibration is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger because nobody's healing it. Nobody's loving it. Nobody's fixing it. When we're turning our attention to the history and to the stuff that we might not particularly want to know about right now, but we need to, we're putting our energy right into it, and we're bringing a higher frequency in to harmonize it and heal it. That's how you change things, and that's what we're doing. That's why it's important to see a Christos being sees and allows both sides of any polarity drama, but gets engaged and dragged around by neither. It understands itself as a position, almost like the Manu position, the still point that allows the divine to flow through and raise whatever in either side to its highest order. That's kind of the healthiest way to look at a drama that could otherwise put you into fear. And also knowing the solutions. If there weren't solutions to the problem, at least on a personal level, for each one of us who aren't so lazy that we're not going to bother. There's a lot of people out there just lazy. They don't want to bother. They want somebody else to fix it for them. They want, if I pray to God and say 3 Hail Marys and then go be miserable the rest of the week, well, at least I did my church thing, and then the priest told me, well, I'll get saved. Or, well, I'm a Christian, and everybody knows only Christians are going to be saved. This kind of stuff. Some people do not want to do the work it takes to get their own genuine spirituality back. They give lip service all over the place. They will get what they put in to the act. We have a choice. We have a choice to grow and put into the act joy, power, love. And what we will get in return is going to be phenomenal. It's like, imagine that we were almost dehydrated and starving to death and dehydrating to death out in a desert, and all you could see was sun. Then all of a sudden, a mirage popped up. Beautiful green stuff. And he actually crawled up to it. It was actually real. And they could actually drink the water. That's what's happening. We've been told that mirage of utopia was just a fantasy. Something our minds did to escape the reality of how yucky the world really is and the fact that life has no real meaning, because that's what science teaches us the way it's taught right now. It isn't a fantasy, but it has been like a mirage. There can be a time when you can actually learn to take your body through the mirage, and you find it's not a mirage after all. It's physical. Because remember, you can see as physical what's exactly one-dimensional frequency band below your station of consciousness. Interesting. Places like the inner ecosystems. You need to get your consciousness in a certain place before you can see and experience it as solid. And that's what we're going to do through the activations that we're learning. So, anyway, back to the magic words. All right. In the songs, the in-breath, the intention. Now, this is interesting. This has to do, the breathing has to do with what is happening with energy. If you look at, all right, first we have the in-breath. That's the ire breath, okay? That's the carrier of the ire current. Intention embedding. That means whatever you're holding in your being right now, every time you breathe, you take an imprint of it in energy, a little template of exactly what it is. Every thought that's in your head right now, everything that is encoded in your cells that you don't know is there anymore. But the key is every thought you hold in your head right now, this is why your beliefs create your reality. The inhale, you're taking whatever this energy pattern is that you are right now, and you are taking it back into your Kathara grid template, putting it in. Now, if you know how to breathe right, you'll give a pause there, giving it time to take. That would be the manu part, the pause of the breath. This one. This is where it's created. Here's where you embed the intention. This is where the ideas you hold in your head, your mental body, get taken back into your template on the inhale. Every time you inhale, you're creating, creating. If you pause, consciously take a pause, you're giving that embedded intention time to get absorbed fully by the manu part of your template. And then when you breathe out, the manu takes the imprint and translates it into mane and exhales it back out. We are creating every time we breathe. This has to do with the radio body that we'll talk about in a little bit. But I just wanted you to understand, before we do the magic words, why they're so magic. The sound tones, and they're done phonetically here, so they're not too hard to read. You know, this is uma e tre ina e ekasha, and it sounds uma e tre ina e ekasha. So that's that sound. Okay, I'm just going over this quick, and then Az is going to run the thing. I don't want to do the whole thing. I'm just going to do the example, like read them, you know. Because they get tricky in here with the single ones and stuff. The ire one is ire shara dike she ta'amira pranachi manu ekre dakuki ma'ayana treyari mene kaihahura haramaya manaki. Now, there's a way of using them where you start off slow, and you start with that, right? Then you move through and start slower, and you pick up the momentum. That's when it gets fun. What were those letters again? You know, where you get ha-ha, DK, well, what was it? You know, it's a little hard unless you've, practiced it a while. But this is where you build the power. You start off slow and low. You build in intensity, you build in volume, you build in speed. You build in intensity and volume and speed. And intensity and volume and speed, and you're building sound waves, building sound waves, building sound waves. And if you stop real quick, ever so carefully move out from under them. Ever so carefully move out from under them. They stay there. Okay? So, doing this technique will give you a chance, to people who haven't played with this before, a chance to begin to feel that. To feel the vibrations that these do, to realize when you do this, you are activating right now very specific parts of your DNA template, of your shields, of your Merkaba as well. And you are beginning to call upon the portions of your consciousness, your own personal consciousness, that go by those names. Because these are names of the universal life force currents. These are names of parts of your own identity. So, I will hand this over to Az. You can run through this. I'm sorry, I keep whacking people with this light. Good thing it isn't. Good thing it's not a zapper. I would have fried people.
Okay, just a couple of minutes to sing along as. How many people are familiar with the magic words? About half, maybe better than half. Well, really. I mean, we'll just stand and watch you, really. Okay. Well, with due respect to those that haven't played with these sounds before, we'll do it as if we're doing it for the first time. So we'll begin soft, slow, and low. Okay? So, take it away, maestros. Go for it. Uma e tre ina e kasha. Uma e tre ina e kasha. Uma e tre ina e kasha. Ire sharadike she tamira pranachi manu ekredar kuki mayana treari Maneka ihahura haramaya manaki. Back to the beginning a little faster. O mai tre ina e kasha. O mai tre ina e kasha. O mai tre ina e kasha. Ire sharadi keshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki matrena trehari manekai hahura haramaya manaki. Okay, really quick now. O mai tre ina e kasha. O mai tre ina e kasha. O mai tre ina e kasha. Ire sharadi keshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mahayana treari Manekai hahura haramaya manaki Uma etre ina e kasha Uma etre ina e kasha Uma etre ina e kasha Ire sharadi keshe tamira pranachi Manu ekre dakuki mahayana treari Manekai hahura maya manekameki Uma etre ina e kasha Uma etre ina e kasha Uma etre ina e kasha Ire sharadi keshe tamira pranachi Manu ekre dakuki Mayana treari manekai kahura maya manek maneki ashalam ta ekasha da.
Any of the new guys feel it? Okay. And that was just a little example. I mean, when you really, really build this, guys, it's for everybody, old and new alike, and I don't mean age. You can really kick with this if you get going. I can't do it yet without reading it because I get tongue-tied. But you can really get it going. We used to do it with rhythm sticks in the ancient of days. We'd actually, have a stick that we'd pound to keep, the group on tempo and to pick it up so they get it. We haven't tried that. Maybe it would help. I don't know. We go. Uma tre ina e kasha Uma tre ina e kasha Uma tre ina e kasha. Pause. Then you'd go. Ire sharadi keshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mahayana treyari manekahi hahura haramaya manaki umare treina ekasha. I mean, you could build it faster and faster. It starts to tell you something. When you start going really, really fast with the Son 2, 3, and 4, you start to hear language, not just sounds. It's really interesting. I'll try it one more time. Let's just do it really, really fast. You can do it with me if you want. Real fast, though. Just start with ire, okay? Ire sharadike she tamira pranachi manu ekwe dakuki mayana treyari manekai hahura haramaya manaki. There's a language flow there that starts to happen. And I don't know, I just got bristles down my left side. I don't know, for some reason, I just got like the hair stood up down my left side and right on my neck too. That was strange. Anyway, this one, you can play with this, at home or whatever. And the more you work with these tones, what you're doing is calling on each of those rays to activate in your shields and in your DNA template and in your atoms and in your consciousness. The more you use them, the more they will activate. The more you activate those rays, the more they will be able to hold more of that frequency, and the more frequently you do it, eventually they will be able to hold in an on position. You're turning on little scalar waves right now with these tones, but they're so used to not being turned on. As soon as the stimulation stops, they shut down again. Eventually, if you feed them enough, they will stay open and stronger and be able to hold more and more and more energy. And when that happens, what you're doing is holding more consciousness, holding more of you in body, holding more frequency. That's the process. And the tones, the sacred tones, are such a huge part of it. And they're fun. It's really cool. There's one thing they didn't give me yet, just reminded me. I still have the translation to do on the last part.
The last slide, you can explain what happened when it went. You just went into it. What did you do with the idea?
Oh, this last line? Right. All right. Yeah, it's actually like after you generated the flow, the wave flow that's happening with that one, at some point you might want to get out from under the seal you created. That's where you end. And yeah, it's almost like a seal where you got the movement going here, and this is actually spoken, which changes the movement, and it like seals it on the bottom so you can step out from under, and your waveform stays. So that's what it is, and it's Ashelam Ta Ekasha De. 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 Da. All right.
I'm sorry, but on the re, Ma'ayana, Treya, re, I know I've gone back and forth between re and ray, and I'm not sure, but if that's re, then the third cathartic tone, is that ray or is that re? Like Reiki?
That was another one of those, like the de, that we had been flipping back and forth on. Technically, it's a ray. It's a ray sound. That's not a sound that comes normal to our lips in the English language. It's like a combination of those two alternatives. It's somewhere in the middle, and usually people fall into one or another. I always fall, when I'm singing it, I always fall into the Treya Re. But it's not a hardy. It isn't re. It's re. Re. It sounds like an alien sound, like re. Yeah, like Reiki. It's not ray. It's not ray like Reiki, but it is the word that they were aiming for with Reiki, by the way. But it's re. It's a very strange sounding syllable on my lips anyway. I feel like an alien. Re. But yeah, you were good to point that out. A lot of people flip with that one, flip back and forth. Some say re, some say re, but it's really re. Yes.
On the singing it doesn't go, we did it two different ways, prono-chi and prono-chi, so which one does it? Does it go down or does it?
You can actually, what you're picking up on is the overtones. See, once you get the bass rhythm to something down, there's a bass tone. We usually get the bass tones first. Then there'll be an overtone, and people who are keyed to overtones, who are running more Manet frequency, will actually probably start to hear them and want to go there with them. That's okay. I will do them sometimes, where you'll hear me, the group is doing one thing, and I start doing another thing that blends in a very odd sort of way with what the group is doing. So there are bass tones, overtones, and resonant tones to all of these. These are the main bass lines. If you begin to hear, like you can go up or you can go down on that one. With a lot of these, the melodic pattern isn't like set in stone, make one wrong shift and you're going to blow the whole thing. It would take a lot of change in the melodic line for most of them. Now, there's a few exceptions, but most of the ones that we use, there's a range, a variance that's okay. Just like with human beings, we don't all sound the same inside. Our sound grids are all similar, but uniquely different. So the songs have always left room for that kind of movement within them, which means if you stay on the basic melody line, you want to go higher here, you want to go lower there, you hear an overtone or a harmony coming through, you want to do that, do it. Okay? So there's more flexibility. I know that sometimes the E group and stuff gets into things like it has to be to the letter, like it has to be just perfect, and do I go up or do I go down? And it's like, well, pick one. Well, tell me how it's supposed to be. Well, it can be either. Oh. Yes?
A twofold question.
Okay.
You indicate that you should move out from, I don't know how to move out from the sound when I finish. How do I do that? How do I move away? So, and if it does fall to pancake, do you have to go all over again? Or?
Basically, it falls like a pancake and it runs into the ground. So you don't got one anymore. You need to set another one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you can't pick it back up and say, oh, yeah. Stay. All right. When we get into the salutations, when we do the salutation, because we're going to do that tonight, we'll play with that a little more, because we haven't talked too much about that in the trainings that we've given. But it's getting more and more important to be a little sensitive to those kind of things, so we will. It's like a movement that you can actually stand still and disengage. That's the way to do it first. You'd actually stand still and disengage, and get yourself to the point where you can feel the disengagement. And then you ever so gently move the body away. You can feel a disengagement with the sound frequencies and the wave patterns you've created. And you can feel it. Once you start to sensitize, realize that if you point your attention here, you can find out this information. You can tell if your patty fell on the floor or if your pillar's standing. And you can tell when that moment is, because there's a moment. When it hits its perfect oscillation or its perfect vibration, it's standing. And you're in your perfect vibration, it's kind of like, oh, you both hold your breath. Okay, how do we separate this union without you falling down? And there's a point where you can feel it, where your field lets go, and it has been created as an independent being. When we do these, we create beings in sound, co-create them with the cooperation of the God consciousness that's in the rays. Okay. 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 I'll take just a couple more. We're going to get...
in that light, and is it okay to stay in it?
To be... Oh, yeah. It's fine. What can be fun is to do sitting seers as meditations and just build them and build them and build them and then just sit there and bask in them. Because what you've done is you're bringing those primal life force currents right there in a tangible form that you can feel. Breathe them in, hold it, embed them, breathe them back out. It's like a little quick healing thing you can do for yourself. It will also increase, if you have higher sensory perception, bless you, activated already, like higher sight or sound or any of that, it will increase those abilities. If you don't have them yet, it will begin to give you those abilities, because those abilities everybody has. They're just sleeping in most people right now. So it's a wonderful form of meditation. But always, if you're going to do any kind of meditation, until you learn Technique 8, run your Maharic seal, because your Maharic seal creates the protection frequency around you. Because you can start calling in stuff, but if you're not running the Maharic seal, there's other things that could attach to some of those sound tones of the lower frequencies. So run the Maharic seal, then do the seer, and you can have some fun. But once you get to the techniques for tomorrow, the Technique 8, you need to, like, for 4 to 6 weeks, you need to use the earlier techniques to build enough frequency to hold Technique 8. Once you do, you don't have to do Maharic seal anymore, because it stays up. All right? Yeah. Yeah, I bet there's a lot of people glad on that one, you know?
So three, is it Treya or Treya?
Actually, that probably should be written as a big A. It's Treya. Treya. Yeah, it's another one of those. It's halfway between Treya and It's not... How would you pronounce it as a small one? Treya. You'd end up with the I sound almost. Treya. It's not Treya. It's like a try. It's another one of those weird sounds that sound weird in the English language because they're not something you're used to using. It's like a try. Try. There you go, nuts doing this. Okay. Say it where it feels right for you is what it comes down to. It's not a huge hard A, but it's not a soft one either. It's a try.
Also, in speaking these, there are some of us, me and some other people that love to sing harmonies.
Yes, that's wonderful. That's what I was talking about before with the overtones and resonant tones and middle tones and things that'll come in. Yeah. In fact, they add power to it. Yeah. What it does is bring in the sub-frequencies. All of them. Like it just fills out the form. Yeah, eventually, we had the Omeda had actually a bunch of parts that were supposed to be sung together. The Omeda was one of the first songs in Anahashi that we got. And we got through the 3 verses okay, but doing the 3 verses with their bass tone, overtone, and resonant tone, we never ever got that going in the group because it was really complicated. It's really hard. So they all have that stuff. And if you get harmonies and you want to do harmonies, do harmonies. Yeah, it's okay to do that. But when you first start, activate it as you've heard it. Like do the first one so you get your bass tones in first. Once you've activated your bass tones, or if you use these a lot, then it's okay to even start with overtones. But if you're just getting into the work, use the bass tone sounds first because they're the easiest to activate. They're the lowest vibrating, so they're the easiest to activate in the system, and from there you can build. Okay, if we're ever going to get the technique true, I better...
Is that radio body now? Is that radio body now?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. How are we on time? 6:30. I'm trying to plan when would be the best time for dinner. There's probably going to be the quickest crash course on radial body anatomy that you've ever heard. All right. Now, the word radial body, if you'll remember, I've spoke about it before when I talked about the 15-dimensional time matrix and how it creates 5 sets of 3-dimensional systems, and each of the systems could be perceived as like an egg of energy that has like a skin around it, and then there's a bigger egg around that one, and a bigger egg around that one. I've said before that the 3-dimensional elliptical sphere, or egg, of one harmonic universe, the 3-dimensional aspect of it, dimension 1, 2, 3, or if it's dimension 4, 5, and 6, that is called the Huva body, which means tritone light sound body. Around the Huva body of a harmonic universe, there's what really looks like an energetic tissue capsule that is a magnetic repulsion zone. It is that capsule that, because of the particles it's made out of and the frequencies they carry, it keeps a separation between 3-dimensional groups of units of energy that have different angular rotation and particle spin. That tissue capsule around the Huva bodies, you have one around the density 1 body, around density 2, density 3, density 4, density 5, and they keep going up too. On density 5, that's primal light fields. There's also one around the primal sound fields. Our universe has the same structure. Now, it's called the radial body capsule. Inside of it, you'd have a Huva body, which is a 3-dimensional, tritone, dimensionalized grid. The Huva body capsule itself is composed of specific types of units of energy. Mejans, or what the units of energy are called, form the inner layer. Mejans form what's called the miage field. And interestingly, the word miage is the word that our word mirage came out of originally. There was a lot more to mirages than has come down in our history. Now, the trion field is the outer layer. It's made of trion units. And out here is made of rayon units, and not rayon the fabric. rayon units. All right. Now, the muon units, the miage field, is the inner vibrational level. It's the Ire, the carrier of the Ire force, so it's made of Ire energy. It is the sound expression of the radial body. So you have the sound on the inside, well, the radial body, the Huva body at the center, but the Huva body skin, its first layer, has the sound. The tryon field is a carrier of the Manet force. That would be the light. That's this one. All right? And this one, this outer area, is the void field, the Manu field, the still point field. When the process of ascension, you can look through this later if you want. I'm not going to try to go through this because I'll have to be flipping back and forth through a whole bunch of different graphs to cross-reference. If you want to study that intensively, it's in your material if you want to. You don't need this level of detail right now to get where we need to go, but this level of detail can be very easily translated here. This is why I put this graph up primarily. This is something called the transduction sequence. External hologram projection of space, time, and matter. This is how our holographic experience gets projected. And it gets projected that the radial body is distance is implied by what you can watch it do to things you can see, but you can't see what's doing it. All right, so anyway, it goes through the trion-Miash field and through the radius lines that connect the trion-Miash field to things closer to this level of manifestation. There in the radius lines, it turns into Mayan and Dian ionic particulates. From there, it goes into the strong and weak nuclear force and electromagnetism. This is how the primal life force currents step down and transduce from the things that our science says don't exist into the things they do know exist. Okay? Strong and weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, quarks, muons, mesons, subatomic and atomic particles, and antiparticles. That goes into blueprint translation into the nuclei, molecules, elements, compounds, and chemicals. Then the chemical DNA template and the chemical lens of the manifest body form. And from there, once it's in the body as an elemental chemical reality, the life force currents manifest as the hologram. And the reverse of that was simply read the line backwards. This is how your hologram goes away. And this is funny because remember the inhale and exhale and pause? This is when you're exhaling. All that happens every time you exhale. This is when you inhale. It goes backwards. Right? All right. So it's the most important thing for now to understand about a radial body, and there's a lot more like small type stuff that you can read in your book about the radial body. This radial body tissue capsule is actually it becomes the holographic screen that we breathe energy out from. We take the energy out of it, put it back in our template with whatever thought we had in our head, and exhale it back out. It is all around us. We each have a personal one. All of our personal ones are within the planetary radial body. And we don't just have one. We have one surrounding each three-dimensional level of our anatomy. So does the planet. This is what keeps Earth in density 1 and Terra in density 2 as two separate planets. Now, when Earth someday fully ascends, what will happen is the tissue capsule around density 1 will dissolve, and it will merge with the one around density 2, bringing the dimension 1, 2, 3 into expansion, and where it becomes part of dimensions 4, 5, and 6. That's what the planet can do. That's what an ascension planet is, a planet whose template is still capable of holding all of the subharmonics and frequency bands that will allow it to do that, and that's what a person is. Your bodies will do that. This is how you would take this body and expand it to become your soul body, and you would find yourself on Terra in density 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. What's interesting is we're in the process of that right now. It's not as if it happens overnight or in 3 days or in 3 months. Poof, I popped up on Terra. Now, if you got good at it and you could, control the DNA, you could do that. You just pop through the stargates and, literally you would be doing this. Whenever you activate DNA to go through a stargate, what you're doing is dissolving this radial body and moving into the next one so they can all blend. But, okay, all right. Anyway, I got a lot of company tonight. This is not usual. They don't usually hang around. There's 3 or 4, and that's different than usual. Usually, it's just Ma'a that hangs around. He's like the main Iani speaker right now. He's one of the main mentors. But there's 3 others that are hanging out behind him. And they're trying to get me to move. They say I'm very talkative tonight, for me. All right. Now, this one, again, is a bit clearer version of the transduction sequence we just talked about. Okay, the primal life force currents are coming in here, right? Now remember, there would be a whole level to this. There would be a whole sets of levels to this, like from source all the way down. This is just our immediate, close to home part of this transduction sequence. But you would have the universal level. Let's just take our 15-dimensional time matrix, okay? You'd have the universal level, then you'd have the galactic level, then you'd have the solar system level, then you would have, finally, the planetary level, and that would get you to here. And that's just in one 15-dimensional time matrix. Above that, you'd have the Akasha, the Akasha Aya, the Akasha A, and the Akasha Aya worlds that also had that whole thing. So it would be a big, long diagram. It's enough to give you the idea, though, that the primal life force currents come into the planet, okay, through the planetary cathar grid. They come in through the planetary cathar grid. They come in, actually, from the galactic, through the solar shield. This is how they enter the planetary cathar, is through the solar shield, which means the shields of the sun. Okay, they would enter. That means that any solar system is actually fed primal life force currents through the shields and the Merkaba fields of its sun, or the two suns, if it's a binary system. Right? So the sun is actually where the frequency steps down and comes into the planets in our system and enters the planetary cathar grids. Goes through from the solar shields and into the planetary shields. And these little funny things here are planetary Keelan crystal body thought form. So it goes from being raw energy as consciousness, moves through the planetary shield scalar template, and begins to change. It becomes first the Keelan crystal body thought form. It actually goes into, part Chi, part K, part Cum. As it passes here, it's part Chi, then it breaks into polarization, part K and part Cum, then it gets to build up to be Keelans. Then it moves into the planetary Merkaba fields, where you have these Keelan units and things spinning around at different pulsation rates. There's very specific spin ratios. The spin ratios are supposed to be, of a Merkaba, are supposed to be the same as the part Chi phasing ratios, like how fast the part Chi units phase. Remember we talked about part Chi, where they break down into part K and part Cum, and then they phase back and go back into unity. Well, there's very specific spin rates that govern all of that. And if you change the spin rate of Merkabas, or the relationship with one spinning at this speed and another spinning at that speed, what you're actually doing is changing how fast and how much energy of what type is coming in to a form. Now, this one on top is naturally supposed to be the electrical Merkaba. That's the one that would take frequency this way. It would take the antiparticle frequency this way and spiral it, supposed to be clockwise, in to the form. While this one, the one on the bottom, is the magnetic one that would take particum units, which are particle units, and spiral them counterclockwise, up and out of the form. There's an inflow. There's a harmony of energy movement that is supposed to exist within a natural Merkaba field. Right now on the planet and in our bodies, what's happening is, and it's really funny, because talk about thinking humans are really stupid, there are teachings on the planet right now that are teaching you to run this one as the female Merkaba. It isn't, it's the male Merkaba, it's the man-A, but they're teaching you to run it in reverse. And they're changing the spin ratios. They're teaching you the bottom one is electrical. It isn't supposed to be. What that does is pull energy out of the form completely. That's a vampiring Merkaba. Now, there's a specific ratio of spin that they're supposed to have to each other. It's 11 2/3 magnetic to 33 1/3 electrical. So there should be 33 1/3 clockwise rotations for every 11 2/3 counterclockwise rotations. This would give you the perfect balance, the divine blueprint balance of antiparticle and particle energy within a form. When you mess that up, you mess up the matter itself that forms upon templates that are holding this kind of Merkaba configuration. We are bringing in way too much right now because of the ratios they have going. We're bringing in way too much particum energy, so we're getting denser and denser and denser. Our matter on this planet is getting denser and denser. It's not supposed to do that. If it kept doing that, the planet would eventually implode. It would be an imploding system. Now, anyway, when it comes to the transduction sequence, it goes from the Helon level into planetary Merkaba fields, then into what's called planetary axiom template and axiom lines. So the planet has axiom lines too. Planetary axiom lines are the vertical lines. If you think of the Earth, let's say, and it has, you know how people talk about ley lines, right? Well, ley lines are horizontal. Axiom lines are the vertical ones. Same thing in your body. You have main vertical feed lines, and then you have smaller ley lines that run in your body, except they're called meridians in your body, and then you have smaller diagonal ones. But the main feed lines are the axiom lines, and they're, you know, closer to the demanifest side than the manifest side of the template. Well, the planet has them too. The planetary axiom lines and its template moves from there into the planetary Hoover bodies, the vortices, and ley lines. So the energy is moving in, goes to the axiom lines, the main feed lines, then into the planetary Hoover bodies, the three-dimensional light-sound body, into the vortices. Well, planetary vortices are just big chakras. All right, so the planet has chakras just like people have chakras. They're the energy processing systems that circulate energy in and out, and they all have this type of configuration where you have, again, now look at that. See the connection between these two forms? If you pulled this down through this one, it would form a Merkaba, right? This is a planetary vortice. Wherever there's an electrical vortice, it implies there's a magnetic one. Wherever one's pulling, it implies there's one on the other side of it pushing. Now, most of the vortices, the way they work is they stretch between here, this universe, and the antiparticle universe. So whatever is pushing energy out into our system is pushing it out from the antiparticle universe. And whatever is, that would be feeding our system from the antiparticle universe. And the ones that are taking energy out of our system would be feeding it into actually the next density level up in the antiparticle universe. So there's this whole connection that we don't see when we think about chakras or vortices. That has to do with a feed system between particle and antiparticle. It's a balanced system, just like the Merkaba is a balanced system. And at the center of every chakra and at the center point of every vortice where it connects to its antiparticle double or its opposite double, there is a crystal seal. When a crystal seal opens, these two merge to form one of these. Inside one of these Merkabas, there is a bubble of energy called the form constant, right? Little radio body forms. So when you open a vortice, when you open or activate a planetary vortice, you allow the pieces to come together like this, so it forms a Merkaba, and a form constant space forms in between. And what that forms is a portal. Now, ones that go vertically, up the harmonics, up the density levels, are called stargates. Ones that go horizontally and diagonally are called time portals. All right, they all are time portals. But the big ones, the stargates, are the ones that allow you to move from one density level to another, which is a bigger achievement than moving horizontally or diagonally. You can go diagonally into in fact, a lot of the races from the black hole systems have found ways to run the diagonals on the stargates or on the smaller portal systems to create wormholes to interface with their own. The diagonals are kind of weak. But it takes very specific coding to go through stargates, full stargates that are on the vertical. So anyway, this is part of the natural structure of the planetary body, and it's directly connected to your body. Okay, so we get to the point where we're at the Hoover bodies, the three-dimensional body, the vortices, and the ley lines. The ley lines, again, are the horizontal grid lines, energy running lines that run around the body. Okay, go from there into the radial body, okay, the planetary radial body, which is literally that tissue capsule skin that keeps this planet sealed away from its counterpart in the next density up. All right. The radius are energy distribution lines that take, again, we've been moving from like Helon energy. It started with part of K and part of cum that broke down, part of K that polarized to become part of K and part of cum, moved through, became Helons. They keep changing form, going down the scale. You know how we have the different particles, that one chart with the atom on it, showed you that there were different types of protons, neutrons, and electrons, and they were called different things on each density level. So there's a transmutation that takes place where the energy slows itself down and the particles change form. But they all are basically either an electron, a proton, or a neutron from one of the dimensional levels, like one of the density levels. So anyway, the energy is coming in, the primal life force currents coming in, transmuting, stepping down the 15 rays from one type of particle to another. It's into the radio body and radius. It does it again. The radio body and radius break the energy, the kilon energy, down into myons and dions. And this is the point where the energy begins to manifest as the solids. And some people refer to these as the platonic solids, but there's actually, they teach that there's 5 platonic solids. There's actually supposed to be 12 platonic solids. And because so many things are turned off on the planet here, even the elemental kingdom itself is mutated. The chemical kingdoms here are mutated. All right? And this gives us what we see as Earth. Now if you keep going, from the energy keeps transmuting from the manifest Earth, we draw Earth in from its core, actually, into our Cathara grid. And it goes through our what's called tribal shield. Now the tribal shield is the part of our shield and our DNA template that corresponds directly to the race imprint. Why we all have variations, but we all at least know, or think we know, we're humans. All right. The tribal shield is a species shield. So all rabbits, even though there's many different kinds of rabbits, would have a core template of very specific mathematical coding. All of them would be built on the Cathara grid. But when you get from the Cathara grid, then you can start playing with mathematical arrangements of three-dimensional sets of part I, part K, and part units. So our tribal shield, we have one, is what connects us directly to the Earth grids and to each other. You could also look at it as the race morphogenetic field. It's where the 100th monkey syndrome, why when monkeys on one island that never get to meet monkeys on another island, one island monkeys wash potatoes, and before too long the ones on the other island are washing potatoes when they never did it before. That kind of thing. It's because information and consciousness spreads through the tribal shield, through the race morphogenetic field. So it goes from our tribal shield, which is part of our DNA template and our shields, into our personal shields, where we have our Maharic shield, and the smaller ones, the Maharic shield, the Turic shield, the Daretic shield, and the Telluric shield. And from there it goes into our personal crystal body, or our thought form body. See, thought forms are made of chelons, which are crystallizations of scalar waves, three-dimensional crystallizations of scalar waves, made of part I, part K, and part cum. So when we think of thought, we are creating crystal body templates. Okay? It goes from the Helon form, as a thought form, into the personal Merkaba fields outside of us and the little ones inside of us. Goes into the active DNA template, which is the part of the shields. They're actually in the same place, but it's the part of the shields that directs the formation of the chemicals that will compose the DNA. And it goes from there into the personal Huva bodies, chakras, and meridian lines. See, and when chakras here was vortices here, Huva bodies, vortices, ley lines. Personal Huva bodies, chakras, and meridian lines. Same thing. Yeah. See, our planetary Templar and our personal Templar are direct reflections of each other. We're a microcosmic reflection of the cosmos and of the planet. Okay. Goes from the meridian lines through the radio body. There's that skin capsule again. And the radius, the little energy conduits that break the energy down into actually myons and dions again. And then it goes into the chemical DNA in body and the elemental forms in our body and manifests, projects outward on every out-breath into a literally filled out in particles rendition of whatever the template was. Now, the primal life force currents come through, and whatever we have in our mind gets picked up as a template. Gets bounced back out. You might not see it the first million bounces. Right? But eventually, if you keep energizing that particular thought, that particular pattern of crystalline chelons, you'll give it enough energy where it will manifest itself outside of you, where you can see it. If we're working, which we are right now, with systems that have miasmic distortion. Miasms are antiparticle buildups in the particle field that are created by reversals, all right, reversals in the scalar template. They will change. It's like having a weird-looking little no sign in what you're trying to manifest. So if you have a DNA template, which we all do, and it has a distortion in it, right? If you have a Merkaba that has a distortion in it, these distortions are coming because there's distortions in the Cathara grid. That's where we've literally been hit at the core of our template on this planet, where it's planetary Cathara grid distortions that reciprocally manifest right into the personal Cathara grids of everything here. From the Cathara grid, it manifests all the way up through every sequence, which means this is why, say you want to create a green ball, and here you think a thought, and you send it back, green ball, green ball, green ball, comes back, green, red square, got a red square instead of a green ball. How'd that happen? All right? That's basically what's happening. If you're lucky, you might get a red square with a green circle on it. You know what I mean? This is why we've lost control of our manifestation process and don't even realize we're making it happen anymore. We don't even realize that we're manufacturing our hologram as we go along because it seems like somebody else's nightmare. Who created this anyway? Right? Now, we're going to begin the process of healing that. All right? Say that's the distortion. That's just a representation. But it's a thing that's manifesting from the Cathara grid level, from the planetary Cathara grid, which means it goes all the way through all these levels of the planet. Then it manifests in all of these levels of us, including our manifest hologram. How do you get rid of that thing? Well, what's really neat is you can use this thing called your head, your mind, to do it. Now, somewhere in here, there is a graph that I wasn't going to use, but I think I might. Do I have that even in there?
Which one? Where are you going?
I had one of the little guys that showed the...
Oh, yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah, okay. I usually don't touch this one, but I'm getting moved to do this one tonight.
This one at the top?
Is this one? Yeah, I think this is the one. Okay, it's just the little thingy on the bottom here that I want to show you. Okay. Now, what's interesting, again, here's the radial body, okay? Here are the first, the three-dimensional levels of the Huva bodies, right? The D1 body, the D2 body, and the D3 body that together create the Huva body. And here's the levels of the radial body, capsule, okay? You have the Miage field, you have the Trion field, and you have the Rayon field out here. Now, what's this weird little stuff? There's a layer of something called the Eros, which is the living life force current that moves, a living current pulsing through the body. It's been shut off, actually. It's been partially shut off because of our mutation. It's like a film of liquid light in this way that exists between the D3 mental body and the first level, or the Miage sound level, of the radio body. There's a whole process that's explained in this that I wouldn't even attempt to explain this. I might read it to you, but I wouldn't attempt to explain all of it. There's a process of thought, what thought does. It's in your books, it's in the writing, and there's quite a few small typed pages on it. But basically, there are diagrams throughout this whole series of them. They show you how you think a thought here, and it creates a template that when you inhale, goes all the way back through. It sets it in the core template, goes all the way back through these guys, sets it in the core template, and then when you exhale, it brings it back out here again, and you begin to see it build up right in here. The mental body begins to see it on the two-dimensional level out if the mental body is at D3. You start to build up forms. Your thought forms start to become reality through the inhale and the exhale because you're moving energy. You're using, every time you inhale and exhale, you're using your Merkabas. You're taking energy in and projecting energy into the hologram and projecting the energy out of the hologram. There's a whole bunch of really complicated stuff that's in this, that if you want to go further with it, go for it. I can't even, I understand it, but it's one thing to understand it, and it's another thing to try and articulate it while teaching. And I'm not going to try to do that because I think I would do it a disservice, where if I cover it and do it a disservice, you might figure, oh, we covered that, so you won't read it. I would rather you read it the way it came out in the translation, because it's as close to pure as you can get. You know, what I do when I speak things is I step it down. You know, I remember quite a bit of the detail on most of the things. Some of the things are horrendously detailed, but I step it down by speaking, which means it's at a higher frequency with more complexities and things and more information when it's in written form directly translated from the CDD plates. That's what this information is. So I would suggest reading it. It's fascinating on the thought process and what your thoughts are doing, how you create something called memory tiles. This is where you get memory from, where you find out something very important about the radial body. The radial body is actually your memory matrix. And if you have a distortion in the radial body, or somebody does something to your whole template that creates a distortion in the radial body, it messes with your memory matrix. And that's what's happened to us on this planet. The planetary radial body was messed with. The planetary radial body, part of it, is already identified by science. They call it the magnetosphere. It was altered from its natural state of what it was supposed to be, and in that alteration, it created a radial body distortion. They're one of the worst types of distortions you can have, because you have to go all the way back to the template to get that to happen. So they're in the Cathara grid, the distortions, but they manifest as distortions in the memory matrix, literally, the planetary memory banks. And that means everything on this planet has the same, that distortion will manifest itself within the Cathara grids and the radial bodies of everything on the planet. Right now, we've been being fed since 25,500 BC. We have been being fed, artificially forced fed, the memory matrix from the planet Nibiru after it fell, which has been progressively putting reverse matrix coding into the planetary grids, which has caused a 2/3 reverse spin on the planetary Merkaba. It didn't start with this planet. They did it to the sun first. They got partial control over solar Stargate 4, and from there, they went into Stargate 3, Universal Stargate 3, which is Earth. And this is why we're here. This is why humans were sent here and indigos were sent here, to fix the problems here. So this kind of thing can't happen anymore. Because once the divine blueprint is reset and the planetary grids are healed, there is a natural protection. There's an allowance, to a degree, of how awful Source will allow things to get. We don't have to let it ever get this bad again. But boy, did we learn a lot in the last 250 billion years with this little healing experiment. So anyway, there's a whole section in here that would probably be fun to read, a little challenging maybe, but also fun, where you start to find out what your thoughts are doing every time you think one, and where your memory tiles are hanging out, and how you can change the memory matrix. It's like the Matrix movie, in a way. Anybody see the Matrix movie a couple of years back? Yeah. I had to walk out in that. It freaked me out. I was like, oh my God, it's too much like reality. Help. I don't want to know. I was still like debating on whether I really wanted this job or if I was going to just be white, love, and clueless and pretend I didn't know. But it showed how, like literally, digitally altering a being, you could create a whole reality field that wasn't even real. That's what has happened here. What we've been living the last many thousand of years isn't even anything to do with what's really going on. This is our wake-up time, and it's kind of exciting. Okay, what do we have next? Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think I'll pop to that quick, and then to the inner. Yeah, I'm going to do these guys quick, because I want to get to Vecca codes. Or actually, no, I want to get to Merkaba. Where'd the Merkaba ones go?
Back up behind this stuff, it's right here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd like to do the Merkaba first.
First?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do the Merkaba first. We'll go from radial body to Merkaba. And there should be a couple there in Merkaba.
You want this close to that text, or just the...
You want what? No, not for... It's hopeless.
Back here, then.
Yeah, it's behind there. We're getting our Merkaba diagrams. Here we go. Yeah, I'll use that one and that one. See that one there? Yeah. Okay. Now, here's that mysterious word called Merkaba. The Merkaba fields. Okay? Now, for people who are newcomers to this, I don't know if you've heard of the word Merkaba before, but it's basically referring to these two, they're basically two counter-rotating, meaning one's going clockwise and one's going counterclockwise, spirals of energy. They're actually supposed to be spirals, but right now they're shaped like what's called star tetrahedrons, which are two tetrahedrons put together, one this way and one this way. That is a reflection of a base 8 field distortion, actually, when it's pulled with that extra point that sticks out. Technically, they're spirals like chakras. They're spirals of energies. You can put different geometrical relationships or mathematical programs in them to have them take on different shapes. And right now, it's not a fully unnatural Merkaba, the base 8 Merkaba, the 8-point, we call it Merkaba. It's the beginning of forming the full Merkaba, which is a base 12 Merkaba. But what's not natural is to have it fixated where the bottom part right now in our Merkabas doesn't spin. And there are teachings out there right now that teach you're not supposed to spin the small little Merkabas that are at the tailbone and the base of the spine. That is the phase lock that is keeping us locked into the mutation. Now, what the Merkabas are supposed to do, the Merkaba fields, see there are Merkaba spirals, which would be one of these, right? A spiral. Two Merkaba spirals form a Merkaba field, but that's not yet a Merkaba vehicle, which is something you can travel interdimensionally with. For a Merkaba field to become a Merkaba vehicle, it requires full activation of the shields in both of the densities, the one you're going to move from and the one you're going to move into. If the shields can't fully activate, the Merkaba can't fully activate. If you look here, this is the telluric shield. Remember the dimension 1, 2, 3 shield where it comes out? The Maharic shield's the one down here, right, the big one. But look at this at the top. This is the top of the bottom Merkaba, right? It actually comes out like you're standing in this big paper cup, right? With your shield guiding it. Now, if your Merkaba is spinning in the wrong direction, it implies that your shield is spinning in the wrong direction too, which implies the currents in your body are running in reverse mathematical order to what they're supposed to be running, which is not good for your health or anything else. Now, these the form of the Merkaba is interesting. The shields and the Merkabas go together, basically. The shape that the waveforms of the shields come out as are directed by the shape of the Merkaba, but the Merkaba is also formed by the shape of the shields. You see how you have the smaller shield up here, that's the Doretic shield that comes out at the heart chakra. And there's this is the first level. If you were just beginning to build it, you'd have your small electrical spiral, which is your male spiral, which is the clockwise spinning one, which is the one that feeds in antiparticle frequency from the antiparticle universe. Now, Merkaba goes in phases, where when this bottom part here all by itself is supposed to spin, it's supposed to be a magnetic one, because right now our system is the particum universe, which is the base magnetic universe. So our bottom Merkaba would reflect that. We're supposed to have a counterclockwise spin on the bottom Merkaba. This part is called the Nethra phase Merkaba. The density 1 Merkaba, dimension 1, 2, and 3, is the Nethra phase Merkaba. Now, each dimension, remember how we talked about dimensions, and each dimension has 12 subfrequency bands in it, right? That means this Merkaba would be made of 3 subfrequency bands, each one with 12 subfrequency bands in them. Now, to get this Merkaba to be able to blend with its natural one from density 2 that would be on top, you would have to activate all of those 3 frequency bands with 12 subfrequency bands in each. Right now we're running a base 8 mutation. We can't activate subfrequency bands 9, 10, 11, and 12, which means we can't actually form a functional interdimensional Merkaba vehicle. Yet there's teachings out there that they're lying to people, telling them that, oh, do this, make your Merkaba do this, and you'll be able to travel in it. They're not going to be able to travel in it. But what they're doing is using the human body as a vacuum pump to suck energy out of the planetary grids and to suck energy back right through out of the human body and over into the black hole system. So there's a lot of lies going on out there about Merkaba mechanics. And I hate to tell everybody on this planet, hear me, and off this planet, that the being named Thoth is not the only person in the universe who knows Merkaba mechanics. He is, however, quite a master at twisted ones. It's very important to begin working to manually reset this, particularly with the frequencies that are coming into the planet on the 27th of May. Because what they will do is phase lock it, which means lock it into the reverse spin where it won't be able to be fixed anymore. That's already starting right now. But there's still time left, particularly if you generate enough frequency through the activations we've been given, the new ones, the Eros flame and the Amareya flame activations. They will progressively allow us still to be able to get the Merkaba spin in the right way, which means get our DNA sequencing to move in the right way, where it's not reversed. We will be able to begin the process of expanding the radial bodies, where the density 1 radial body can move and expand into the density 2 radial body, and that can expand into the density 3 radial body. To get to inner Earth, if we ever wanted to visit, or if we never needed to, we would have to go all the way up to minimum of dimension 11, because there's 11 Stargate interface with 11 Universal Stargate 11 here interfaces with their Stargate 3. So there's a 311 connection. That is the absolute lowest point you can enter that system. That would mean we would have to have basically a D12 level Merkaba, or a D11, 11.5-ish Merkaba to get through. That means we'd have to dissolve the boundaries between the density 1, density 2, density 3, and density 3 radial bodies. They would have to expand into the density 4 radial body. If that would happen, that means you would create what's called Mahanta Akasha Merkaba, which is a 12-point base 12, a 12.12 plane base 12 Merkaba field that looks different than this. This is the baby Merkaba, that if it was running on its natural way and the spins were right, it would be the first part of the Merkaba that would form, but then it would expand from there before you could actually do full interdimensional travel. You could go diagonal with this one on certain limited portal courses. You couldn't go directly vertical through a vertical Stargate because it can't handle the full jump through the Trion Miage field. It can't, because it doesn't have all of the 12 subfrequency bands in each of its dimensional frequency bands. It wouldn't be able to fully release the seals that exist that hold the two radial bodies apart. So what we do in this course is we are learning how to reactivate the Akasha Merkaba in our fields, the 12-point, which we'll look at before the end of tonight. We'll look at the Akasha Merkaba vehicle. It's really an interesting shape. It looks like a big umbrella. But it has, instead of, now these right now carry, they're supposed to be full spirals, but they're not. They carry these planes here. Okay, it's hard to see on this diagram. I've been wanting to pull these out. There, you could do like 3 diagrams from this one picture, but I tend to throw a lot of information on one page, and this one is a little visually confusing. But this is showing the different phases. I'll show the phases of Merkaba on the other graph because it's clearer. But I want you to see this too here. Now these shields, right? Here's the shields. They're kind of like wobbly looking, but at least you get the idea. Maharic shield, the telluric shield, the Doradic shield, the Turic shield. And here's the Rishik shield, the Rishaic shield that runs this way, the vertical one. What's neat is there's another one that flops around and can do, it's what's called a tri-vector shield. It means, now this particular type of Merkaba, and when these parts of the shield are activated, it has, primarily, it's 2-directional. It's a bi-vector Merkaba field, even with the Rishik shield activated. The Trivaca makes the Rishik shield so I could actually spin and take on not only one axis, not only another axis of travel, but it can take on the third axis of travel, which is the one you need to get into the stargates of the inner ecosystems. All right, we'll see that later when we go into the echo maps, and if we don't get all the way through that tonight, that's all right. There'll be time tomorrow to move that with the shadow stuff too. But that's actually, tomorrow is supposed to be the dance for love whole thing, but we'll probably start it tonight. But we'll discover that the way the stargates line up in the template, the cosmic template, that there are axes that run horizontal, there are axes that run, horizontal, axes that run horizontal, that's horizontal, that run vertical, and then there are the diagonal axes. And it is in growing your Merkaba to the point where it can take on diagonal axes that you will be able to move into the potential of actual bodily ascension, or at least visitation. I mean, you can visit and go back. You're not stuck up there once you ascend. But that is the angle you would need. You would need that third axis to be able to visit in the inner Eka systems. The inner Eka universal systems are wonderful. They are based on hardly any polarity compared to what's here. The polarity is exaggerated in the outer worlds, which are called the Veka systems. The inner Eka systems are the systems that the original unity, let's say the idea for a universe in unity consciousness, was stationed. They still have some issues sometimes, particularly in the lowest Stargate areas of their universes, because they're still dealing with interfacing with systems like ours, where things try to attack them when they open their Stargates. But these are systems that have twice the power, actually, frequency power, that our systems here do. And beings are basically 12-strand avatars or higher. But you don't have to have full 12 strands activated and sustained to live there. There's later in I think it's in the Dance for Love part of the course, we get into what strand activation level you need to actually live into Earth. It's one thing to be able to activate temporarily all your 12 strands so you can do an Akasha Merkaba, pop through, and then unpop, right, and come back. What do you need once you get on the other side to be able to live in the atmosphere of frequency that's there? So there are ratios, and it's really not too bad. Basically, between 4.25 and 4.5 strand activation level is required. Now, 4.5 would be all of 4 and half of strand 5 activation. Right now, most people, like I said, we're on 3 to 3.5 strand activation for the last many thousand years. So we've got a bit of work to do. But with the activations we're being given at this point, that work will go very quickly. I keep wondering what it's going to look like. I mean, I've seen bumps come and go on my head. I've seen cracks form in my skull. All sorts of weird little things that, they come and go. The crack stayed. Didn't do any damage, but it stayed. It looks like a vein in my forehead in certain ways. The light hits it, but it isn't a vein. It's actually a crack. So anyway, I'm going to show you the next phase, the next page, that shows phases of Merkaba vehicle building. These are the beginning stages. You're still building. These were given to us before they let us in on the secret of the Akasha Merkaba. All right, because that's like the secret Merkaba. You can go in this type of regular Merkaba, the small baby one, that even if it's filled out fully with 12 subharmonics each, there's still, the radial body levels aren't fully integrated. It still could hold, it still needs more frequency before it can take on that third axis. What it can do is it can go a bit vertically up and down within the 12-dimensional scale if it's fully activated on 12 subharmonics at each level. It can also go horizontal to the parallel systems, but what it can't do is do the full diagonal shift in angular rotation of particle spin. See this? The Merkaba angle directs the angular rotation of particle spin, or the axis of your particles spin on. So when we shift Merkaba axes, we're actually beginning the shift of our particle spin. We've been phase locked into one Nethra phase, Merkaba, for many thousands of years now. What we're doing in natural Merkaba building, there's an interesting correlation here too. See this little funny looking diagram over here? This is a representation of, let's say, the 12-strand DNA template. Okay? You have strands 1, 2, and 3. These correspond with dimensions 1, 2, and 3, which means its activation of all of those, and each one of these has 12 base codes and 12 acceleration codes, or 12 base tones and 12 overtones. Right? This corresponds with that. 1 with 1, 2 with 2, 3 with 3. When these all fully activate, and if all 12 subharmonics, there's 12 of each, and each would form a harmonic. So there's basically a set of 12 pairs, I think that came out right, that corresponds with dimension 1, 12 subfrequency bands. That's what the strands are made out of. This is what your DNA template is made out of. Dimension 1 has 12 subfrequency bands. Your DNA template, strand 1, would have 12 sets of these little codes, and later we'll get into fire letters and things like that. But for now, just see the Merkaba correspondences. Strand 2 would be this. Strand 3 would be this. When you fully activated these, you would start building this part of the Merkaba, activating this more. Now, this will always send frequency down to you. It will send antiparticle frequency down, where it's actually sending it over from the parallel universe, but you don't need to get into that right now, the way, how they interface this way. But this part, this top part, which is the electrical spiral, corresponds to strands 4, 5, and 6. These are the soul strands, okay? When you fully activate these strands, what you've done is fully built this Merkaba. And once you get that Merkaba fully built, and this one's fully built, and you get the spin rates right, where they're spinning in the right ratios, these move together. They pull toward each other. And this one, because it's stronger, actually moves, the electrical and magnetic charges move together, and this one shifts up, and it forms the Merkaba vehicle. When the Merkaba vehicle forms, that form constant in the center forms. It actually forms here, where this one comes down a bit, this one goes up a bit. The form constant forms, and it creates or recreates a radial body around your body that takes you right through the planetary or galactic radial body, so you could get into the next density level. That would be 6-strand activation. That would be soul, identity level integration, density 2 integration. That is called Hala phase Merkaba. It's a 6-dimensional Merkaba. A 3-dimensional Merkaba is the Nethra phase Merkaba. This one is the Hala phase Merkaba. When you get into integration of the D9 Merkaba spiral, that would be a 9-dimensional Merkaba. That would be the full Kundalini Merkaba as well. Remember the primal life force current's a 9-dimensional Kundalini current? So this would be your density 3 Merkaba. That's called Quatra Merkaba. Then, to form the big avatar Merkaba, which is the one that becomes capable of fully filling out to become an Akasha Merkaba, strands 10, 11, and 12 would need to activate. And then these all kind of like move up together, and this one's not on this graph. This goes up to 9. And, okay, this is what the Oversoul one would look like, by the way, where you have 1, 2, 3 of them up together. Here you have 2 of them together, right? 2 of the tetrahedrons. The Oversoul level 1, density 3, would have 3 of them together. And then there's the Christos Avatar Merkaba, which is a 12-dimensional Merkaba. It's called the Mahanta phase Merkaba. And it's got the 12 points on it. There's one other one above that would go up here in the 15-dimensional time matrix that would go with density 5. And that's called the Rahanta phase, 15-dimensional Merkaba, or the Rishaic or Rishik Merkaba. Now these are just the ones that go this way or this way. These you can turn into ones that go this way as well. And that's what we're going to be working on. There is some more information as far as Merkaba spin rates on each level and all of that that's in the information. But for right now, we don't need to cover that. It's in the text if you want to read it. What we need to do is continue to move on because we want to get to Vecca codes. Oh, is it there? It is there. It is. Let's show them that. Yeah, we've been talking about. A 6, it's a stretched out hectagon, a crystal shape, right? Like a quartz crystal shape. These size proportions are pretty close too, as far as they're not exactly to scale, but they're close. Where you have the smaller base magnetic, it has 6 planes, just like this one. It's the Ire spiral, and that's the Mane spiral. The natural speed of the bottom one is, look at that, I never noticed that before. Whoa, 911 2/3 counterclockwise rotations per trillionth of a nanosecond. TNS is trillionths of a nanosecond, and that's the closest time increment that they said, that they could compare it to as far as our time, our measurement scales go. Up here, the 6 planes of the electrical top Mane spiral, its natural speed is 2,733 1/3 clockwise rotations per trillionth of a nanosecond. This is fast. This little guy is really quick. If you look at the other one, the 8-point one, right, the baby Merkaba, it can go, its natural proportions are 33 and 1/3 on top, and 11 and 2/3 on the bottom. These are lots faster. All right. They also have the ability to move on vectors that are vertical, horizontal, and they can flip and do the diagonals as well. So that means they are capable of crossing into the inner ecosystems, which means they can cross the inner ecosystems to get out of the lower, what are called Veka universal systems, and into the Akasha A, and the Akasha Aya God world systems. These are the God world ascended master Merkabas. This is what they look like in, well, they're a lot prettier, actually. It's a rough drawing. So this is what we're learning how to build. And the interesting thing is learning how to build it isn't that difficult. Learning how to build it has to do with the songs we've been playing with. It has to do with learning to spin the thing that we're actually standing in, like that, invisible paper cup. Okay? And it has to do with the symbols. There are specific symbols that I talked about before, the mathematical codings, that when you use them and you know how to induce them into the templates where they belong, they will activate large groupings of the mathematical scalar wave patterns that will progressively help build in the proper sequence the frequencies you need to begin the activation of this, which will progressively clear the messy stuff. There's only one current that can actually mess with a Maharic seal, all right? That's the D13 reverse current. And that hasn't been strong enough here yet to cause major damage. That's activating in the planetary grids on May 27th of 2003. We are being given the technologies to not only run D12 now, we're being given the technologies to run D12 and the Kundalini and the Kyoshe to activate the flame bodies, what are called the Emerald flame bodies, and we'll talk about those tomorrow. But we need one of these at this point. Our planet needs one of these at this point. There's going to be a separation in the reality fields on this planet. What in the world is it going to look like visually in 3D? I keep asking. All right, I get little clips and visions, and they're not very pretty as far as what matter is going to do when you take one radial body, and part of it's going to be ripped off and fall into a black hole, while the other part is going to get frequency support by the arcs of energy that are going to hold it from falling. And that's called the bridge zone. We're entering the bridge zone. The people who are working the true ascension path, the path of evolution that actually rekindles the original Christic divine blueprint. We are in the path of the bridge zone. And after that, you can ascend from the bridge zone. We need one of these to form around the portions of the planetary fields that are going to go to the bridge zone. And the first way to do that is to get it formed around ourselves. Because the more of us that are able to hold that form, the more we will be able to protect portions of the grids and get them through to the bridge zone. There's a lot more complicated technical stuff to what's going on in the planetary grids. There's things that happen on March 23rd, that created the Plan B issue. We used to be on Plan A, fix it. We're literally on Plan B, evacs right now. And I keep saying, well, that's just in case it goes bad, right? And Ma'a just smiles at me with a lot of love and compassion in his eyes toward me. A part of me wants to know, and a part of me is afraid to know, I think. I'm not afraid, but teaching it is what I'd be afraid of. If it was really going to go into pole shift or something, if it was going to be really that bad, or, oh my God, they're really going to take a group of us off as the reseeding committee, this is one of the potential agendas of Plan B. It's not because the Guardians want Plan B there. It's because things went poorly in relation to the negotiations with the races from the fallen matrix. And they have the power of the beast at their disposal. And they are activating that beast. And its frequencies of the blue sword of Archangel Michael, his blue sword, that's the D13 reverse current. It was hid under that whole story that people are running around getting their blue fire sword initiations and stuff, getting zapped in the Archangel Michael chambers and those kind of things. These are the Metatronic initiations. Our planet is going to go through its fire sword initiation beginning on May 27th of 2003. We can protect ourselves and large portions of the planet by learning to build this in our fields and learning to build the Amaria flame bodies, which are literally in your auric field, it takes on what's called the Akasha shape. Now, this is called an Akasha Merkaba. Might as well show you what an Akasha looks like. Right? The Akasha is the symbol code as well. Now, this isn't the most perfect version we have of it. It's the right drawing. It's just a little lopsided. As straightened them out, and we have really nice ones. Now, this particular code, and I wish we had the nice Mylars. We just had it sent out to get a set of transparencies with these. These, Az did them beautifully. He did them all like perfectly with measuring them out and everything, and did them in color. And they were sent to Kinko's, and we didn't get a chance to pick them up before we came out here. So they're still sitting back at Kinko's in Florida. But for now, this will do. And we do have available, there's cards with what are called the Veka and Eka codes. So what you're seeing right here is part of a group of symbol codes that are called geomancies that are actually mathematical geometrical programs that hold and direct the mathematical realities of scalar wave interaction within the planetary shields. We have the Akasha. In fact, large portions of our templates, our scalar templates, are built on the Akasha. When we begin to activate those portions of our templates, it enables us to begin running the subharmonics of the Kundere, the Kirishe, and the beginnings of the frequencies of the Akasha universe, which is the one above the inner Eka one. The frequencies run through the inner Eka one and down to us in our universe. So working with the Akasha symbol code, there's a very precious symbol. And working with them isn't too hard. Now, the center of the Akasha, this one little part right here, see it over here on the side? Get my back to you guys again. This is a really rough drawing of it, but it's this thing, okay? See, there's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. These all mean things that we'll get to more fully when we get into the Dance for Love part of it in the Eka maps of the God World gates. Because literally, you can begin to see where in those map structures and in the structures of scalar waves that form the highest levels of the cosmic template, that these forms are reflected in the mathematical codes themselves. So this is one of what are called Eka codes. There are Veka codes and Eka codes. They are symbols that you can induce very easily into your template. One way is called optical pineal induction, which is you use your eyes. Excuse me. Now, you don't use your eyes in just any old way. Right now, our eyes, in the currents, we have energy currents that run through the pineal and through the brain and literally come out our eyes. Right now, they're 2/3 twisted because of the reversals in our Merkaba, in our DNA. So when we cross the eyes, we can blend those two into one stream, which will bring everything back around enough to make it a strong enough current that you can take the Veka and induce it into the pineal, where it will go into the corresponding right part of the scalar shields in the DNA template to begin creating the activation. Each of the symbol codes has a tone, or a set of tones, that go with it. It's like its name, its song. And this one is the one that we were using before, which is Umahe Treinahe, and its name, Akasha. See, the names as well are also part of the toning. That's why a lot of times people, when they start to get spiritual, they get very uncomfortable with the names that they were given, that they didn't pick, that was given to them when they were a baby. That's because there is a significance in a name. There's a lot in a name. It's a tonal vibration that you're allowing yourself to be defined by. And that's why one of the things we do, like with the baptisms and the ordinations, we do that with them too, don't we? Yeah, we pick the names. We say, go pick a name. If you like the name you got, fine. But if there's a name that you feel expresses more of who you are, you have a right to use that name. And it's really more of your true name than anything somebody else decided to name you when you popped out and they didn't even know who or what you were yet. Once upon a time, a parent would never, ever, ever insult a child coming in by picking its name. Parents, first of all, knew they didn't have babies and they didn't want them. And they knew exactly who that person was going to be, because the baby coming in would tell them, hello, I'm so-and-so, I'm from this particular frequency band, this is my name, call me this please. All right? You would get it. You would telepath with the child. It would be an insult and a disrespect to the child's soul and the God self within the child for you to inflict another vibration on it unless it asked you to do so. So, when we think about, oh, I feel guilty because Mom and Dad would be really upset if I change my name. I know Mom likes it, but I don't like it. You know, you have a right to, at least within your own world and the people that you're with. You have a right to be who you want to be and who you feel you are. So, just like symbols have vibrations, sounds have vibrations, names have vibrations. And it's the vibrations that speak the reality of the energy that's flowing through them. You know, if your name's George and you feel like you're a Peter, or you feel like you're a Paul, or you feel like you're a Mary, you have a right to use the frequency resonance that you feel most comfortable with. And you'll notice something too. You may decide, oh, I got it. I know this is my spiritual name right now. Watch what happens in about 2.5 years. Maybe faster. Well, I was that, but I grew bigger now. And your name will change. We really have a sonic translation of our vibration, or AKA name, on the soul level, the oversoul level, the avatar level, the ascended master level, the inner Eka level, and then start all over again on the Eka Akasha level. And then, yeah, we've got lots of names. What's in a name? Lots is in a name. This is why when you try to think of, like, what do you call God? Just frequently would be a good idea. You don't need to call God anything, because God is all things, and there's so many names and vibrations within that one vibration. If you just focus on the one vibration, you might be able to have a clearer sense of the vibrational communication than you would if you were trying to use this name or that name. You don't have to call your God Jehovah, and you're not going to hell if you don't. I really hate to tell the Jehovah Witnesses that. I have told them that. Doesn't make them happy. They tell me I'm going to hell. I tell them I'm already there. What? 5 minutes to break? Oh, okay. We're not doing too bad, are we? We're almost ready for 2, right? Yeah. Okay.
We've still got the technique 2 to do, but we're not going to do that before we break for dinner.
No, we can't. We'll do that. You know, the gentleman over here had a good suggestion, too. Maybe we could do technique 2 toward the end of the night, once we have to move everything anyway, instead of moving it twice.
It's looking like it's heading that way anyway.
Yeah, that would work better. Okay.
So, on the back of...
All right. All right, now, I just want to show these quick. And since we've got 5 minutes till our said break time, our dinner break time, and because there's a good idea that I think will work better is doing technique 2 along with some of the other techniques from the Dance for Love program once we get there toward the end of the night, like right at the end of the night, because then we only have to move stuff once. Because otherwise we're going to have to move it and then bring it back so we can sit down and listen again, then we're going to have to move it again. So I have a feeling that was a very good idea. There's a gentleman over there that suggested it. Thank you. Okay. All right. These guys... And we'll work with these right after we come back from the, yeah, okay. What we'll do right after we come back from the dinner break is to begin to work with these and talk a little bit more about them and then work with them, do the techniques that go with them. These are the high Vecca codes. They're called the high Vecca codes. What we found, it was really funny. We got these in pieces, right? First they gave us this one and this one. Then they gave us this one. Oh, there's another one. They didn't tell us how many there were. Then they gave us this one. They kept getting bigger and more wild, and they gave us this one. Now, each of these has a sound that goes with it. Each of these has a placement in the body, on the body, that corresponds directly to its place in the shields. So, when you want to bring it into the body, that's the place you would put it on your body, to bring that vibration, that mathematical, vibrational speak into that particular part of your shield, to activate it in the shield. So you're not putting these in the shield, and like you have a shield and you don't have these in it. You have them in there already. These are the beginnings of us being able to see what the mathematical codings that our shields are built on actually look like. So you're not putting something foreign in. What you're doing is reflecting back to your shields what's in there. And that reflection stimulates the vibration, and you use the tones that go with it, and it makes that same pattern that's in your shields already vibrate. And when it vibrates, it begins to bring in the frequencies that it's keyed to. All right? So, it's really nice that a lot of the I won't even call it theory, I won't insult it. a lot of the things that we teach that I won't call theory because I know they're not theory, even though science would like to argue with me. Even though, oh, geez, you did it again. All right, I quit. Sorry, I just got interrupted again. He said, just shut up and keep going. All right. I guess I was going on a tangent that was going to take us well past our designated dinner time. I felt that coming, too. But I've never had so many interruptions in one workshop before. I really haven't. And it used to really bug me. I get, because I was really embarrassed to, like, especially with new people, to let them know that I talk to people that you don't see. Huh? Yeah, I really do. I've loosened up with that because it's the reality. I do. And you can see these people once you get to be one-dimensional level, complete full-dimensional level above their station, where they're stationed. You'll be able to see them physically. They are physical people, is what it comes down to, but we don't see them physically here. Anyway, here we go. This is another code. It's called the Ayahea code. Well, we will be working with this one, too. The techniques are not that difficult to use. They're different forms of either putting it on the body to induce the pattern in, or using the optical pineal induction to put it in. Or then it can be wacky, like Az and I, and just for the heck of it, we got you talked me into it. We got them tattooed. Oh, won't do that again. But we did. We got the one tattooed on our tailbone. And this is what spawned the idea of those little wash-off tattoos, right? So for people who want to do round tables and who are playing with salutations where you would actively, put these on the body, because it's hard to draw them. To try to sit there with a pen and, okay, I want to induce this into my left foot, to sit there and even, what are you going to do? Get your templates out to make sure your circles are straight, because if you alter it too much, it's not going to be the same mathematic. There's, a leeway, but it's, you can't, like, make what's supposed to be a circle an oval, or a hairy broken line or something. So we actually have them in small tattoos, removable tattoos, so people can play with them if they want to. When we come back, we're going to do the techniques that go with these. What these symbols particularly do, the Vecca codes, they're not just keyed to, they're not general geomancies, they're specialized geomancies. General geomancies are keyed to or hold the mathematical program of each dimension. Okay? Just like the Cathara centers, there would be a symbol that went with each Cathara center that was the representation of the mathematics of that specific dimension. What the Vecca codes are, these are the radial body codes. All right, these are directly the codes that hold the programs for the radial body, the density 1, density 2, density 3. And there's a really interesting thing that we'll learn in the Dance for Love part of the program. And we learned all this before we ever got to that. So, well, these are cool. Well, what are they connected to? Where you see where they fit. And there's a sequence of them. These control the opening and closing of the radial body capsules. Now, if you can work with opening, like literally helping, manually assisting your radial body capsules, and while you're doing the other stuff that's directly affecting the DNA and directly affecting the template behind it, the Cathara grid, you're actually hitting all these levels at one time. You will get the fastest activations possible. And what's nice when you use the symbols that are part of the divine blueprint, you're activating things in the right order. You're not going to bring in a high frequency that crushes the scalar waves of the templates below it. There's a divine order and a sequence that's supposed to be used. These mathematics that are stored within the Vecca codes and the Eka codes above them hold those sequences. So they regulate how the interdimensional frequencies will come into the body so you don't hurt yourself. So you can't hurt yourself with these codes. Now, what the Dance for programs are is the beginning to work with the Vecca code systems and the levels up in the Akasha level, which are called the Eka codes. First you need to open the Vecca codes, then worry about the Eka codes. But we actually move them at the same time. Like we use the Akasha all the time, even though that's an Eka code. What's going to be interesting is the Vecca and Eka stuff. It's all going to come kind of like into a full circle when we get to the Dance for Freedom. The stuff, that's the one that's been introduced in November in France. Now, the things that we're going to learn tomorrow are actually supposed to be part of that program, but we need them now because of the May 27th thing coming up. It's going to teach us how we're learning the pieces now, and we can learn a few things to do with these now that'll begin the activation of the VECAs in the system, which is you're doing radial body activation. Is what you're doing right now. You are literally activating your hologram, your holographic skin that you're walking around in. All right, very, very powerful. When you combine these with the techniques they gave us that are part of the other program that they're giving us early, this is going to be really cool. We haven't tried it yet. They literally just gave us these other flame body activation techniques. They gave us some of them in Bermuda, and then the last part of the Bermuda ones they hadn't given us yet. They said you had to use the first part, and then you couldn't use the other one for 4 to 6 weeks anyway. So we just got the stuff you couldn't use for 4 to 6 weeks. There's going to be a point where these two programs dovetail together, or they come in together in the Dance for Freedom, where the flame body activations and the VECA codes are going to be shown how to use the VECA code technology at a very fast, rapid level with the flame body technologies. So this is the beginning where you can become familiar with VECA codes. Tonight, before we leave, we're going to have some more talk, but we're also going to do, well, as soon as we get back, we'll do these, not this one first, the other ones with the other funny symbols on them. We'll do the Akasha, which is, I believe, Miage field reprogramming, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. The Akasha one, which is the teardrop shape one, that code corresponds with the Miage field of the radial body, which is that inner layer of sound. Then you have the other, the 5 high VECA ones that correspond with different things, but they are used to heal and reprogram the outer trion field, or the electrical field of the radial body. And then there are other codes that work with the Manu field, which is the rayon field around them. So we'll begin working with the radial body clearing. Because what these do is if you have distortions in the radial body, which you will because you have distortions in the DNA because of the Cathara grid and the planet, it will begin to clear out on the radial body level, which means it'll start to restore your original memory matrix. So it's the fastest way to begin working with your memory matrix and also start to get some more control over your thought manifestation a lot faster. So after dinner, we have that to look forward to. Are you just tired of listening as I'm talking? Boy, yeah, you're hungry. Yeah. Okay, what are we doing, an hour? Is an hour enough? I hope you all had a nice dinner. Anybody tired? Sometimes I wish I could sit there and listen to me, you know? Okay. Anyway, as you know, we've been playing with the schedule tonight, what to fit in where, that would be the best sequencing. And we were hoping to do technique 2, which is the salutation where you're up and spinning before we went to dinner, so everybody, new people especially didn't, maybe feel nauseous or something after spinning on a full stomach. Well, we worked this out. It's actually, according to the original plan that I'd had, what I'd originally planned was to do Dance for Life today and Dance for Love and whatever was extra from the contact course tomorrow. Now, Dance for Love doesn't take very long once it's on the back of Dance for Life. It's when you have to start Dance for Love on its own that it takes a full day. So the best way to work this is that if we finish the Dance for Life tonight, and at the end we'll do the technique 2, so we'll actually do technique 3, 4, and 5 of Dance for Life before we do technique 2, but we'll do all of them before we leave this evening. There's a little bit more I'd like to speak about this evening that has to do with the DNA template, with what are called fire letters, so we understand where those words fit in relation to all the things that we've talked about. And there's one graph that we didn't put up that's one of the standard ones. The people that have been around for a while have seen this a million times. The reason I'm putting this up, we've already discussed the chakras, but, no, where's that little pointer? I use that pointer. Okay. But this graph also shows the things I'd mentioned but didn't point to, which are the crystal seals. See these little things here? These little dots here. S9, S3, S2, S1, S15. Star crystal seals. Star crystal seals keep human identity and the auric levels dimensionally separate. They control the dimensional Merkaba field axis and angular rotation of particle spin. All right. Now, they're seed crystal seals that are little bow tie knots that hold the chakras in that position, in the bow tie position. But the star crystal seals are the more important ones. They control the seed crystal seals. So it is these little things, the star crystal seals, that when we talk about expanding the density 1 Huva body and radial body, expanding it into where it can merge with the density 2 Huva body and radial bodies. Whoops, sorry. What we're talking about is the releasing of the specific sequence of star crystal seals within the template. Now, they're in your shields, but they are also in the main vertical current of the body, that electromagnetic current that runs up and down on a vertical level in the body. So these star crystal seals correspond directly to the DNA template. And I wanted to show you this, particularly for the new people. I wanted to show you how these things that literally regulate the flow of energy through that main central current, how they correspond to the progressive opening of the density 1 Huva and radial bodies to the density 2 to the density 3 in the process that we call ascension, and how that corresponds to the DNA template. Can we switch to the DNA template diagram, please? Thank you. Okay. This diagram here is a little bit more evolved version of the 12-strand DNA template that we showed you in relation to, remember the Merkaba graph that showed the phases of Merkaba building, and it showed how strands 1, 2, and 3 corresponded to the Nethra phase Merkaba, and 4, 5, and 6 corresponded to the Hala phase Merkaba, 7, 8, and 9 to Quatra phase Merkaba, and 10, 11, and 12 to Mahanta phase Merkaba. Well, those little seals that we just saw on the other graph correspond to these things here. These things are called fire codes. Now, fire letters, we'll talk about fire letters in a little bit, but fire codes actually exist in the scalar shields, in the template, between the template programs for the strands. Now, these strands, the template programs for each DNA strand, are what set the imprint for the chemical manifestation of the DNA chains. These fire codes in between the strands activate only after a sequence of activation, full activation. Now, if the whole strand can't activate, these guys don't activate. They stay locked. But in a normal 12-strand DNA template, strand 1, 2, and 3 would be going through their simultaneous activation cycle, and they'd be progressively activating. And when they reached a certain level of activation, these seals would begin to trigger these fire codes. These fire codes correspond to specific numbers of those star crystal seals that we saw on the main vertical current. So as these fire codes open in the DNA template and in the scalar shields, the corresponding seals in the main vertical current would open in the body, allowing that kundalini pillar in the middle of the body to expand progressively. By the time you got up to 9-strand activation of this fire code, you'd already be able to go 3 densities. You'd be able to go through stargates to 3 densities. Now, if there's distortions in the DNA template strands, these fire codes become phase locked, which means they can't open. These regulate, just like the star crystal seals in the main vertical current they're connected to, the angular rotation of particle spin, which means also the axis of your Merkaba. Your Merkaba can't shift its axis out of this space-time location. It will be stuck in the same axis that this particular timeline in Earth's space-time manifestation is locked into, as long as these can't activate. Now, the fire codes in the DNA template, when these activate, this is what initiates a process called DNA strand braiding, where the coding that manifests chemically in the chemical DNA from the strand template 1 begins to blend with that from strand template 2. So these chemicals and these chemicals co-combined when the seal releases and begin to create different chemicals. So the DNA begins to change its characteristics. It is through these fire codes that celestaline manifest, the elemental celestaline manifest within the hydrogen bonds of the chemical DNA. So the process of building Merkaba, the process of activating your shields, all of that process of integrating your higher identity, which you get a fringe benefit of being able to go through stargates once you can do that, all are connected to activation of these fire codes within the DNA template that allow for chemical braiding of the DNA strands. These are what allow for the specific relationships of chemical braiding through which a natural type of internal fission and fusion can occur, where electrons become protons and protons pull into the nucleus and become neutrons. And literally there's a very, very rapid but very complex process of internal nuclear fission and fusion that creates, through it, is created the celestialine wave, which is a wave of a transient element that comes in, totally changes the orientation of the hormonal relationships in the body, and it prepares the body to turn itself into its Merkaba field. And it's like if you're traveling in a Merkaba field, where'd your body go? It turned into the Merkaba field. Literally, the matter that you're made of here turns into scalar waves, the light and sound template, and it merges with the Merkaba field itself. The Merkaba field, as a transdimensional or interdimensional light-sound vehicle, can then traverse the repulsion zones, which are the radial body skin capsules between the densities, and they can expand one into the other, into the other. So the chemical DNA is directly connected to all of the things we've been talking about. It's intimately connected to the Merkaba field, to the shields. All of these things go together. This is one of the things that I find amazing about a lot of the, quote, ascension programs that are out there right now. They don't teach you anything. They teach you a lot of mumbo-jumbo about what incantation to invoke what lord of what karma, or what higher ray being can control your life for you. But they don't tell you any of the simple, basic things about how the parts of your anatomy fit together to be able to create the natural organic process of ascension or Stargate passage. Spiritual mastery isn't something that was reserved for just spiritual masters. Everybody was supposed to have that. It's our birthright. It's a birthright that we've been denied for a long time. As we begin to understand how these things go together, we begin to at least get a fundamental conceptual base for the mental body, the Dimension 3 mental body, to begin to direct its energies and the energies of the D2 emotional body and the D1 etheric and physical body, which includes your molecular, atomic, and elemental kingdoms, into a supportive framework. That's what we're going to do when we get into tomorrow, into the shadow body. It's kind of fascinating. It's like first you learn that you have these templates that the self that you know is anchored within. But we're going to find tomorrow what the secret is to this human mess. Why have humans been at war for so long? Why have we been plagued with disease and misery and lack on this planet for so long? Are these natural conditions? Is it maybe just the product of what happens in a universe that is created by a big bang that nobody really designed in the first place? It just kind of happened, where pond scum eventually evolved to walk on two legs and became humans? You know, the scientists tell me I don't make sense? Come on. This makes a lot more sense than the concept of pond scum somehow colliding with other molecules and evolving itself without any purpose or reason or design into several stages, perhaps fish things first, and then the fish grew flippers, and the flippers became feet, and then the feet walked on land and somehow stretched out to be these things that first were apey-type things and then became humans. Now, that's a real theory, all right? That is a theory indeed. That's guesswork. When you're looking at the symptoms of something, and you don't know what the something is, and you try to put together the pieces to make sense of the something that makes no sense. All right. What we're teaching makes a lot of sense. Tomorrow there's a couple of sheets. We won't spend much time on them, but for the people who don't know the history, we have a lot of the history. But there's two basic sheets that sum it up, that explain the progression of the Leviathan force. The Leviathan refers to the tribes of hybrids that came from the bioregenesis experiment that was attempted in Atlantis, that were born out of the Locust races, which were the Neanderthal races, which were a mutated animal form that the Anunnaki had created as slave labor. Our Darwinian theory all comes out of that. So this is explained too. The things that are called Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon and those pre-Homo sapien things were not our descendants, but they were created and they evolved through having a gift of portions of our DNA. But our DNA did not come from theirs. Right now, it's kind of amazing. Science here doesn't recognize yet the degree to which the magnetosphere affects DNA. Right now, we have most of our DNA turned off. We have all the portions of our DNA turned off that if it were turned back on, it would show beyond a doubt that we are not connected to apes or monkeys or any of that stuff. What is turned on right now are the similarities in the templates, and what is turned off are the places where the differences showed, where an angelic human being looked very, very different in DNA than did, say, a cherry tree or an ape or a monkey. Right now it's really funny. There are actually, I think, like cherry trees and a couple plant forms and a few like really small animal forms that have more chromosome count than human beings do. Human beings are supposed to have 144 chromosomes, born of the 12 strands of DNA. There's a lot of things that eventually, hopefully, will be known on this planet. Right now our science tell us, oh, we've done the gene mapping. We've got the map of the human genome. What they have is a map of the human genome mutation, but they are looking at it as if it is the real thing. Therefore, anything that deviates from the mutation appears to be a mutation, and the mutation appears to be the norm, which is frightening. Fortunately, there's a lot of plans around that human genome project, by the way, that was tied into a plan by the Anunnaki races, that when they finally staged their introduction and let us all know they were here, they were going to use that evidence to show that we were their children, that they created us, we were their lab experiment, they're our creator gods. And it is a lie, a big lie. So, at least now, for a while, the truth is around. We can take it or leave it. But if we look at the things that are happening in science, and we compare the things that we're being taught through the guardian races, it's amazing how things keep coming back here, where the guardians will say something, give us a dispensation off the plates, and explain certain things, and they seem like really far out there, like when they talked about the sonics and the trade centers falling down. Well, somebody's been researching the internet. I forget who it was that gave it to us, but somebody in the audience gave us some sheets that were pulled that explained, it was from the internet, that some researchers have found that during the 911 emergency that took place, that there were spikes in the Richter scale graphs. There were earthquakes that took place before the buildings fell. There's also puddles of molten iron or steel that were found weeks afterwards, still hot, deep beneath the ground. Yeah, that required 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit to melt. Still weeks afterward, they were still melted. What would cause that source of energy? And it's interesting, just little pieces come back like that. There will probably be a day when we see things floating around in the sky, and they won't be Merkaba fields. They'll be metallic craft. Maybe. Maybe they'll be what are called plasma ships, which are another version of, you can have nice ones and you can also have twisted technology ones. There may be a landing scenario in the not immediate but not too distant future where we have other races claiming to be the seed of the human race. These are the races from Phantom Matrix. Some of them may have names like Moses and Abraham. They planted the history here for this celebration of theirs, which was the time when they would take this planet and its peoples down into their finite imploding black hole system. So we could feed them for a while. So they'd have about 2 billion extra years of evolution before their system imploded. It's a big story we're in the middle of, but right now we're being given the technologies that will fire the fire codes, allow the strands to braid. Now we have fire codes and we have fire letters. The fire letters are the individual components of the DNA strands. Altogether, in a 12-strand pattern, there are 144 fire letters. One strand of DNA has 12 fire letters, times 12 is 144. The fire letters simply refer to groups of Kelon codes that hold the dimensionalized subfrequency band patterns into the DNA strand template and into the shields. So there are systems out there right now that are teaching about fire letters and all sorts of lofty concepts that go with them in language you can hardly understand. It doesn't hurt to know there's a basic explanation for a fire letter. It's a scalar wave pattern, a standing columnar wave pattern that's composed of chelons, part chi, part k, and part chem, that are an organic part of the shields of beings, which the shields, of course, are the templates of manifestation, the templates of light and sound, vibration and oscillation. So you have fire letters in the strands, 12 in each, and you have fire codes between the strands that allow for strand braiding and release of the seals in the main vertical current, which allows the Kundalini currents to progressively open so you can run progressively. The interdimensional frequencies, first the 9 dimensions of the Kundalini currents, then 10, 11, 12 of the Maharata currents, then 13, 14, and 15 of the Kirishe currents, which come down in that interesting configuration through the Kathara grid. Remember, we had the diagram up that showed the blue flame current and the violet flame current and then the gold flame coming down the middle. These are all part of our heritage. They're all part of our anatomy. They all belong to us. It's been a long time since we remembered we had these things. But now that we do, and we realize we have a mind, this is what bugs me with some of the teachings that are out there, that poor excuse for ascension teachings. They teach you, oh, you're spiritual now. Don't bother your little mind with things. Don't think. No, just do this. Call on this God. Call on this angel. Say these magic words. Don't worry your intellect. That's just intellectual lower D3 ego stuff. Well, if you expect to get the rest of your higher consciousness into your body, you need to integrate your D3 ego stuff, because all of those higher dimensional fields have to come in through the D3 before they can hit D2 emotional body and D1 physical body. That is another one of the tricks that are out there in the false ascension teachings. They distract you into lofty fantasies of this, that, and the other thing, while telling you not to educate yourself, basically. They tell you to go above the mind. That's only mental body stuff. You're in spiritual body stuff now. As if, like, your mental body was something just like somebody threw in there, like a piece of garbage, that once you ascend, you won't need it. Well, I'll tell you, once you ascend in their matrix, you don't need it, because you don't have a you anymore. They'll direct it for you. All right? In our system, hate to tell you, you need a mental body. You need to be able to think, at least a little bit, and you need to be able to care about the fact that you have the gift of free will choice, which means you can put the energy of your conscious mind wherever you choose. You can put it in a dogma and bow down and kiss the book and crawl around on your knees and wait for the Pope to come and kiss you on the head and really hope that gets you somewhere. Or you can choose to say, you know what? Nothing like time for a change. It is time for a change on this planet. And the time for that change is really upon us. The changes are coming. I'm probably going to be as surprised as you to watch it unfold as they do. There are going to be things that all of us that are on the fast track of evolution, which means the ones that aren't going to get hijacked into black hole descension, those people are going to watch amazing things. The people that end up Metatronicked, as we call it, that end up being overcome by the implants in their DNA, where they go into monadic reversal. Now, monadic reversal would mean the core center. Now, you could almost look at that as point 13, okay, in a 12-strand pattern, where this literally reverses its mathematical coding. And when that happens, all of this does. Half of this breaks off, so you end up with 11 and a half strands, 11.5. And the whole thing reverses mathematical coding. And you literally end up, your consciousness and your body and your energy will go, your template will go where it most closely resonates with, where its scalar wave patterns are most compatible. We've been progressively mutated to make sure our scalar wave patterns and our templates and our consciousness most closely matched the black hole systems. All this because once upon a time we made an agreement to try to help the people who had fallen into black hole systems, to help them get out so they could reclaim their eternal life. Well, you give us an A for good intentions. Actually, in the 250 billion years since the Phantom Matrix was created, there have been a lot of souls that have been bioregenerated and have gotten out and reclaimed their own Christos, divine spark. And it's interesting, those are the most wise teachers of all, because they fell and they crawled their way back up, biologically, consciousness-wise. So they know all the ropes, much more than even a new one coming in that's, pure as the dawn, but has no idea what a fall means, feels like, or does to your being. So there's a lot of lessons that have been learned through those who have fallen. There aren't very many examples of what the Wissadek matrix is in the entire cosmic matrix. It is almost like an absurd anomaly that could occur. The potentialities of it occurring are so small it was almost amazing. I think it was one of those things that sort of said, wow, look at that. Never realized I gave that potential. Oh boy. Yeah. The sad thing about the Wysadek black hole system is that the people who have been Metatronicked in their DNA, which means their natural template has been ripped apart, parts of it taken, another set of natural templates from another system that fell have been ripped apart, parts of each of them taken and forced through artificial Merkaba, external Merkaba technologies, forced into an artificial bond to form another template. But it is a template that has to suck energy from everything around it because it can't draw energy directly into itself internally from the natural primal life force current frequencies. The sad thing about that is you can't repair it because so much of each of the divine blueprints that were originally taken and shattered, so much of each of them have been lost. And then other parts, it's like taking two vases that were shattered and taking little crushed pieces of both, crushing them all up totally to make a new substance and then trying to glue it together to make a new vase. You're not going to put either of those original vases back together. You can hold the integrity of the thing that's held together with glue only for so long, but it doesn't have the structural integrity that either of the originals had. That's a reality that a whole bunch of beings created for themselves. They agreed, they chose to create it. We don't have to choose to participate in it, is what it comes down to. The hardest part about any of this and any of the things that we teach is the fact that it's like if you could have started this 50 years ago, 50 years later, this might have been like common knowledge enough, where it wouldn't seem so big and awful and overwhelming. But when we're sitting here thinking we might have come out of apes and trying to figure out who the experts on our planet are so we can listen to somebody, because we don't know how it works either. To be told that there is a 950 billion year cosmic history that we and our planet are a part of, that our DNA is mutated, that our planetary grids are mutated, and that there are races of other beings from black hole systems that are coming now to invade our world. That's a little big, It's like, I think I'll just go back to the Sci-Fi Channel, because at least then I can deal with it as fiction. If we had 50 years or even 20 to get used to the idea, it would be a lot easier. But the thing is, you might as well get it over with. This is how I made peace with it anyway. It's like, fine, all right, if it's really this big and the issues are that, major, let's just deal with it. I was always one of these people that, don't put off till tomorrow, whatever you can get done today, and get as much of the hard work done so then you can enjoy the rest of your day or your week or whatever it is. So I always try to get the hard stuff done first. That's kind of like, maybe I've been like that because it's just a reflection of the contemporary human and indigo population. All right, get it over with already. What do I need to know? Right? The basic things we need to know are simple things about our anatomy. Now, there's lots of detail on this stuff about your 144 fire letters, and we can take it smaller where fire letters are composed of vector codes, and technically we have 12 vector codes per strand that replicate 12 times. So there's 144 vector codes in each strand times 12 is 1,728 vector codes. Remember the 1,728 manifestations of yourself that you have simultaneously in different time frames? Your vector codes in your DNA and in your shields are your direct Stargate windows right into their DNA templates. We're connected to the rest of ourselves through the DNA template. This is where the karmic miasmic pattern comes from. A miasm is an antiparticle buildup in the particle field that's caused by reversals in the scalar wave templates. Our karmic pattern isn't that we were bad once upon a time and God's punishing us now. It's not about that. It's about the bleed-throughs that begin to happen in our DNA template from the other selves that we have in time that got hung up in maybe a fire sword initiation or got messed up in their thinking and got themselves into things that compromised their energetic integrity. When we begin to activate DNA, which everybody will do in the stellar activation cycle, because the planet's activating, everything on it's going to activate. When the DNA activates and you're not taking a conscious course of working with the structure that's there to heal it as you go, what you end up with is the messes coming up from the other time frames, because those time frames are opening into your consciousness, into your biology, and into your DNA right now, because your DNA is activating. Eventually, and interestingly, there are certain time cycles, There are cycles of time where consciousness kind of points itself on a linear set of flashline sequences so it can experience the progression of linear time. At certain points in time cycles, consciousness has its biggest body. So you have all of your 1728 selves. Not all of you agreed that in that lifetime, in that time frame, you would fully activate your 12 strands. That's saved for ascension cycles. Ascension cycles are Stargate opening cycles. What ascension requires is you pull all yourselves together and get them out of density 1 first, and then out of density 2. These are the time frame bodies. This cycle, because it is a Stargate opening cycle, is where we will have our incarnate selves that have the potential of activating the 12 strands or more if you're indigos. So we can pull into our bodies the consciousness of the rest of the selves that are scattered in time. Selves that might have had other things that they were working out for us in their time frame, things they needed to learn, activations they were trying to do in the body that helped us to get to where we are. It's a really bizarre experience, but you can actually meet other yous. You can actually go through a gate into a different time and stand face to face with another manifestation of yourself. What's really strange is that happens very frequently even now, but most people don't recognize it. We often have simultaneous selves here where you are all the same avatar being. Your avatar and their avatar, you're the same avatar. But you forgot, right? One might live in India, one might live in Alaska, you might live in America, or England. But all of these selves could actually be present. Well, all 1728 wouldn't be present at the same time because they're scattered through the densities going upward. But there are a number of you that are here right now with you on planet. You can, as you begin to work with your consciousness and work with the activations, if you know that, you can start looking for family. And at least in the astral level, and say, hello, I'm feeling really lonely out here because there's this really cool stuff I'm learning to believe, but everybody in my family in my hometown thinks I'm insane, so I can't talk to any of them, right? Your other selves, through the inner network of communication, can provide you with wonderful support because they know things about this too. In their time frames, they may be experiencing persecution for reaching for higher consciousness too. We're never alone here. If we want to be alone, we can be. It doesn't mean there's always somebody violating our privacy. Often there is, but we can stop that once we learn how. But it's nice to know that we are here as an avatar being who manifests itself in numerous pieces because it was so big in consciousness and frequency that you couldn't fit it all into one density, one body. Anyway, the DNA template is what connects you to those parts of yourself, the shields. They are shared shields, but you only share them with yourself. It's kind of neat when you realize, too, that some of yous are male, some of yous are female, and some of yous in the higher densities are androgynous, yes. Oh, that is such a neat form. The original Orpheum human form, reproduction was a riot. Little energy eggs popped out the navel with no pain at all, and they were fertilized externally by energy. We didn't have the same parts. We grew some really interesting parts coming down here. Yeah. And when you're used to being up there for a while, it can be really strange to acclimate. The first thing you have to get used to is like a mouth and teeth. The fact that you eat things and put it in, that's how you get your energy. There's all sorts of really weird things. But we each have a part of ourselves, of our 1728 cells, that correspond to our 1728 vector codes in the DNA template, in the strands, that we have density 1 cells that would be similar to us. We have density 2 cells that are of an etheric, semi-etheric matter density, which means the biology is not just a carbon-based biology. It's a carbon-silica-based biology. Some of those in the higher frequencies or the higher time cycles of density 2 are moving into androgyny already. It's a choice at that point. And there are choices of having gender, literally from D12 on down. Like everything on D12 isn't androgynous unless it chooses to be. But most beings, once they evolve to a point where they've come down, okay, been there, done that, you know what? Non-polarity is nicer. You get along better with yourself and with other people too. Right? So, we We have a lot of really wild, wacky sci-fi things to look forward to in our evolution of consciousness. What's nice to know is that this is our biological handle on the process. We've been promised all sorts of things through holy books from this side of the world and that side of the world for thousands of years now. But you know what? We're all still sitting here. If they worked, you think the planet would be vacant at this point. People have been stuck here a long time. And it's time for that to change. It will not change overnight. It takes work. It took work to get this mutated. It's going to take some work to get unmutated. It took a lot of work of making like dumb choices and really not realizing that sometimes tough love instead of soft love and letting people walk all over you was the way to handle things. We've learned huge things. Now it's time to apply it. All right. So, DNA template, fire codes, allow for strand braiding, allow for radial bodies and hoover bodies to merge in the process of ascension, connect to those things on the main vertical current. There are pieces of the puzzle that I just wanted to show you where they fit. So you can start to get a rounded picture of where all these pieces of things fit together. All of your chakras, all of these things are part of a larger structure of anatomy. That whatever healing system, whatever spiritual awakening system you're dealing with out there, if they don't teach you these other parts, they still don't got it all. Go where all the parts are shown to fit together, and you have a chance of getting a little higher than the other places get you. It doesn't mean you have to reject other spiritual systems. Bring something to them. Take what's good in them and rejoice in it, but don't allow the things that are twisted in them to limit you and to stop you from reaching higher. That's really what it comes down to. One of the things that we teach is to don't avoid anything. Put up your Maharic seal and explore anything you want to. Explore any belief system, read any book. We don't tell you not to read books. We don't tell you not to listen to certain music. We tell you what's in it. And we tell you that if you use your Maharic seal, and at this point it's going to be your flame body activation, because there's some big, heavy, nasty currents coming in on the planet, so you need some big, nasty, good currents to counteract them and heal them. But we are not a system that tries to control you. The system of teaching of the Emerald Covenant is about freedom. It's not forced on anybody. We don't give you guilt trips and say God's going to hate you and throw you in the pit if you don't follow this way. No, it's like, well, you have a choice of evolution. And we even respect the other choice of evolution. We find it unfortunate because we know the difference. Eternal life that is true, where you can master the experience of manifestation and experience all sorts of wonderful realities, compared to a temporary fling in a finite existence that allows you to play masters of the universe and dominate people for a while. What's better? They don't even realize what they're losing. They don't remember anymore. But we do. So we carry for them the sadness of what they could have been and the vision of what they had been intended to be. It doesn't mean we have to fall with them anymore. So, what we're going to get to this evening, I think the grand finale of this evening will be when we do the salutation, because that's when we have to move the chairs and that kind of stuff. But it's just really not fair to not do a salutation on the Dance for Life workshop for especially the new people. I mean, the guys have been doing it for a while, you can play with it yourselves. But it's an experience, especially when you first start. It's a very awkward experience, usually, where it's like you find out how coordinated or not you actually are. We all seem to think we're coordinated when we're walking forward. Some of us can walk backwards and even sideways. But try spinning and toning. When the planetary Merkaba is trying to pull you one way and you're pulling your Merkaba the other way, it's an interesting experience. It's mastered very quickly, though. Most people will find the equilibrium in it very quickly. There's a point in time where, usually in Dance for Life, there are the things called the suriyas, which are actually movements that are done while toning and spinning, that create very specific configurations of waveform when you're building those Surya pillars, the seer pillars. What we're going to do is we're going to do salutation this evening after, that's technique number 2 in Dance for Life. We're going to do that as the last technique. We're going to do 3, 4, and 5, which are in code induction, back at code induction techniques first, because you don't have to move the seats or anything for that. Then we'll finalize with number 2. We won't yet put the suriyas in. We will deal with the suriyas tomorrow night, and we'll deal with all 6 of them together. All right, because there is literally a sequence. If you ever watched, what is that there's a martial art exercise thing that they do, Tai Chi. Do you ever see Tai Chi where there's very specific movements and they're very controlled? They're directing energy. If you could see what they were transmitting through their fingers and through the shapes that were being made, the geometrical shapes, which are templates, that are being made in the seers. They don't remember this. All right? They remember it's important to run energy this way. But the teachings that once belonged to them as well, the You people, they were originally part of the original human 12 tribes races. They were called the You Empire, the people that became Chinese and Japanese and the Oriental peoples. They had parts of the knowledge too. But just like all of us, they've had their knowledge books raped. They've had their cellular memory turned off. So we're all really on this planet in the same boat. Right now we have an advantage. We can't tell who's a hybrid and who's a highborn, which means we can learn to love unconditionally. But there comes a time when it helps to recognize, at least for yourself, if you're a highborn, which is an indigo, a gray line, or human, full human, great. I'm glad for you. That means you have some overlays to clear because we all got them. But if you're a reptilian, if you find when you start to really look inside that you think you're a reptilian, you think you might be born of Illuminati family lines, you think you might have incarnated possibly, worst case scenario, out of the black hole matrix, and now you're here. The fact that now you're here means now you have a chance, while you're still in this body, to make better choices. You can set yourself free. There's an amnesty. Amnesty universal is a promise we need to give to each other and to ourselves when we begin the exploration of finding out who the heck are we anyway. If you can go into that without having to impose an expectation, without giving a hoot, whether you're a reptile, a dragon moth, an Anunnaki dolphin person, an Anunnaki ape person, a beetle person Lysadet, or a human being, or a blue person Maharaji from Sirsby, if you don't care what the outcome is, you just accept and you promise yourself you will love whatever that is and you will take it to its next highest level. That's where you will make progress. And this is where we will make progress with each other as well. There are beings on this planet, and more of them coming in, that are not human at all. They're not gray line at all. And unfortunately, they have a different agenda. They are taking a race of evolution that has part human coding down into the phantom matrices and into the Wysodet matrices. There is still an ability to treat them with respect and love, but also not be stupid and hand your power over to them so they can jerk it around and eventually eat it. There are basically new social skills that we need to learn for the environment, and we're learning those. Now, are they the color ones?
Well, temporary color.
Temporary? We got color ones for the Vecca codes and things.
The originals.
At least they're colored, which is nice. Okay, now there is, that's better, that's better than the black and whites. Yeah, excellent. That again is the Akasha code. Now, before we start the sequence, because what we'll do is we'll probably run from like technique 3 to 4 to 5, and then get and play with technique 2. Because what I don't want to do is keep you here to midnight or beyond, because tomorrow is going to be a heavy day, more so for you than for us. Because tomorrow there are a series of activations that are going to be offered to those who want to participate, the flame body activations. You need to have a good night's sleep tonight. Let your body be. If it's sore and tired, don't worry. The information's still here. It's not going to run out the door on you. You can deal with it later. We were guided when we went back for dinner to not even try to barrel on through half of the Dance for Love program tonight, because we really don't need to, actually. The Dance for Love goes very quick when it's put on the back of Dance for Life, because most of the hard stuff we already talked about, as far as anatomy, figuring out where everything goes and all that kind of thing. Then it's just the echo maps of the God World gates. Before we work with the Veccas, though, with the Vecca codes, I would like you to understand what the heck a Vecca code is. And there's one way to get that across that's the fastest and the clearest, and it's simply to read it as it was translated off the plates. So Az is going to read to you a small section that's in the books. What pages are they on? They could probably read along that way if they wanted to. That's in this book. Let me get it. Okay. It's the one that explains what the Vecca codes are and what they do. So when we begin to play with them, we'll realize, our mental bodies will realize the significance of what we're actually doing, which helps us to actually put more attention and energy into the activation. When we understand why it's important and what it's doing and see, whoa, that's cool. It's not just a pretty picture I'm staring at, right? It's something neat. It really helps. And this is part, just like the history, is part of the technique. Understanding some of how things work is part of the technique of filling in the frequencies of the D3 mental body so it can do its part in holding the frequencies of using the codes. So let me see what page is there. I have the mark. Yeah, 36. That's the one. I'm just going to read from page 36, 37, and 38. It's just 3 pages and it's big type, so it won't take very long. Do you need this book, love? Do you need this? Or do you want to come over here with the mic? Okay. It's just this 36, 37, 38.
All right.
Okay. And this is so they can understand and really get what they do. I have to, you know, it's funny, I have to read this over myself sometimes. What the heck do they do? I know they activate important stuff, right? I got that far. When I'm on a roll of studying this stuff, like, you know, before workshops, there are times when I don't have other stuff like flame body activations on my mind where I can almost recite it verbatim. But there's other times when I have to move it out of my cellular memory to get to the next level. So I go back and I read and say, oh, isn't that cool? I didn't know that. I forgot. Right?
Yeah, you do.
So I hope you enjoy the fact that when you begin to use these, you will know what they are, what they're for, what they do. These are echo codes, and there are also echo codes that are the next level up.
They could read it to us, you know. Okay, boys and girls, pay attention now. Sitting comfortably, we begin. Radio body healing, the Becker codes, DNA and Merkaba. Becker codes. Sorry, I'm speaking British. Do you want me to use American? Becker codes, also called the I Am or the Emmanuel sequence, are very specific symbol codes, each possessing corresponding sound tones called arias and energy movements called surias, which correspond to the cosmic, universal, galactic, planetary, and personal trion mirage field radio body levels. There are 5 categories of Becker codes: the planetary low Becker codes of Manu, the galactic mid-Becker codes of Imanu, and the universal level 1 high Becker codes of Emmanuel, the cosmic level 2 high Becker codes of Emmanuana, and the Godseed Unisci codes of Akasha. Beginning applications of Becker code radial body healing begin with restoring the trion mirage field radial body through resetting the Unisci Akasha and high Becker Emmanuanas and Emmanuel codes through frequent manual direct induction of their corresponding symbol codes and sound tones arias. The most powerful Unisci Akasha codes are photosonic codes, carrying the mathematical programs of the Kundalini current primal sound mirage field and their bridging Godseed vibration rhythms connecting to source. The level 2 Emmanuana and level 1 Emmanuel high Becker codes are photoradionic codes, carrying the mathematical programs of the Trion Mirage Field Kundalini primal sound and Kirashe primal light currents. Consistent use of Becker code radial body healing in combination with Merkabic and Kathara healing applications will progressively clear the miasmic body and heal, balance, reintegrate and restore the divine blueprint within the energies of the phantom shadow self in all levels of the body-mind-spirit system. More advanced applications of Becker code technologies include use of the mid-Becker Imanu and low-Becker Manu codes and the corresponding surias, parens, body movements to direct frequency, close parens, following a period of initial induction and activation of the Unisci and high Becker codes. I'm pleased to see everyone's keeping up. Induction or embedding of the high Becker codes into the 15-dimensional anatomy involves placing the corresponding symbol code sequence, parens, mathematical program, closed parens, over the regions of the physical body that correspond to the appropriate aspects of the Kara level 2's crystal seals grid and level 3 diodic grid. Once the symbol is in place, the breath is used to direct D12 Maharata current through each symbol code and body region. Use of the Maharata current, carrier wave, parens, via activation of the Maharic seal shield, close parens, is required to induce the code's mathematical program into the diodic and crystal seals grid, where the program will then naturally transfer into the corresponding areas of the level 1 Kathara 12-tree grid core template. Once the high Veka and Akasha code sequences are embedded, induced into the level 1 Kathara grid, they are then activated in the Kathara grid by toning the corresponding Veka code area sequence. The longer toning is sustained, the greater will be the quantity and quality of Veka code activation. Mark my words. If you know what I mean. Explore the codes. Get me? Once activated, the Veka code programs travel upward, hopefully, through the stages of the transduction manifestation sequence from the Kathara grid to the shields, into the Keelon crystal body morphogenetic field, then into the Merkaba field, DNA template, and Hoover body, radio body levels, temporarily restoring the Christic Merkaba field, radio body, and memory matrix divine blueprint. Frequent and continued use of the Veka codes will progressively build critical mass of the divine blueprint program we say simultaneously in England, within all levels of the 15-dimensional anatomy, eventually culminating in expedited full restoration of the D12 Maharic shield blueprint within the body-mind-spirit system via the radial body trion mirage field. Damn clever. Calm down. Activation of the Unisai and the High Veka codes within the personal body prior to conducting a Kathara client healing session will cause the facilitator's level 3 dyadic grid to activate, temporarily transmitting Veka code subharmonics. This will cause the minute dyadic chakras in the facilitator's fingertips to activate. If the palm chakras have been activated with either pure Maharata current or a selected triadic phase current delicacy. The facilitator will then automatically transmit Veka code subharmonics into the client's dyadic grid while conducting general Kathara healing applications, allowing the client to benefit from temporary radio body healing support, which will amplify the effects of all healing applications. Over page, last one. A more temporary embedding and activation of the Veka code program can be achieved through optical pineal induction, whereby the eyes are focused for a time upon the image of the symbol code. The mathematical Veka code program enters the pineal seals through the optical currents and 6th chakra, that up here, and then travels for embedding induction through the central vertical current into the body regions and crystal seals grid areas to which the Veka code corresponds. The Veka tones areas are then used to activate the embedded Veka code sequence. In optical pineal induction, the Veka code program loses a bit of frequency, charge, or strength during its travel into the central vertical current. This is unfortunate, but creates a more... It's still unfortunate. Anyway, did I take this? Anyway, I'll begin. In optical pineal induction, the Wecker program loses a bit of frequency, charge strength, and it's still unfortunate, during its travel in the central vertical current. This creates a more temporary embedding and activation of the Wecker codes than that which is achieved through direct induction. Slum it if you have to. Optical pineal induction is useful for daily amplification of the Weckers and for cathara client healing sessions, which we've already pointed out, and planetary grid site work, when used in combination with a full induction procedure employed at least once per week, or once every 7 days, depending on where you live. To receive full benefit of Wecker code radio body healing applications, technique 2, the key ray activation sequence should be fully run at least one time in living memory. Here. Like now, here, now. Like before you forget who you were when you were doing it, otherwise you won't know or remember you have. Technique 2 can also be used occasionally thereafter, if desired, to create intensification and amplification of the primal life force currents during cathara, habit and Wecker code healing technologies. No. Hang on. During, oh yes, cathara, mercubic, and Wecker code healing technologies. Good. Frequent use of technique, what number is it in this one? Anyway, frequent use of the Song of Lyra, Christos invocation, which is a lovely song to do too, seriously, will amplify all cathara, mercabic, that word again, and Wecker code radio body healing applications. Thank you very much. Don't you remember when you were in school and the teacher would pick on you and make you read? And I always wanted to enjoy it.
Anybody have any idea what he said? It was so interesting to watch the dynamics. The content just completely escaped me.
It's funny because, see, what happens normally, Shanna can't do it yet, but she will, I expect. See, good evening, this is the news.
A few lifetimes, maybe. If anybody's noticed, he's the one with a sense of humor. I have one, but it's like, I don't know where I put it. So, what? Tis too. I think we're getting tired. Getting? I was tired when I started off the day at 4 o'clock this morning. Oh. We did good, though. You know that 40-page book that turned into a 70-page book? Well, guess how many pages? It's 104 pages, and it's even bound. The Kinko's people bound it, so we got a sample, so they're coming for tomorrow.
That was another crappy idea from Joshua Green.
He's being facetious, of course. In other words, he's saying, thank you, Josh, that was an excellent idea. I wouldn't have translated that in England, but for an American audience, I figured I better. There's this English sense of humor thing that's really amazing, because it's sometimes hard to tell whether he's serious or not. And it's not just him. It's a thing. I've known a few, not many, but a few English people before I met you, and they actually warned me about the English humor. It can destroy you if you don't get it. Uh-oh.
Once upon a time, there was a place called Atlantis. A part of it happened to be close to Britain.
Part of it happened.
And many of us escaped to that tiny corner of the planet in which we were subject to the most heinous genetic manipulation, which led to the most bizarre sense of humor. Forgive us.
Well, now, that explains it. Thanks for sharing that. I am. Okay. I think I already did 3 times in this life. You were there that 3rd time too. Yeah. It was on the beach. Anyway, did somebody say we were there? Anyway, okay. So I think we've gotten the technicals handled. I don't know. All I know is I was so entertained by the presentation, I have no idea what it said. So if anybody else has that problem, it's there. You can read it. But the reason why we wanted to read it tonight, whether it was done with a bit of humor twisted in it or not, it was the fact that it gives it a D5 fifth dimensional twist that actually hits your 5th strand template. So you get it on D3 here, but when it's verbal, when it comes out verbal, it's being transmitted through the 5th chakra. It's carrying D5 subharmonics. So sometimes stuff is like, yeah, well, it's there, you can read it. But other times, it's good for us to read a bit to you, to be able to give an extra push, a charge, behind those sound tones that are the words. It can give you an extra head start on sequencing things. So that's why I wanted that particular part to be read. So even if it was read to the point of distraction, you still got the frequency. And the words are still there if you need to look at them more deeply. What's kind of interesting is to realize the sophistication of the technology that's behind the simplicity of the technology. It's not very hard to stare at a symbol code cross-eyed and to breathe in and inhale and imagine it going into your pineal gland. Right? Not hard at all. And most people, if they didn't understand most people's mental bodies, because they're rational things, and they do try to make sense of things. If you didn't explain why this is an important thing to do, this actually a technology, you'd think it was such fluff space that you wouldn't actually be able to engage it quite seriously. So we just want you to know there's a huge level of technology behind this. I've been able to translate some of the science, but I'm not a scientist. Just to clarify a little tiny point, because I'd made what seemed to be contradictory statements about my education level. I had made the first night a comment about when I dropped out of college, and I made a comment the second night about the fact that I dropped out in 10th grade of high school. I just wanted to know I did both. This is the opportunity where I wanted to throw this in just because I like to wrap up loose ends, and in case I confused anybody. I did drop out in 10th grade, and when I was supposed to go into 11th grade, I went into a junior college on a non-matriculating basis because I wasn't old enough and they wouldn't give me my GED till I turned 18. So I entered the college thing, took a full schedule with aiming for a master's in psychology, and went through 2 semesters and then dropped out because I had to walk 42 blocks a day in the snow, pushing my youngest daughter in a stroller to daycare before I could get myself to school. So I just wanted to wrap that up, by the way. I was thinking about it last night. Anybody that doesn't know me and doesn't know us could have said, wait a minute, first she says this, then she says this, she's probably making it up. And if you think I'm making that up, I might as well be making up the rest of it. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I did both. I dropped out in 10th grade, and I also dropped out in college because I went to college for 2 semesters on a non-matriculating basis before I was 18. I just became a mommy.
The once-a-week induction, can you use the stamps instead and just like tone them in your car, and does that replace the...
Okay, which once a week induction?
The once-a-week induction, when you put the cards on your body, can you put the stamps on and then just tone as you're doing your daily activities?
Yeah, as long as you got your heart seal activated and stuff. Right. Yeah. There was a question that had been asked about when we're doing the induction, the Vecca code induction techniques. So we have like I was telling you before, these little rub-on tattoo-y things that peel off, that kind of stuff. And she was asking if, say like when she's driving the car or something like that she could put them on where they go, over the body spots that they go, and just do the toning while you're driving, and if that would work. And the answer to that is yes, if you activate your Maharic seal and then put them on in the spots and do the toning while you're driving or, laundry or whatever it is you're doing. Yes, you can create a continual level of activation with that. What's interesting is once we get into Technique 8, where you can hold activation of Technique 8, you can use any of the Vecca code technologies like those, and you don't even have to activate a Maharic seal. As long as you're doing the small sequence of things that go with Technique 8, you could actually just wear the Vekas, and they will continually beam in the mathematical program into the template. So it creates a subtle but constant state of amplified activation. So that was kind of like a question that I wasn't going to touch, but so thank you for asking that. Now, as far as what are we talking about, for the people who haven't tried this yet, we're going to go through Technique 3 and some part of 4. What are we going to do with 4? Are we going to do the whole thing? See, there's 2 parts to Technique 4. Yeah, we can't do Technique 4 exercise 2. No, because there's no room for like people to lay down and figure out what parts of the body all these 5 codes go on. It'll be like 2 o'clock in the morning by the time people figure out where those codes go. And we can't put them on the body right now anyway, because they're still on one page in your book. So what we can do is the first exercise. So we'll do 3 and 4. 5 is a very simple activation of the IHEA code, which these codes run progressively in the height of frequency. We were given the lower ones first, the ones that, I wouldn't say lower frequency ones, but ones that started the first level activations first, and they've been progressively building. So tonight we'll get up to induction of the IHEA code. And again, anybody that doesn't want to do these things, you don't have to. We're not forcing it on you. If there's people who are saying, what is this stuff I'm putting into my system? If you have any weird feelings about it, you don't have to do it. You just put the intention that, okay, I'll play with this, I'll listen to it, but I don't have to do it. I want you to know that you don't have to. And, there's no pressure for you to. It's a thing that you need to feel good about in yourself, or at least curious about. Okay, I'll try that. I feel safe enough. But I don't want you to ever think that we're trying to con you to put something into your system that's not good for you. So trust your feelings with it and move with that. All right, so we'll go through those, and then we'll finally get to the salutation. And I probably will, depending on what time it is, by the time we do that, we'll probably end with the salutation so we don't have to pull all our chairs back immediately and then sit back down and go through the whole ritual again, because there's a lot of bags and stuff under chairs, and once they're moved to the side. So it's kind of also a nice way to end an evening and to prepare for and go to bed and you kind of feel good, because it's fun when you do salutations. You're singing, you're dancing, and we probably, anybody that knows how to do the Sariyas, they're welcome to do them, but we're not going to cover discussion on them until tomorrow, where we'll do all 6 of them together. So that's kind of like the itinerary for tonight. We're hoping to get out of here by 11:30. Honestly. So everybody can get some sleep. We still have a couple of things that I need to get to the printer for tomorrow, that they're supplements to your supplements. So you got a lot of paperwork on this one. You had a whole book. But I want to get that finished. And, so I think it would be best if we wrap up, after we do that sequence. Okay? So you're going to...
This is proper, okay? Don't do that without permission. Well, not at all, sweetheart. So what are we doing? We're basically doing the Akasha and the Ohio induction. So we're not doing the Vekas.
Well, we're doing Technique 1 and I guess we're doing this one first. 3.
Yeah, Technique 1 we're going to do last, right?
Huh?
That's a salutation.
Yeah, we're doing Technique
so
3, then Technique 4, Exercise 1.
What?
Exercise 1, Technique 4. Exercise 1, then Technique 5. And then it'll be time to move the chairs. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes? Yes?
All right.
I'll be back before that.
Are we all settled down and ready to be serious? Because we're going to be serious, okay? I'm not going to play with this. I don't disrespect the Akasha in any way at all. All right, so if you can just begin by focusing on the Akasha code here. Just settle down and hold your gaze on the Akasha, please. And in your own time, but certainly in the next few seconds, begin to cross your eyes until you can see the Akasha as a double image. once you've reached the point where you're comfortable holding an eyes crossed focus on the Akasha, and I presume most people have been able to do that by this point, take 3 rapid breaths. Inhale, and on each exhale, project a stream of indigo current from your 6th third eye chakra at the forehead. This sprays the D6 optical currents into a D12 current to carry the Akasha program into the pineal seals. Uncross your eyes when you've done, relax your visual focus, and close your eyes for a moment or two. Now inhale several breaths of pale silver D12 Maharata current up from the earth core through your Maharic cord. And on each exhale, deposit the Maharata current in the pineal gland at the center of the brain to form a pale silver Maharata ball in the pineal itself. So several deep inhale breaths, pull pale silver D12 Maharata current up from the earth core, and exhale it expanding, creating and expanding a pale silver ball in the pineal. Do this several times. Now breathe gently for a few moments, just relax. And bring your focus back to the screen and focus just on the ruche here. The 2 outer circles with the 12-dimensional points inside. Try and hold a keen focus on the ruche. Draw a deep breath, and on the exhale, project a stream of indigo current from the 6th chakra at the 3rd eye into the ruche symbol before your eyes. Inhale while drawing the indigo current stream with the ruche image attached at its end. Pull it back through the 6th chakra into the Maharata ball in the pineal. If we didn't get the timing quite right, take another inhale and pull the ruche back in through the 3rd eye chakra into the Maharata ball in the pineal. Now inhale one more breath of Maharata current up from the earth core to the ball at the pineal, and use a forceful exhale to push the Akasha ruche encoded Maharata ball out to the right, to the mentor position over your right shoulder. As you do this, visualize the ball growing to the size of a basketball just above the level of the right shoulder, and visualize the image of the ruche as expanding to fill the inside of the ball. Now inhale forcefully while drawing the ball back to a position centered around your head, Then use 3 breaths to inhale Maharata current up from Earth's core to the pineal, and exhale the current outward to fill and expand the Maharata ball. Do this at least 3 times. As you do so, visualize the ball expanding outward from around your head until the ball fully encompasses your body, an entire chakra system. From chakra 14, 36 inches above your head, to chakra 13 in the Earth's core. Imagine that your entire body is now surrounded by a 3-dimensional Akasha teardrop, clear crystal capsule. And the Akasha code photosonic capsule is now temporarily activated in your inner Templar system, and technique 3 is complete. Now, as we've already said, doing this next technique fully and properly is virtually impossible in these circumstances. if you're without any physical means of having the vector codes in contact with the appropriate position on your body, if you didn't use tattoos or some other device like the stamps, then you would use a meditation card for this, and you would move through each of the codes from the biveka through the triveka, the kuveka, dharveka, and the raveka, spending 3 to 4 minutes actually gazing or focusing with the eyes crossed approach, the technique you've just used with the Akasha. You would do that for 3 to 4 minutes as a spell, while actually using the tones that run with them. So what I'm going to suggest is that we'll just play with the tones in a sing-along as kind of way. And if you want to, just, as it were, move from first the biveka to the triveka through the codes. So the biveka is there, the triveka is so, the kuveka, and the dharveka, and the ra. If you just want to gaze at them while you're doing this, it'll probably be the best thing we can do. All right. I don't know what page in your books the tones are that go with these. Do you know what that is, Alexei? What page that is? 43? Okay. So, gosh, I'm sorry, this cold is making me feel very dry. So what we would be doing then is, we'll just do this slowly to get the tune, as it were, set, and then we can just move into gazing at any of the codes, either in your book or on the screen, whichever you prefer, and we'll spend 3 or 4 minutes doing this. Okay. First line. Maharata mueva kirashe esha kusha deja dadru eja ra eka. Okay, back to the beginning, and we'll just build up a quicker and quicker cycle, all right, like we did earlier today. Maharata mueva kirashe esha kusha deja. Okay, stop. Just stop a minute. Okay, there are 2 things going on here. One is, this is a common fault in the way that this is done. When the beloveds gave us this, they gave us it in half-octave increments, and somehow or other, a group adopted a particular style and rhythm of performing it, which isn't the one that the guardians would have us begin with, right? Now, bearing in mind what Ashan has already said, and what I frequently say to E-group people, is that there is a given form, and there are variants around the given form. Okay, I'd prefer it if we use the given form, and if you then move to vary that on a personal level with your interaction with what is not inanimate something, but very animate consciousness, a representation of a being. These things are alive. And when you hold them in your hand and you perform this tune in your private space and you begin to feel that thing feeling you, then you know you're working with the Vekas. All right? To help you do this, the beloved suggested that we use half-octave increments. So you go from a relatively low level of Maharata Mueva and then up half. Kirashe Esha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Ra Eka. Okay? So it's like a little stairway up and a stairway back again. Alright? So if we can try it the way that they've asked us to begin. Alright? And if there's anyone else you know working with the Vekas in a nice way, just point this out to them. We don't have to say, we'll do it this way, all right? Just say, look, the way it was given was to begin this way, and if there are variants that develop afterwards, fine. Okay? So, we'll begin again then, in attempting these increments. Start, I suggest, I have difficulty, start an octave or 2 down from your normal voice so you can reach the higher level, because otherwise it gets to be a strain. Maharata Mueva up Kirashe Esha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Ra Eka. Good. Maharata Mueva Kirashe Esha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Ra Eka. Maharata Mueva Kirashe Esha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Ra Eka. Go on, take it as a group now. Take it on. Go on. And start to move the pace forward as you feel the energy build. Start to quicken it. Now really start pushing the speed. Just stop a minute, just stop a minute. Try and feel, try and bring this to one voice. I can hear different things going on, and I'm sure you can too. Try and feel each other doing this tone. It's very simple, we've only got a few lines to do. Alright? The Kirashe A Sha A. Maharata Mu Eva Kirashe A Sha A Sha A Sha. It's not R, it's A. It's the hard A. You've got a capital A in there? You don't? Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. All right. I apologize, it's the notes I'm using that are different from yours. And these are the very first ones, and sometimes things get changed, so that's fine. All right, so Harsha you want, you can have. So try and, I really want, if I want to achieve anything with you, is to somehow encourage you to feel this, rather than it being here. I want it to be all this. And so you become one voice, one song. No. You're the leaders. You guys, we don't teach that I lead you or Ashla leads you. You lead. You lead. So do some leading together. All right, have another go at this. And try and feel each other. And once you get the feeling, start to move it. All right? Start to move it. Because on Monday we're going to do some major work. And we'll only do it well by moving as one. If it's more comfortable, stand up. Not everyone has to stand up. But if you want to stand up and it feels better for you, do that. Look, this is serious, Paddy, you know what I mean? All right. Marata Mueva Kirashe Hasha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Raeka Maharata Mueva Kirashe Hasha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Raeka Maharata Mueva Kirashe Hasha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Raeka. Now take it on and go more quickly. Maharata Mueva Kirashe Hasha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Raeka Maharata Mueva Kirashe Hasha Kusha Deja Dadru Asia Ra Eka. Two more times. Now, this is the Ihaya code. Okay, one of 4 Manu Veka codes. Mano Veka codes. Manu. And the principles of the induction are the same as I've already said, so I won't repeat what I've already said to you. Now, the way that we do this is we actually do 12 rounds and fast together rounds of the magic words of creation that we used earlier today. So what you do is you spend a few minutes relaxing, looking at the code, like we did earlier, just a few minutes ago, I mean. And then after 10 or 15 seconds of gazing at the code as it is, then bring your eyes into a crossed eyes double focus. Find a place in which your eye muscles feels reasonably relaxed holding that crossed eye position. The beloveds tell us there are about minimum 12 different ways of manipulating our focus in this way. Just find the one that's comfortable. Okay, and assuming that people are feeling that comfort, or a sufficient comfort, and the crossed eyes connection with the Ihaya, we'll begin the magic words of creation, 12 rounds, okay? Uma e treina e kasha ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura aramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura haramaya manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire sharadikeshe tamira pranachi manu ekre dakuki mayana treari maneka ihahura maya manaka manaki Uma e treina e kasha Ire Sharadikeshe Tamira Pranachi Manu Ekre Dakuki Mahayana Treyari Maneka Ihahura Haramaya Manaki Oma Etreina Ekasha Ire Sharadikeshe Tamira Pranachi Manu Ekre Dakuki Mahayana Treyari Maneka Ihahura Haramaya Manaki. Last one. Oma Etreina Ekasha Ire Sharadikeshe Tamira Pranachi Manu Ekre Dakuki Mahayana Treyari Maneka Ihahura Haramaya Manaki. Ashilom Ta Akashada.
Yep. Now it's time to move the chairs. Isn't it? What time is it?
Yes. It is time.
What are we doing?
Yep.
How are we doing on time?
11.
11?
11 o'clock.
Good. Perfect timing. Take about a half an hour to do the
Yes, it is.
salutation. Salutations
No.
are fun. For anybody who hasn't done any
They
yet.
are. But,
But.
I mean, really, it's really awkward. We're going to have to ask you to deal with some logistics. I know that you've all got tons of stuff under your chairs and everything else, but we have no option but to shift at least one half of the room, which means you're taking your stuff out from under your chairs, putting it against the wall, and then if you can start, as it were, by row on the far wall, wait for each other to finish. If you look at the row all the way down close to the wall, if the people closest to it pick their stuff up, move their chair against the wall, get out of the way, let the next line next to them do the same thing and stack their chair on top, and move in little rows like that, it will actually go more smoothly. No one will get hurt. You won't lose your stuff and da-da-da.
Going over the baby.
Yep.
Baby's sleeping. What's nice is we won't have to put them back tonight.
You might as well just adjust your space so that, just think about doing some of this. For those of you not used to spinning, you'll have to hold your arm out with a thumb on the end of it. If you have a thumb, stick it up in the air. So just make sure you've got enough room around yourself to not bash people in the chin, because we're not insured for GBH, you know? Okay? Now, calm down. I know it's exciting. To make a spectacle of yourself is a great privilege, particularly when it's in support of the Christmas Realignment Mission, believe me.
Speaking from
Now,
expertise.
speaking from many years of forgotten memories, Ashley's going to just run you through some of the background to this, and then I'll take you through the actual technique. If you're standing in good space, we'll just go through it pretty seamlessly then.
I just want to repeat the obvious for the new people here. We did mention before that the purpose of the salutation is to, remember that Merkaba thing that's like the invisible paper cup that your bottom half is standing in, and you have another one that comes down over the top? Well, the purpose of getting up, using your body to stand and reverse the spin back to its natural spin, that is the purpose of it. It's not just to be silly and do spin dances. It's specifically to get your Merkaba fields around your body, moving in the proper directions. What you're doing right now, because the planetary grids are 2/3 reversed, and part of your Merkaba is 2/3 reversed, you're taking that 2/3 reversal, and you are temporarily resetting it to its natural pattern. It won't stay permanent. That's why they're done, frequently. Because right now with the planetary grids, they are stronger than our personal fields, so they will pull us back eventually out of the natural spin and back into the reversal. But every time we do a salutation for ourselves, we're helping the planetary grids to hold a little bit more of its natural pattern of Merkaba spin. The salutations, when we are working with the Merkaba directly, it's affecting all the other things that the Merkaba is connected to. The DNA template, the shields, our consciousness, all of that. We're temporarily bringing back into the natural divine right order the balances of energy as they move through our system. It used to be in the ancient days that the salutation was used in the morning, and it was called a solar salutation, and in the evening it was called a lunar salutation. The morning one would energize the top electrical male Merkaba spiral, and the bottom one would use the frequencies of the evening which is a primarily Ire frequency, where the daytime is a Mane frequency, we would energize the bottom, Ire Merkaba, the female Merkaba spiral. This is how we were breatharians. This is how we took our sustenance. We simply used our biofields and our Merkabas in sacred, joyful dance that huge civilizations, like cultures, would do together. Towns would get together and they'd do their thing, and then on like basic days when there wasn't particularly high energies, just average energies, literally the townspeople would come out of their places, and the children, little ones, as soon as they could stand, they learned to spin. They learned to live and amplify their frequencies in immortal bodies that didn't need to eat, didn't need to drink water. We had different organs inside at that point. We didn't need all the stuff inside that we have right now. But the salutations are very sacred. They're the beginning of returning to what it meant, what it once meant to be, an angelic human being, or an indigo, which was a breatharian being that was eternal, had eternal life. And there was a joy in the dance. So even if you're just beginning, and it seems a little clumsy when you're just beginning, and it's really funny if you could see a video of how they do it in Inner Earth. It's probably better that we don't see a video of how they do it in Inner Earth, because we just say, oh, forget it. Because there's a dignity and balance that they know how to hold in their bodies. Every minute atom is keyed to the proper everything. And it's amazing to watch. This is the beginning of reclaiming it. And I just want you guys to know that. The ones who have heard this before, you know that already. But the guys who haven't heard this, I would like you to be able to appreciate this wild and wacky technology we're getting into. And the thing of it is, the problems on the planet are big, right? The drama is big and massive. The energies are huge. But the solutions are relatively simple. If we can sing and spin dance and do things like that, and actually reverse mutate a race, propagate the angelic human race into the future so it doesn't become extinct, possibly save part of this planet from undergoing cataclysm, not too bad a deal. It's like we don't have to pull our fingernails out and shave all our hair off and like stand upside down in corners for 400 hours or something. It's pretty easy. So I just wanted to share that little bit with you about the salutation techniques. And again, if you could picture while you're doing this, that these were done in formation. Once you knew how to do it with your own body, then we learned how to do it in the geometrical formations that would create the seer pillars. Because when you're doing this, you are creating a seer pillar with your Merkaba field, once you get it running in the right direction. After we leave this room tonight, it's going to be glowing from the astral level, from D4, because there's going to be these beautiful pillars, and quite a few pancakes probably, which are really funny. They just absorb back into the planetary grid, so it's like nothing's wasted. But they don't carry the strength that the seer pillars do. So it's a fun thing to do, and I hope you enjoy it. And I'll be quiet now.
So we're going to go through performing a partial salutation, partial in the sense that the Suriyas will be taught tomorrow and haven't been taught today. So this is not a full salutation incorporating the Suriyas, but you still can produce significant pillars of sound. Right?
I want them to know they can do this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Did you hear that? For those of you that do know the Suriyas, by all means do it fully as you understand it to be. You don't have to do the slightly reduced version for the people who are doing it for the first time. So do your thing, You know the rules. Now, we begin by seeing this together. And for those of you who have never seen this before, I'll speak it slowly, which goes, Maharata Kumbai Vectus, and here you say your own name, whatever you know yourself as, whether it's your spiritual name or your given name, you put your own name there. So you go, Maharata Kumbai Vectus Freddy, Ilevukai on Ibli on by Vectai, Maha by Vectai on Ore on Amor, Ista Anta Ista Trajda Ehera, Patate Uma Ashelum Taeja Intedoe, Shaddai Ure Akumtan Akumtan, Shaddai Ure Akumtan Akumtan, Shaddai Ure Akumtan. And when we finish the salutation, we will repeat that line there several times. Okay, so we'll begin by singing this together.
The English translation's right under it, for those who don't know what it is, so you know what you're saying.
Down here. Okay?
Yeah, it's also literally under the words up there, too.
Yeah, I'm too short to see that. This evening, since it's evening time, we should be doing a lunar salutation, which means that, according to the time of day we use to begin with, to open either son number 2 or son number 4. So I shall guide you and lead you into using son 2 initially. Now, this is the son which is associated with the female energy, with the magnetic, with the lower part of the Merkaba and the counterclockwise direction. So when I lead you into repeating son number 2, I will also ask you to begin to spin slowly, which will literally mean, if you have to do it this way, you begin by toning and moving slowly, like this, counterclockwise. And once the group is moving and toning, and you look comfortable, I will start to move you, okay? I'll start to help you to spin a little more quickly, to raise the volume and the intensity, and to try and coach you into feeling the build-up of the energy. Okay, until it becomes evident the group is actually reaching some kind of critical mass with the energy in the room. At which point then, I will ask you to slow the spin, but to maintain the volume of the toning. And that's going to be an interesting experience for those who don't think they're dyslexic. Because trying to slow down spinning and maintain toning volume is a strange experience the first time you're asked to do it. So allow yourself not to do it in as polished a way as you think you might. All of us have been here for the first time, and none of us have done it brilliantly the first time of asking. So we will slow the spin and the toning speed, holding the volume, until you come close to a standstill, and then I will call stop. That's the point where you're going to attempt to seal the Suriya, the standing pillar of sound, okay? And you want to try and bring that to a crisper stop, the body movement as you can, and just cut the tone wherever you are. Imagining, if you can, feeling that pillar of sound, and feeling yourself almost seal it, as you gently, in a kind of sacred but very decisive way. It's a very almost contradictory notion. You're going to bring that to a sealed point where it's safe, almost like a baby hanging in the air in front of you, completely safe. But you will do it very sharply and quickly. All right? And try and feel that pillar there. Because it is real. It will be real. And it is there for you to feel. First time out, it might be difficult to. But do your best to feel it. Okay? You just breathe slowly in that position, and then I will ask you to tone son number 3, which we always use at the pause interval when we're changing between 2 and 4 or 4 and 2, depending on the time of day that it is. You repeat son 3 3 times. And then I will ask you to begin to spin in the reverse direction using the corresponding son, which in this case will be son number 4. And I will lead you into it again, and we'll repeat the process, gently and slowly to begin with, building up the rotational speed, building up the volume, okay, until we can feel the energy build in the room. And then you'll be asked to slow the spin once more, to gently allow the toning speed to reduce, but keep the volume up. And I will remind you as we're doing that. I won't just say it once. I'll remind you of what we're trying to do, okay? Until we come to the point where the call stop happens, and again you will try and seal that pillar of sound. As you're spinning and toning, I want you to try to remember as you're doing these things, the third thing is to feel for the pillar as best as you can. And your attention will go into the toning and maintaining your balance and the rotation speed and all that stuff. So it's asking quite a lot. But as best as you can, feel for the pillar. But when we come to that slowing down and calling stop point, that's the time when, I'll try and remind you to do that. Okay, Darren?
I'm just cheating. I'm looking at the words. I haven't had time to work with this one.
Well, we all do. All right?
You could spin it with your book if necessary. If you need to look at the page.
Well, honey, what I was going to do, sweetheart, when we finish doing the Song of Lyra, okay, I was going to scuttle over or even ask you to do it. The words are there. I put them out, hon.
Okay, I was searching for it.
Yeah, I laid them out. So we could use them that way.
We're going to put it up on the Natural rates are 11 2/3 counterclockwise spin on the bottom and 33 1/3 clockwise spin on the top one. We're starting with the lunar salutation, which is the bottom female magnetic Merkaba. It's the one that runs the E-ray currents. Then we will switch, after we start with that because it's evening, we will switch to energizing the top Mane Merkaba. Okay? Now the top one again, 33 1/3, bottom 11 2/3. If you want to remember that, a good way to set that in, and also to remind your body that that's what it's supposed to be, is when you first begin to spin. I used to teach them this way, but we've been using, progressively more of the tonal words, which will actually set it for you, but it helps your 3D mind to remember. We used to go 11 2/3, 11 2/3, 11 2/3, 11 2/3 as we're spinning, and then we go 33 1/3, 33 1/3, 33 1/3, and then we go into the tones. So in your mind, you can do this if you want to while you're toning. Just try to remember that when you're doing the bottom one, it's 11 2/3 counterclockwise, female, and top 33 1/3 clockwise, male. Okay? Really? Oh, really?
David Bailey was apologising for using the camera. It's silly. That's joking. Ish. All right. So, Will, you'll help me to do the transfer. All right. Now, when we go from the song, the song we're about to perform, if you want to know where we're going to begin, it'll be song number 2 on the film that Will puts on the screen for us to look at after this one has been there. So I'll be saying song number 2, and it's the second one down on the list. The E-ray. Okay. But we will do the request first. All right. We'll do the request first, song number 1, and the one we're going to repeat lots and lots. Oh, never mind. I'll confuse things if I carry on talking. All right, on 3 then, we'll do the song together, as on the screen. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Marata kumbai vectus as a tanya tu in ebukai on ibli on by vectai. Maha by vectai on ore on amor. Iste unta iste trajda hera. Patate umma ashelum ta asia inte dohe. Shadaya Rea Kuntan Akuntan. Shadaya Rea Kuntan Akuntan. Shadaya Rea Kuntan. Okay, we're by performing the request. Song number 1, repeating it 3 times. Now begin to rotate counterclockwise, performing song number 2, Ire Shara Dikeshe Ta'amira Prana Chi. In your own time, begin. Begin slowly, rotating counterclockwise. That is towards your left. Ire Shara Dikeshe Ta'amira Prana Chi. 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 Ire Shara Dikeshe. For those of you who are comfortable, increase the spin rate and increase the volume. Feel for the seer. Standing wave column. Eyes closed and feel. Feel for the seer. Standing wave column of sound, spinning around you. Breathe slowly. Very gently, repeat 3 times after me. Manu Ekreda Kuki, Mahayana Treyari, Manu Ekreda Kuki, Mahayana Treyari, Manu Ekreda Kuki, Mahayana Treyari. Now prepare to begin a slow clockwise rotation, performing song number 4. In your own time, begin. Clockwise. Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, 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 Manaki Nahura. Okay, pick it up. Aramaya Manaki, you know what to do there. Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, increase the rotation, up 2 hours. Aramaya Manaki, build the body up. Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki. Come on, stop building the body up and drop into the body. Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki. Getting somewhere. Manaki Nahura, pushing it out. Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki. Hold it there now. Keep the volume up. Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, hold it right. Aramaya Manaki, slow the rotation. Hold the volume. Aramaya Manaki, come on, keep it up. Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, keep the volume up. Aramaya Manaki, keep the volume up. Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, keep it up. Manaki Nahura, rotation. Aramaya Manaki, stop. Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, keep the volume up. Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki, Manaki Nahura, Aramaya Manaki. Stop. Breathe easy and feel the pillow once more. Quite right. Step gently away from your pillow. Leaving it there.
It's kind of like the real quiet footsteps you use when you just got the baby to go to sleep and you're trying to get out of the bedroom without making the bed springs or the floorboards. I didn't see one disc drop. That's amazing.
There's a nice big hole coming up my leg. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just like everything in the dirt, right? No problem. I think so. Indeed.
One more thing.
With the
Since
talking tube.
we've done so wonderfully with this salutation, we didn't see one disc fall down. That's excellent. For a bunch of new people with us, that's excellent. Good job, guys. Okay. Now, to get a bit of benefit out of the seer that you just created, even though you moved to the side of it, you're still running the currents yourself in the body. There's a way to amplify that, and it's called a two-point breath. It's something that we're going to be using more extensively tomorrow when we get into the flame body activations and the shadow healing techniques. But in simple terms, there's a little spot here in the bottom of your thymus gland. It's right about here. It appears where the 8 chakra would be, but it's like actually in the thymus gland. It's called the Azra A point. It's a very significant point. When you look at a Kathara grid, the whole central point of that Kathara grid is the spot on the crossbar between 6 and 7. All right? It's not marked by a Kathara center. Now, this spot marks that spot in the body's Kathara grid. It is the spot where the Amaraya flame begins its activation to spread out through the rest of the body. Now, what we can do is pull as we breathe. We can use, I'm just going to go through this once with you before you do it. But we can use the inhale breath to do 2 things at once, which is draw energy from the 14th chakra, which is 36 inches above the head, and simultaneously draw pale silver D12 Maharat current up from chakra 13 in Earth's core. And syncopate them where you can get them to meet right there at the Azure at the same time. That would be on the inhale. Then on the exhale, you go, and you begin to push it out into the field, all through your molecules, through your body, and into the field. After a few of those, you will start to feel heat, particularly if you've activated currents through a salutation or something like that. This is something that will be used to amplify Amaraya flame activation once that's fully activated. So I'd like you to try it, and we're going to use a very special combination of currents called the golden silver 1. The golden silver 1 current has to do with the current of demanifestation. It turns light back into sound when you know how to play with it. Now, it's a very powerful current for healing and for amplifying. The golden silver 1 is simply the D12 pale silver frequency coming up, and pale yellow D14 frequency coming down from the 14th chakra. All right? Simply breathe the 2 together. They combined in the Azure point into a spark of golden silver 1 light, and then you push it out into the field. You can even sit for this if you wanted to sit down on the ground, because sometimes you can feel it better when the Kundalini is running, where you actually can feel movement in the tailbone. So it's up to you if you want to stand or sit for this. It doesn't matter. But I'm going to sit down because I like the feel of it. I can feel it more fully in the body. And it's real simple and it's fast. I mean, you can sit there for 45 minutes if you want to and do it. Like the more you do it, the more current you're bringing in. Right? But if you don't want to sit, you can do it 3 breaths and be done. You can do none and be done if you want to. All right. So you simply draw on the inhale. You're drawing pale silver D12 current up from chakra 13, Earth's core, and same time, pale yellow D14 current down from chakra 14, 36 inches above the head, meeting at the Azure point at the base of the thymus gland. Then exhale. And the faster you do them, the hotter you get. And also clear your lungs if you have a cold. See, it's all the smokers in the room, right? And you can do it as long as you want to or as short as you want to. You can take it home and put yourself to sleep doing it. You can also play with it and see what happens when, instead of meeting at the Azare point, there's another little point called the Iyumbi point, E-UMBI, Iyumbi point, that's right below the navel, just right below the navel. Deep inside the main vertical current, but in a position right below the navel. It's a little trickier to do this because the distance is different. So to try to get the moving at the right rate, where they meet there at the same time, it's a little different than having them meet here. Now, both of these points are important points when it comes to flame body activation, as we'll learn tomorrow. You can try that. See if you can feel the difference, how awkward it can be at first when you're trying to get the silver current to come up, which doesn't have to come up as far, and bring the gold one down, and try to see if you can get them at the same rate there. Some people it might come easy, but for me it was like, this was simple, but bring them down here. It's like, wait a minute, you come down faster, you're not going fast enough. Just see, play with it a little bit. And you can play with it through all of your chakras if you want to. In meditation or before you go to sleep at night, it is a wonderful healing, clearing exercise. It will transmute stuff, miasmic mess, goopy stuff, that isn't part of your natural divine blueprint. It will restore it back to its divine blueprint and literally take it out of light manifestation or crystallization and back into natural sound pattern. All right? So, it's also going to be a technique that's going to, a way of running energy that's going to be used later. I'm not sure which program they're putting it in, but I know there's a secret of demanifesting things in your life. Before you worry about manifesting things, think about the things you want to move out of the way to make room. So this would be the frequency that you would use to do it. I have a feeling it's in the Dance for Freedom that they're going to be introducing how to use it for those purposes. Because on a mass level, we can begin doing a lot of healing on a planetary level if we begin to understand how to lovingly and joyfully demanifest by running this current into the planetary grids. So it literally transmutes anything that's stuck back to its highest level of evolution, so it can start all over if it wants to. It's freeing. It's not burning something up and making it go away and disappearing and killing it and annihilating it. It's returning it to its original pure state before it even entered light manifestation. So then it has a choice in its freedom to whether it wants to do something completely different or come back down and try it again with its divine blueprint intact. So play with it, just and expand it here. It's going into the telluric shield. It's pale yellow, but when it mixes with the pale silver, it turns into a pale yellowy gold silver kind of thing, metallic. Right? But it's the pale yellow D14 primal light field current. So that was just a little thing of introducing that a little early that Ma'a wanted us to give to you tonight to play with should you want to. You can play with it when you're laying horizontal because the Kundalini works a little different. When you're laying horizontal, it actually runs more smoothly sometimes, and it has to do with the planetary grid distortions, actually. That there are times, I know, even when I'm translating off the plates, I find that I have to lay down on my back and just literally get off translation for a little bit, lay down horizontal. I don't have to sleep. Sometimes I will, but I don't have to. What I need to do is let the Kundalini run on a horizontal plane instead of the vertical plane. And it like, otherwise you get like log jams of energy in my body. You get real tight shoulders and the neck starts to tighten up and then it works its way down the back. And, by 7 o'clock in the evening you're limping around like you're 900 years old. If we begin to realize that you can shift what the energy is doing in your body simply by changing posture. Like, say if you're leaning on one cheek instead of the other on the chair at work, you're actually creating log jams of energy on one side of the body. And, you'll feel that. It will start to stress the other side that tries to compensate. So there are things you can do. You can play with this tonight. You'll get more effect laying on your back at first. You'll be able to feel the spread more when you breathe it out. But eventually, you'll get to the point where it doesn't matter, up or down. You'll be able to hold the frequency. Tomorrow when we do the exercises, if you start finding yourself feeling like you're ready to pass out and go to sleep, that's okay. That means frequency saturation right now for what your DNA is ready to hold and what your body's used to holding. You may find to stay awake, it would be better to lay on your back. So we'll try to arrange the chairs tomorrow a little bit where there's a little bit of space, hopefully, where if people need to, or at least a space like in the back of the room or something, that people, as we're doing the exercises, they can quietly get up and continue the exercise, but do it horizontally if you need to. Because it can really help you stay conscious while you're doing activations that you're not used to. And eventually you won't have to do it. You'll be able to do it vertical and say, oh, that was easy. But you need to help your body, nurse your body through the process. So I think, for this evening, I think we've covered quite a lot today. The Dance for Love program doesn't require, doesn't require as much time as the Dance for Life does, particularly when it's on the back end of the Dance for Life. So that will leave us quite a bit of time to talk about the really fascinating stuff. After we go through the Eka map of the God World gates, okay, we're going to go through those to find out what these Stargate things are, and to find out basically the structure of creation coming down from the top. So we can see where we're here. We see where our options are to go. For now, we can go to our rooms, or we can go out to a restaurant, or whatever we want to do, and have a good time. Thank you for your patience with our time frames when we run on Guardian time.
Maybe you want to share with them what happened to the stranded Yanni who at the end of our leadership didn't go back.
Oh, those guys we will at the end.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Major question. When you're running the Mahara shield and you have the Akasha, is the Akasha running along with the silver cord?
Kind of things. We're going to start with the Dance for Love and move through that, where we explore what are called stargates and the Eka maps of the God World gates. So we get an idea. We're talking about this thing, this ascension, this being able to go through portals and stargates. What is this? You're doing all these technologies in order to be able to do it. So what is it that you're doing? Let's say you can go through a stargate. What does that mean? So we're going to find out what the stargates are, where they are, and we're going to explore what's called the Stairway to Heaven. And in exploring the Stairway to Heaven, we're also going to take it from the top and come back down and do a little bit of a reading on what was given as far as the creation itself and how these structures were formed. Source formed these things within himself, how these structures were formed. So it's kind of like spiritual training, but also geography training. The geography of the God World gates is pretty fascinating. And once we're finished with that, we're going to do the Suriyas, and there's a bit more symbol code techniques, Veka code techniques to work with in the Dance for Love program. Then we're going to do this. Okay, you guys, they're not handed out yet, are they? Okay, you're doing it now? You guys are going to get one of these. This is that little supplement that you were going to get. I think it's 104 pages. All right, people that were on the Bermuda trip, you'll see a lot of familiar things there, because really it's highlights from that, but it also contains what was not in the Bermuda trip, which was Technique 8, which it's like 8 part 1 and 8 part 2, and Technique, by the way, there's Technique 9 in here, but it's not labeled as that. It's a way of using what's called the Song of Kemalatai, which you'll learn in Dance for Love, in combination with the Song of Lyra that we did last night. It's not labeled as such in the book, but they're stuck together. The two songs are together, so that's actually Technique 9. Technique 10 of the Bermuda trip was actually a thing we did on site, so there's not a written version of Technique 10. 11 and 12 were a test that had to do with some other stuff that's not covered in this program, so you won't find those in here. But Technique 13 and 14 are the rest of the shadow healing technologies, the flame activation, by Maria flame activation healing technologies. They are the most powerful techniques that we've been given so far, and they're pretty awesome. You'll also find out some very interesting things about the shadow. What the heck is this thing? Where is it? And very specifically, what its anatomy is, so you know what you're dealing with. It's not just a vague concept we throw around that you have this shadow thing somewhere attached to you. You'll find out where the 4 black hearts of Metatron implants are in your body and in your DNA template. These are the implants that are going to begin activation on the 27th of May, if we don't do something about that, because they are the receivers for the D13 reverse current of the flaming blue sword. And that's what's going to be running through our grids on May 27th of 2003. So we've been given these flame body technologies, much an advancement than we normally would have, in order to protect ourselves from being unduly affected by the blue flame, the blue sword frequencies that are going to be running through. So we'll start with the back to that. Well, that's only going to be there for a minute. The reason we're going to begin Dance for Love with the 15-dimensional time matrix is so we can get a little bit oriented before we start making the climb on the stairway to heaven. Because the first thing I would like to introduce in the Dance for Love program is the echo-maps of the God World Gates. So you begin to understand what exactly they are. Then we're going to explore more about Vecca codes and Eka codes, and there's a key to understanding Vecca codes and Eka codes, and it's one of the charts. I have to see what page it ended up on. But it literally begins to show you what we're working at to release what seals. Again, when we work with Vecca codes and Eka codes, we're not working with the dimensional codes themselves. We're working with something bigger, the radial body codes, which are the mathematical programs that control the magnetic repulsion zones, which are the radial body capsules. So we're directly going to the radial body capsules to activate there and to literally begin the process of manually releasing the radial body capsule levels so the body is capable of moving through gates where it can transmute to move through gates through the densities. Now, well, the 15-dimensional time matrix is pretty familiar, I hope, to most people at this point. You have your 5 harmonic universes, primal sound fields, primal light fields. Where's that pointer? Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. This one's tall. I can usually point and stretch, but this one's just totally out of my range. Primal light fields, primal sound fields, 12 dimensions. Okay. Now, we're going to move from there to the next one. We're going to see the same thing, but it's going to have a little bit more information on it. Well, you can't see the title. Okay, could you pull it down just so we can see the title and then pull it back up, please? Yeah. Time cycles and stellar harmonics. Now, these are the harmonic universes, right? They also represent cycles of time. This is called the Taran time cycle, the density 1 cycles of manifestation. The density 2 level, the Dora or soul level, is called the Andang time cycle. The density 3-1 is called the Unisai, just like the whole big center of creation is called the Unisai. That's called that way because you actually have to go all the way up through and then down back, creating the frequencies down back around the other side and pop back through. You go through D13, then back again twice through D8 to get out of the matrix. So it's called the Unisai after the central point of all creation is what that refers to, that word. Okay. Then you have in the dimensions 10, 11, 12, the density 4 is called the Aran time cycle. And the primal light field cycles are called the Banau time cycles. When we talk about the Rishi identities that are stationed in these levels of consciousness and these levels of matter, antimatter density, they're called the Brennau Rishi, referring to their time cycle. It's kind of like they're named after each other. It's the Brennau Rishi, and they call it the Brennau time cycle. Now, just simply, a time cycle is literally, if we can go back to scalar standing waves and flashing on and off little pillars of light and sound that stay in one place but flash on and off. They're literally specific templates. The templates don't directly move, but consciousness, once it embeds itself within the form of entering the time matrix, it literally leaves portions of itself within as these little scalar templates. So the process of linear time is actually created as consciousness moves itself. It's the consciousness itself that's moving and expanding from one moment point, the smallest, to the next, to the next, to the next. Now, time is much more flexible than we realize. The past isn't gone. It still exists as a template that other beings right now are experiencing as their now moment. You have other cells right now experiencing 5 million years ago as right now. And if you went to visit them through a portal, 5 million years ago would be your right now. And if they came here, this would be their right now. Time is it not only curves, it spirals. It's like a spiraling template. The template has a series of dots, let's say, little scalar waves, that consciousness would progressively follow down to know itself in a linear time progression. And again, every one of us has 1,728 cells at least that are distributed throughout these time cycles, to just coming in. If you're here, it implies you have the rest of you scattered around in different time cycles. Now, actually, there's the Divine Blueprint one that's at the end, honey? Do we have the Mylar for that here? since I got into that, I might as well just show this one. It's not in sequence in this book. But there is a pattern, a geometrical pattern, a mathematical pattern, that is used for consciousness distributing itself within the time matrix cycles. And that is the exact same pattern that we use, the geometrical pattern that we use to run rainbow roundtables. It is a sacred geometry that is a very specific mathematical coding. Now, in your books, it's actually, I think it might even be the last page in Dance for Life. We stuck it in there. Yeah, it's the last page in Dance for Life in your things. Page 63. There it is. Now, in those time cycles, this is an example of a divine blueprint. All right, the divine blueprint for our race as it was seeded into the earth cycles. All right, this is the distribution of selves. So right now down here, you have 216 selves in round 1. These are called the cycle of the rounds, okay, the evolutionary rounds. And these are all simultaneously going on. What's interesting is we were taught that when we run round tables here, what we're doing is we're connecting with the other selves of us that are running them there as well. And we create what's called a trans-time frequency bridge. So we're healing the planet when we work with the rainbow round tables. We're healing them literally across the time frames by connecting through our DNA with our other selves that also know how to run round tables and those kind of things. Now when we run salutations, same way, we're affecting the other selves that we have. But it's interesting. We have 216 selves in round 4, which are the root races, 71,000 BC, going up into the future. Okay, they're not even finished yet. We're only on the 4th root race cycle out of 7 root races. So there's more to come. The other root races actually would take us, naturally, if the planet wasn't stuck in this evolutionary wheel right now, it would actually take us up into the Terran cycles of density 2, where they would be part of the planet Terra, that when we look down here in density 1, Terra is the star that our scientists call Alcyone in the Pleiades. That is actually Terra. We are seeing Terra from here. And when you go to density 2, things look like they're moved around a little bit, and that thing that we call the star, Alcyone, is actually Terra. Same thing with Gaia. That's our density 3 counterpart to Earth, the density 3 level. Its oversoul is what we call the star Polaris when we look up in the sky, our North Star. That is actually Gaia. So it's interesting when you get out there. Things that we've looked at before, we see in different ways as we move up the densities. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to show you how those little time cycles running up the 15-dimensional matrix, how there's many, many complex patterns of this, but this is the core pattern that will be used. It's formed through the Cathara grid. It has a center point, and then it has the 12 circles, which correspond to the 12, the 12 Cathara centers on the Cathara grid. And there's very particular mathematical relationships. Excuse me, I have a cold. Particular mathematical relationships that run energy, or that these are almost like lines that consciousness follows to know its track of linear time. And you'd start with round 1, and then I think 2. Where's 2? I can't see the numbers too well. They're too far away. Yeah, that's left, right? Who's right? That's my left. Is that the one? Yeah. 1, 2. Is there? Where's the number? I'm trying to see where the number is. There it is. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So there's like a pattern of consciousness would cycle through these 3. There'd be 3 cycles in that round. And there'd be 3 cycles in that round. 3 cycles in this round, then 3 cycles in this round. So it's kind of interesting. This just helps you to know. Right on the bottom here it says each of the 12 planetary time cycles, this is 12 planetary time cycles, in one planetary 12 cycle, or cycle of the rounds, has 72 time vectors. 12-strand angelic humans, bless you, have one self in each of the 72 time vectors of the particle universe, planetary 12 cycle, and 72 selves in the corresponding anti-particle planetary 12 cycle. 72 cells times 12 planetary time cycles equals 864 cells per one planetary 12 cycle, plus 864 cells of parallel universe planetary 12 cycle equals 1,728 cells. All right. This template is also called our tribal shield. All right. That is our Maharic shield has this in it, this mathematical configuration. It is one of the mathematical geometrical patterns that our shield is built upon. So we all have one of these, and we're all connected intertime. Now, when you get into indigos, they have even more cells. They have a lot of cells focused in this 13th point in the middle. That point would correspond to the center of the Cathara grid, if you were to put these back on a Cathara grid lineup. The center point in a Cathara grid is between Cathara center 6 and Cathara center 7. It is a space where there's nothing. There's not a Cathara center there. That is the space that we'll learn is called the place of the Amaraya flame. All right? It is the space that, right here, when we were working with that little point I talked about last night, the Azure, that is the center of our Cathara grid. And it is, they often call it the throne of power, because that is where, literally, the Amaraya flame that we'll learn about today comes into the body. We won't get into Amaraya flame until we get into the shadow stuff, because that's all part of understanding, like, the flame body levels, and we need to get through the echomaps and things first. But I wanted you to see where, see the DNA literally plugs into this. This is our template, but it's also the pattern that we move through the 15-dimensional time cycles, or 15-dimensional time matrix through the time cycles. I think there's something else on that I wanted to say, too. I wanted to read. Let me see. Yeah. Over here. Oh, yeah, honey, can we pull that down again, please? Thank you. Up in the corner. I'd like to see the corner, please. Oh, it's not on that one. It isn't on that one. It's in the book. There's a little Cathara grid on the one in the book that actually shows you, it shows you where the Cathara grid plugs in to the divine blueprint. This is considered the divine blueprint. This tells you some things here, though. The angelic human 12-strand DNA template contains 6 fire-letter sequences from particle universe 12 cycle plus 6 fire-letter sequences from the antiparticle universe 12 cycle equals 12 fire-letter sequences. Now, one fire-letter sequence has 12 fire letters, so 12 fire letter sequences equals 144 fire letters from the 2 planetary 12 cycles. So we have, when we come into incarnation, it implies we have to take on 2 12 cycles. Sometimes you can combine them through a process that's called soul braiding, where you actually, instead of having to put that many of yourselves around, if you usually have had to ascend already once before, you have to be able to come in a normal 2 12 cycles, ascend back out, then come in with stronger fields and the full coding for the full time matrix. Then you can come in and begin to braid together some of those incarnations where you put them all in one body, and they would be like indigo bodies and those kind of things. It would hold more of them that could survive full soul braiding. Soul braiding is like, let's say you're here, and you know how incarnation works. It's kind of funny. You say, well, I remember being a person, that died, 2,000 years ago. If you look at birth and death, birth is the point where your consciousness enters a pattern, right? It expands through the pattern until it reaches the end of the pattern's expansion potential. Then the consciousness leaves it. But the pattern is still a template, a living template of light and sound, while any of you are in the time matrix. Now, you could actually go back and reincarnate backwards if you wanted to. You could project your consciousness into fetal integration at the starting point. Now, this might be another self of you, another part of you might already have done this. So it's interesting. Our pasts are very interesting creatures, and so are our futures. We're actually, the indigo children, are actually not of this time cycle, naturally. We had to do certain alterations with our DNA templates and shut certain things off. We came from both the Gaian and the Terran time cycles, mostly the Terran time cycles, came in and birthed in a different way, like came through into the Earth cycles in a different way than does even an average human 12-strand person. It was a rescue mission because it was getting bad down here. And anyway, the incarnation process is fascinating because literally these patterns of identity, these are identity patterns. You literally choose before you come in as an avatar what types of experiences you want to have. You choose your parents. And for some of us, that's like, I did? What was I thinking? I was having a bad day or what? Right. We choose our parents, and often we choose them in order to teach ourselves or wake ourselves up most quickly. One of the biggest reasons a lot of indigos especially have had tough childhoods in one way or another, either with their parents, their family, or their peers, just not fitting in or being picked on and all that kind of stuff. Indigos had a wake-up commission. It was extremely important for indigos because they'd have to come in and go to sleep like everybody else. They needed to wake up faster. If they had the luxury of getting their support, their nourishment, their safety from outside sources, it would have been a deterrent to them being able to find the power within themselves to remember who they were. So very often, indigos choose, and a lot of humans do too, choose very, very challenging life experiences. They learn a lot through it. They learn how to handle the energy of anger, hurt, rage, pain. They learn how to, they learn, first of all, where things like hatred could come from, which is love turned inside out. How you could actually be so hurt by something that you could actually find the emotion of hate moving through you, and how to transmute it. So there's huge things that are learned through the negative experiences we often have when we're young. But indigos tend to choose them, and a lot of humans that are in service, that have come this time around to be in service, choose really rough early lifetimes, because we develop one thing mostly from all of that: strength. It either makes you or breaks you. You either find your ability to, if you can't turn out there, everybody's picking on you out there, there's no support out there, where do you turn? You turn inside. And you either go into self-destruct or you reach. Indigos will reach. And most of them, some of them will get caught up in the, drugs and alcohol addiction and stuff, trying to escape from it. But most of them are strong enough to feel that little pulse of the soul that begins to help them expand and be self-reliant. So a lot of times we will choose very, very challenging things. It can help to know that if you've had bad experiences in your past with family or siblings or anything, teachers, the people that you might consider the worst, like most negative people to you. And when you carry a feeling of toward a person, that means there's still a resistance. That means there's a pattern in you that long after they're gone, it might not even remember you if they were a teacher or something, you still carry a disharmonic scalar wave pattern in your field from it. So it's still harming you. To be able to love genuinely, it helps to be able to see that they actually agreed to help you. They played a role for you to learn something and to give something to yourself. So instead of hating them for what they were, and it's not just they gave it to you, you gave a lot to them too. It's very mutual. The lessons are mutual. But if we can learn to look back, particularly at the people that we feel most stuck with, the ones who, if we had mothers who abandoned us or fathers who abused us or whatever, if we can look back on that and realize two beings who do have an avatar level, even if neither of them were in touch with it, when they were in their avatar levels, made an agreement to work out some ideas. You had ideas you wanted to accomplish, and you wanted to grow strong. And there's a lot of little lessons within that strength. Sometimes somebody will model for you something that's so horrid, you know exactly what you don't ever want to be. So it helps you to find exactly what it is you want to be by giving the opposite to you. So you literally do an about face, go into rebellion, and make it a point to never ever be that way, when actually what you just wanted to do was be the other way in the first place. All right? If you can look backward at the people and circumstances that you found the most painful, now that pain, if it's still there, if you can still think back and it brings tears to your eyes, there's still a part of you that's in pain over it. Pain is disharmonic scalar waves in the body. It's an energy. You can release that a little bit at first. When we do shadow healing, a lot of that's going to come out, by the way. All right? The shadow is storing all of that stuff. All of those twisted scalar waves get sucked into the reversals. So our shadow body is built on all of these unhealed emotions, emotional imprints, which are dimension 2 template imprints. They're literally held in our bodies through the elemental kingdom, the elements that make up our bodies. Like the stuff even like iron and water and all those things that were made of, particularly water. Water is a consciousness. It's conscious, and it holds imprint. Right now, the water holds the imprint of reverse Merkaba spin because of the planet, because of the planetary Merkaba. That's why you can learn to program water. You can use Vecca codes to clear water and to reset the right spin. Now, water can hold negative emotion in the body. It's taking it literally from the template and manifesting it into the water molecule itself, into the consciousness of the water. So your body feels the pain. You can reprogram that by, first of all, using the mind to realize, to let the emotional body know, that level of yourself know, that, wow, I'm starting to see that some of those horrid things that made me afraid of the universe, because this is what the early negative stuff tends to do. It makes you scared. You think you're in a hostile world. You think you're in an unsafe place, and you want to leave. So a lot of people actually try to jump out in their astral bodies, and they don't fully focus in behind their eyes. They hang out in their astral field, most of their consciousness, and they kind of like go through dazed here. You can learn to release this. When we've been working with shadow body technologies, particularly these, because they're very, very strong, you're activating very high levels of frequency in the body. It will very rapidly begin to heal and integrate your shadow body, which is what you need to do, because if you don't, the frequency that's going to come through on May 27th will be glad to take it for you. It will take your shadow body on a nice little tour down into a black hole. You don't want that. But there's going to be emotion that comes up. It may be all this wild and weird technologies we're learning here, but when you use them, it's going to take you right back into the heart of your humanness. You're going to feel the stuff release. If we can, from the beginning, realize that the thing we call emotion, see, the way we label things in our minds to ourselves has a huge degree of effect upon how we experience it. We learn to label certain things. Okay, we have this feeling, this sensation. We've learned to call it emotion. There's a whole bunch of those type of sensations. We have happiness, sadness. We put labels on them. Happiness is good, sadness is bad. We tell ourselves all these things, and all of a sudden, these quantities of energy, these experiences of energy, take on a life of their own, and they can feel like they're going to run up and run you over. When the emotional body kicks in and it's releasing, even if you're not just playing with shadow release stuff, if it's doing it on its own, you can feel this rush of energy come up, clouds your mind, messes with your chemicals, literally, chemically imbalances the brain circuitry, messes with your hormones. It can make you start to put on weight or to lose weight, and it can make you feel totally out of control in your body, where you begin to fight your emotions and try to stuff them down more and try to hold control. But that isn't going to allow you to heal, and it just makes the ego feel more frightened. If we can recognize that emotion, if we can relabel that thing we call emotion, that mysterious thing that comes up and bites us sometimes. Sometimes it makes us feel good, but sometimes it makes us feel awful. It makes us feel, where's our power? We're choosing to feel a certain way in reaction to an energy movement. If we can look at emotion itself as something that's joyful, but it's a movement of energy. Whose energy? Our energy. It's a movement of our energy in our Dimension 2 and Dimension 1 templates. If it doesn't feel good, it means it's in disharmonic relationship with the divine blueprint within you right now. If you can recognize that while you're in the clutches, instead of going and running for something to numb it or to distract you from it, or throwing it at somebody because you lost your temper, or going into hysteria. A lot of people, when clearing starts to happen, and it's going to happen with DNA, and at least here you'll learn how to do it, how to work with it instead of having it run over you. But we're just going to crying jags. It might come out in laughing jags, which are kind of funny. What the most important thing to do is get that energy out of the body and up. It needs to come up, come out, and go someplace positive, so it can be out of you. Because if you keep trying to suppress it, and if you use drugs or alcohol or tranquilizers or sleeping pills or any of that to try to numb it, you're just stuffing more bad energy down there. So if you wake up and you know you're having a bad day, we label that thing, uh-oh, this is a bad day, I feel yucky. You might have some aches and pains and you feel yucky inside emotionally. You can change how you label that day from the beginning. Instead of saying, when you catch yourself saying, another bad day, say, okay, what was it again? It's not a bad day. Oh, I'm having a day when I'm growing lighter. I'm clearing good today. Oh, that's good. This is good. Wow, I can feel myself healing. All this weird sensation that I used to label as yuck, that I used to say, I feel miserable, I'm grouchy, I'm bitchy today, I'm on PMS and it's not that time. When you get these feelings, if you choose how to label them, use your conscious mind, you will be amazed at how you can shift yourself. Even some of the worst of them. Now, there are some people that carry, and this is more common in men than women, there's a particular type of reversal that's in strand 2 in the male imprint. There's a whole bunch of women that are all messed up too, so don't worry guys, you're not alone. It's just a different kind. Some women have this too, actually, which is interesting, which tends to be if it's a more male soul incarnating in a female body, it still tends to run more male or mane energy. But the mutation that comes out, is, they're all mutations in the DNA, the reversals, is the violence mutation. And what it does is create such a static buildup of energy in strand 2 and in the elemental bodies. It throws the chemicals out of whack in the body, and it comes out very often in balls of fire. It might come out verbally. It might come out, through the hands, where it's, women are getting more into this now. There's a lot of violent women out there too. But it can be terrifying when you even feel that urge come up in yourself, man or woman. We all have it to some degree, but with some men, it's really, really a problem because they've been really trying to clear this for, since Atlantis, because it was an Atlantean mess that was put in with all of the rest. If we can begin to understand that even that, a lot of people, if they call them psychotic or whatever, they go into the mental health thing to learn how to anger management and how to get control and this kind of thing. And if all else fails and they can't get their head to talk them out of it, they put them on drugs to stop it. But it's not going to stop it because what's causing it is the disruption in strand 2. We can even get to the point where we can develop our mental body enough, our ego enough, to recognize it when it's coming on and to begin to transmute it as it goes. If we can realize this mysterious quality of experience we call emotion is energy. Just like the soul, it has a tangible structure. And we can learn to direct that energy, and when we do, we get more and more self-control without repressing ourselves, our emotional body. So there's a lot of things we're going to learn. I keep falling into shadow healing, but I'm going to get back to this so we can get through the Dance for Love program. This is the round table. And they call the people who participated in them not the knights, but the regents of the rainbow round tables. And it was called a signet council. Now, a signet is the official word for a stargate. They're called signets in the planetary shields, all right, or in the galactic shields or the universal shields. So it was signet councils of the rainbow round tables. They were the people who manually operated the stargates. They were the guardians of the gates, the gatekeepers. And that's what we're being trained to do again, because who were they? They were the human people, the human race and the indigo races. They were the appointed, they were created for that purpose. To the degree that the human and indigo DNA literally carries within it all of the mathematical, it's built on the mathematical programs of the gate systems themselves, planetary, galactic, and universal in this time matrix. We are the carriers of the gate keys. That's why we've been picked on a lot. That's why cosmic bullies from the black hole matrix like to get our bodies, because we're the keys to the living library. And that's why we're in the predicament we're in right now. But it's also the reason why we have the power to heal ourselves and to help get things back into the natural order. Okay, I think we can go to the next one. What is the next one? Oh yeah, this one. Okay, and this one, just a little squashed up Cathara grid. This is a Cathara grid. It's one of these, but there wasn't room on the diagram. It would have gone way off the page. So to show how it fits in the 15-dimensional time matrix, here we have the first 12 that we saw before. Then you have the primal light fields, right? Which is actually the 13, 14, and 15. Cathara Center 13, which it would be number 1 in the next grid going up. This one is called the primal Cathara grid. This one is the dimensional Cathara grid, and this one is the primal one. It's the template for the primal light and sound fields, where this one is the template for dimensionalized matter density systems. They're connected right here at Cathara Center 12 in the dimensional system is the same place as Cathara Center 13, which would be the one that's the template for the primal light field dimension 13. All right, so you have 13, 14, 15. Then there are 3 levels for each of these 3 levels of the sound fields. So there are 3 levels to the triadic level of the primal sound fields. This would actually be T1, T2, T3. When we get to the maps, we actually begin to label them with like T for triadic, P for polaric, and E for acatic. So you'd have the 3 levels of the triadic sound matrix, the 3 levels of the polaric, and the 3 levels of the acatic. So technically, there are 24 points to the full cosmic Cathara grid. This is how we plug into the cosmos. Now, it was interesting, too. This is the beginning, seeing this. Oh, look at that. They plug in together at this point, right? At the 12, 13 point. This is where we begin to understand what's going to become a very interesting series of diagrams that are called the echo maps of the God world gates. Now, in truth, this one going up here isn't the primal light and sound field that belongs with our 12-dimensional system. Ours is at an angle over here. There's another one that would actually come over here on this angle, 90-degree angle. All right. This one belongs to another 12-dimensional Cathara grid here, which is parallel. our parallel universe. All right? So this begins the building process that will explain. Now, if we look at these things, first of all, we're looking at Cathara grids. In a minute, I think we go through first in the sequence there, where we see how these are the stargates. We see where they're located and things like that. Then we'll see what it starts to look like when you start to put the bigger structures in. And this is where you get the echo maps of the God world gates. It's where the gate systems, if this is 12-dimensional time matrix, 12 dimensions of a 15-dimensional time matrix, and then over here would be the other the other Cathara grid that would be the primal light and sound fields, that would be dimension 13, 14, and 15 in the sound fields. There's another set here. You would see how these build to form bigger and bigger universes. There's also something interesting that if you can look at each set of 3, remember, see this when we have our diagrams, density 1 is like a circular, it's an egg, really, an energy egg, the radio body around density 1. When you look at a Cathara grid, that would be like this, okay? You'd have the energy egg of density 1. Density 2, energy egg would be here. Density 3, energy egg would be here. Density 4, energy egg would be here. All right? And then density 5, energy egg, well, if we were going vertically, it would be the next 3. And then you'd actually have energy eggs around the 3 levels of the primal sound fields as well. These energy eggs are the radio bodies, the universal level radio bodies that our whole existence and our planets and our galaxies take place within. So you're not just talking about flat scalar wave templates. We're talking about spherical, elliptical sphere-shaped eggs of energy that you start with the biggest one and work in from there. If you look at the first creation, which would be let's say the biggest egg, and from there and within there, all of the smaller ones were created. Every time you see a Cathara grid, it implies, like one Cathara grid, it implies 1, 2, 3, 4 energy eggs there, okay? So this is going to be important when we get into the God world maps. If we can understand from the beginning that it's not just flat stargates we're looking at, but we're looking at spheres. It's the science of the spheres. The spheres are built on the shields. The spheres are the form constant radio body bubbles that form by the counter-rotating spirals of Merkaba fields that form within the center of them. So there's this whole process of creation that started with the first one and progressively worked its way in. We're actually the little tiny universes at the center. What ascension is progressively expanding and loosening the boundaries and expanding back outward. And in that process, we get to see linear pulsations of time that give us a linear timeline that allow us to perceive the hologram in pieces, because it's actually all happening at once. But when we see it all happening at once, it just looks like light and sound patterns. And you can't like have a body physically and move through things. In order to have this whole hologram, it requires that we move our consciousness. It's actually syncopated. We don't even just kind of drive the consciousness through these little spirals. It's syncopated. A part of the consciousness flashes on here, then closes out there, another part flashes on here. Through this whole process of our templates that hold our consciousness flashing off and on, we can experience 3-dimensional holograms within all of those spheres. But if you think of the first sphere as the cosmic egg within which everything takes place, that gives you an easy concept to begin to understand the echo maps of the God world gates. Okay, what's the next one in there, honey? Yeah. Now, there's a little old 12-dimensional Cathara grid again. But this time, it's used as the universal Stargate map. This time, it has names of places that are relatively familiar on this planet. These gates, and what's interesting is these Cathara lines that connect them, these are actually conduits of frequency. So like gate 1, you could get to gate 3 this way, or you could go up to 2 and go over this way. These are pathways. They're caverns. They call them the crystal caverns. That are literally caverns, and they form in crystalline form. Some of the crystal bed of planet Earth and other planets and stars actually are the physical manifestations of these. And if you find the right caverns, you can actually get to the place physically where the gate exists. What's really interesting is when we first started, it was in Kauai last year when we did a workshop there, and they were beginning to reveal the stuff on the crystal caverns and explain to us about these caverns. Now, I've been taken in them, but I never knew what the heck it was as a child. I was taken down in a place I didn't know where the heck it was. All I knew is I got picked up by spaceship and taken to some place. I didn't know where it was. I found out later it was Kauai, Hawaii, because there's an opening there, right? And they took me in to these caves, and I remember the path. After a while, they'd take me and drop me, and they'd let me walk it. And because they wanted me to learn to find my way down through them. And there were these caverns, and there were certain ways you had to go, and it was scary, like, caves and stuff. But there would be a shift in frequency. You could feel it, and all of a sudden, what looked like scary caves, you could see little twinkles, like in the rock. And the twinkles would get more and more, like, pronounced, where all of a sudden it was crystal. And literally walk through a frequency modulation zone where the cave turned into something else. It turned into a crystal cavern. Well, it was really funny when we were learning about these things in Kauai, when they started to tell us about these, because these are part of, if we're going to actually get to go through one of these things, we got to realize you have to go down into the earth to get to the stargate that's at the core of the earth. That's one of the first things we do. So a lot of people might have dreams right now of being taken down into caverns. And this is why. We're being trained on the astral of how to access these. But when we were getting the information, and it was new information, it wasn't published or anything, getting the information on the crystal caverns, one of the persons that was following the work, she happened to get an invitation right before that to go on this amazing discovery in Chihuahua, New Mexico, or Mexico, not New Mexico. In Chihuahua, Mexico, they found these awesome selenite crystal caverns with crystals, selenite crystal rods that were massive. You'd see, she let us use, on one of our, I don't know if we have it there, but on our Templar course book, we have a picture of her in her little miner's hat, and she's like this big, and the crystals are like this big. It's awesome. And she brought the pictures to actually, and she didn't know that we were going to be doing this stuff. She just happened to bring them and say, "What do you think about this?" And I just cracked up. I said, "Thanks, guys." Because what she'd done, she'd been guided to bring us the physical representation, the photographs, that actually proved and demonstrated what we were talking about. When you get into the inner earth places and some of the main crystal caverns, the crystals are even bigger than these massive things. They're like the size of, like the Twin Towers and things, literally, massive selenite crystals. They were the crystal technologies that you hear in the Atlantean legends. Oh, does somebody have pictures of them? You got the pictures of them. Oh, excellent. That would be, we don't have them on Mylar either. Shoot. Could we pass them? If they go, if we make sure they get back, can we pass them around? Whose are they? Oh, is it okay to pass them if they come back? Okay, anybody that wants to see the crystals that we're talking about. Okay, there's some pictures of them here. They'll take a little bit to get them over that side, but they're coming. We weren't planning on talking about crystal caverns, so we didn't have pictures of them with us this time. But anyway, when it comes back to stargates, there are physical crystal caverns that connect them, that would follow in frequency these lines. So on the universal level, now that would be on the planetary level, this is the universal one in 12 dimensions of our 15-dimensional time matrix. And if you look at now these are consolidated points of frequency. They are the control centers that hold all the dimensional patterns, right? Like the particular mathematics for each dimension. So again, Stargate 1 holds the complete mathematical patterning for dimension 1 in this 15-dimensional matrix. Every little tiny code, every piece of mathematics. That means that everything that comes in here, every life form, every species that was ever created, it means that this Cathara Center, this Stargate, would actually hold the full spectrum of every piece of everything that had a piece of itself in dimension 1. So they're massive, where we have Cathara centers that are actually patterned after them, which means we hold the codes, the mathematical codes, in our bodies that correspond with everything that has ever been created in this time matrix, in our particular time matrix, which is pretty awesome. That's why we're the living library. That's why any race could be regenerated through the human genome, because it carries the core imprints that everything else came out of, plants, animals. And that genome matches the patterning on a microcosmic level of the macrocosmic stargates. It's why humans and indigos, when their DNA is working properly, have the ability to have full reign mastery of. Humans have it for the 12 dimensions, or the 4 density levels, and indigos can actually move through completely out into sound expansion, up into some of the other ecosystems, and come down. We were created as masters, as avatars and ascended masters. That's what our race was. It was a form. The human form is a form that, when we were sitting up there being avatars and ascended masters, said we need a form that can take us down there, that once we get down there, We can use it to heal planets, to heal stargates, to heal beings. And that's why and how the human form was designed. It was designed to do that. We've been lied to down here for many thousands of years now. We're told we're lowly, sinful, pathetic creatures. We were told about these wonderful beings called angels that are so much better. Oh, and they were never human. Yeah. Well, the things that are calling themselves angels these days, and for the last 25,000 or so years, they're no angels. They're from the black hole system. Now, there was once upon a time a species of guardian beings that actually did have wings. They were called the Rio Patoria, and they were of the Seraphi, like the Seraphi founders races, and they were feathered hominids that were bird people. Now, they were good guys, but we were the true angels. The human race and the indigo races were the angels. They were the angelic races. All of these fables that have been given to us have been literally, there's almost a malicious twist in the way the stories have been created and messed with to give to us. Where we end up is because the ones who created these stories, the fallen races from the black hole matrix, they used to be angelic races once upon a time before they fell. They were like us in their way. They're, different structure, but we all came from the same place. But they were so jealous and so much blaming other people for the choices they made that got them into what they got into, that they have a hatred for humans. They like to hurt humans. They like to put one over on humans. So the stories they told, there's a malicious twist if you look at it. You're the pathetic, lowly animal things. There's a race of beings that are high angels, archangels and things. Oh, they'll save you. It's like they put it right back in our face and went, because there's a hostility that they harbor for us because they want what we have. And they had what we have, and they destroyed it within themselves. So, anyway, back to stargates. Okay, so we begin to see where the stargates are located. These are what were used in the ancient days, and they are what are used still in the ancient days that are going on right now, and in the future days that are going on right now. You would literally, like the things that fly around in spaceships that are, coming visiting once in a while here, they use these type of maps to be able to know where the interface levels are, but boy, they're real intricate when they use them. They know it's like a topography map of a planet or of the ocean floor or something if you were, going to do a boat. But this is the beginning of understanding the interface systems. Now, it's easy when you're just dealing with the 12 major ones, but there's tons and tons of little tiny galactic gates, planetary gates, galactic gates, solar system gates that all connect to other gates, and you have to know the gate interfaces so you can get from the planetary to the galactic to the universal if you want to run these gates, right? Yeah. Now, beings that come here that are from the higher systems tend to not use spaceships. They're beyond that. They don't need that kind of technology. They use Merkabahs. They turn themselves in the light, pop up, say hello, and then go back again. Sometimes they will use spaceships if you have a commission that you forgot because you fell asleep when you came in here. But if you have a soul contract to wake up as, with a major guardian contract of some sort, they will come in sometimes with spaceships that they manifest. They literally manifest a part of their consciousness as the spaceships. It serves as a buffer to a human or an indigo, that they can take a human or an indigo through some of the portals. They can't take them too far, but they can take them temporarily. It's almost like a sealed environment, like when we send people to the moon, they have to wear spacesuits with the helmets and things so they can deal with the atmosphere. The reason for some of the guardian level interactions with spaceships on our planet that have been happening in the last number of years has to do with humans, as a general rule, can't be taken fully through in Merkabah right now because of the DNA distortions. So they need a buffer field that can get them through, and they can only go through some of the lower ones. Now, they had to mess with my DNA, and I'm glad they did. I went through several years of DNA healing where they were literally clearing out the mutations in the DNA so they could at least get me through to inner Earth for training. Because there were certain things, if I was going to be a speaker and I was going to be trained on the CDD plates, I had to be able to hold them. And what they did not want to do was bring the CDD plates fully here, because every time they get on Earth, somebody raids something and grabs one, because they are activating devices for the stargates. You can manually open them if you get a hold of a CDD plate as the activator and something called a shield, which looks kind of like a hubcap, but it isn't. There are a manual set of tools that run on interdimensional frequency that can be used in emergencies to operate the crystal pylon temples of inner Earth, the inner ecosystem, that are connected to our stargates that modulate the frequency in our stargates. So we could literally open and close the gates. Those devices have been taken primarily off planet. They try to take them off planet, but they can't take them too far. They can take them to inner Earth because the coding is still similar. But if they took the CDD plates, let's say, to the Sirius system where they were originally created, they would actually have their coding changed. So they wouldn't be compatible. You couldn't run them on Earth anymore. They have to stay within the same frequency. Anyway, back to Stargates. Stargates are important if we're going to talk about personal healing, we're going to talk about spiritual development, because ultimately, what are you going to work on spiritual development for? So God likes you? I mean, what is the motivation that people decide they want to get spiritual for? Usually it's because their life is so, like, yucky and they really can't stand it anymore, and they figure, well, nothing else worked, so I guess, let's try that. Some people are born spiritual because they went through that in other lifetimes. They just felt close to, they knew there was a spirit, they could feel it in them. So they do it for love. But what is the end of that? Like, what is the, not the end, because there's never an end, but if you look at what you might move yourself through to become spiritual, or to explore your spirituality, or to get more spiritual, get closer to God, is what most people want to do. They want to get closer to God. Some have reasons because I want my power. I don't have any power, and if I'm nice to God, God will like me and be a nice, good parent, and maybe let me have the kind of experiences I like, like a nice house, a nice car, a nice husband and wife, kind of thing. There's a lot of practical reasons why people get spiritual, and usually it's because they want something. All right? Now, average people. Indigos and full humans tend to have different motivations. They feel a calling inside. They feel a little rumbling somewhere left in there that spirit was always a part of them, and that there's something like a nagging thing you forgot to do. Well, we forgot to do something for the last 25,000 or so years, right? A little nagging thing. Fix the planet, right? Oh, yeah, that. So our souls move us forward from the higher levels, whatever they have to push us through. And it's like your soul, your oversoul, and your avatar, it'll use feathers. It might, if that doesn't work, it will use 2x4s. If that doesn't work, it'll use hammers, sledgehammers. And if that doesn't work, you'll probably have a near-death experience. Because the near-death experience, what it does is it creates a bardo, which is the separation of the D3 mental body from the D2 and D1 parts of the body, and it's brought up into density 2, into what's called the soul body. It can only be partially done well right now because of the shadow body. But there's a few reasons why near-death experiences happen. One of them is because the soul has been trying and trying and trying to get in touch with its parts down here, because it knows it has something to do there, and the parts aren't waking up, and they're just, running around amok in their lives. And no matter what, feathers didn't work, 2x4s didn't work, sledgehammers didn't work, and even postcards from the edge didn't work. So it's time. Now, most times it's not that. It's not because the personality down here isn't listening. Most times it's because the personality has a spiritual element to begin with and is integrating, but it's trying to reach upward, and the soul level is trying to reach downward for integration. It is one of the fastest ways to trigger rapid soul integration, because it pulls the consciousness up into D5, then slams it back down in the body. Right? And when it gets slammed back down in the body template, it has a D5 resonance with it. The consciousness takes that with it temporarily, like a spark of D5 energy, and it hits strand 5 and 4 on the way down. So it opens a little bridge between strand 3, 4, and 5, which means a bit of communication between dimensions 3, in density 1, and 4, the astral, and 5, the soul plane, what's called the soul plane, can take place. So the whole experience of seeing the tunnel part, the dark part, is the process of going through the void that would be, all right, this is density 1, right? Remember the radial body capsule that creates the magnetic repulsion zone? It's the experience of the consciousness going through the void is the tunnel, and when it comes out into the next density, it's seeing the light. It's beginning to see the light. So that's what the whole experience is about, and it is real. Doctors and stuff say, oh, that's not a real thing. Well, it is a real thing. So, it's interesting how things I never thought I was going to talk about in a workshop pop up. I wasn't planning to talk about near-death experience. Anyway, we can go, no, I guess we can read these. Yeah, I'll read these quick. We have Stargate 1, universal level Stargate 1, connects into parallel Earth, but its home base is in a place called Theta Orion. It's in the Orion system. That's another word for Theta Orion is trapezium Orion. And it's a cluster, I believe, of 4 primary stars, like 4 main stars and some others. And it's in Orion's sword. Okay, it's near Orion's sword, I believe. All right. 2, it connects with the inner Eka Earth, and Epsilon, the side of Epsilon that's nearest Andromeda, but Epsilon is in the Eridanus constellation. Look at this one, Stargate 3. The main Stargate 3 is in Earth. It connects into the Venus Galactic Gate and into Alpha Centauri, but Earth is the universal Stargate 3. That's why there's so much attention has been given here. Now, and over here, Stargate 4, which is the first density 2 Stargate, our sun. And it connected originally into Nibiru. And it's actually connected artificially still into Nibiru. Now, our sun, if you look at these, there's a pillar here of stargates and a pillar here. 3 and 4. If you were, let's say, if this was a Cathargrid hanging in the sky, and let's say you wanted to mess with it, and you flip this around, you could actually twist the whole thing around, couldn't you? Because these are the anchoring rods for the pillars of these gates. You have basically 3 pillars of frequency. These are frequency pillars with the cavern links between them. These 2 spots are the last gates in a chain of gates that have been infiltrated as the black hole system has been progressively, for millions of years now, trying to take this time matrix down into their matrix. So this is why all the attention is on Earth. Our planet and our sun are very, very important within this 15-dimensional time matrix. Not only that, look when we get up to here. Gate 5, Alcyone in the Pleiades. Remember what I told you about Alcyone? It is Tara, the density 2 counterpart to Earth. So here we go again. Another major stargate, universal Stargate 5, is in Earth's soul body. You go over here. Sirius B is Stargate 6, also connects into Procyon and Sirius A. 7, Arcturus, also connects to Omega Centauri. Now right here, remember I talked about the center point of the Cathara grid? That's actually the center point, mathematically, of the Cathara grid. There's not a Cathara center there. This is a point where the Amaraya flame enters into the Cathara grid. And there's a very interesting set of overlaps. There's a point here and a point here that become very significant in creation and in running frequency, as we'll find out as we learn more about the echo maps of the God world gates. Now, Stargate 8, remember each of these gates, this is the dimension 1 gate, the dimension 2, 3, 4, so these are dimensional gates. Dimension 8 gate is, universal gate, is Mintaka Orion, which is in Orion's belt. All right, this one's in the sword, and this one's in the belt. Also connects into Gaia, which is Polaris. All right. So again, you have Gaia and Tara. But this isn't a direct one. This is just a link. Okay. But the Mintaka Orion is the main gate. There are problems with this gate. That's why right now in the graphs we showed yesterday, where we showed the Kiyoshe flames coming down, they don't cross in through here. They don't go this way. The flames don't come down. They avert that, and they go down this way, because there's a lot of problems there because of the black hole issue. If this gate was completely reversed, it would send frequencies out that would eventually monadically reverse the whole template. That's what monadic reversal would be. It's the, like in the DNA template, it would be the 8th strand gets complete reversal. And because, if you remember in the 15-dimensional time matrix, said you go up, you go past 8, you go all the way up to 15, then you come back down the other side through 13, and then back through 8 to get out. All right. If this one gets fully reversed, the set of seals and shields behind it also gets reversed, and they will overpower this from its parallel. So, anyway, we don't need to worry about reversals quite yet. We have Gate 8, Mintaka Orion. Gate 9, Merak, Andromeda. Gate 10, this right here is called the Cradle of Lyra. That's where all life in this time matrix was seated. We have Gate 10, was in Vega Lyra. We have Gate 11 is a place called Avion Lyra, and its moon was called Avalon. That's where the stories were, Avalon and Camelot. You're going to find where these words come from. All right. Now, Avion, that's its actual name, is, I believe, the star they call Shiliak. I don't know how to pronounce that exactly, but Shilak or Shiliak Lyra. I think it's Shielak on the charts, on the star charts. And then the big one, Aramatena, Stargate 12 in Lyra, which is what they call the double-double in Lyra. Okay, the stellar body they call the double-double. So it's in that system. This, the Cradle of Lyra, is where if you're going to come into density, you come into the primal light fields, then you have to come down through the gate system. To get down here, you have to pass through the gate system down here. Now, some beings will take this path, okay? That was the path, they believe that was the blue one, wasn't it? The blue one that came, yeah, it was the blue one. Some will take the path of the violet, which will come down this way. No, it doesn't go through, this way. Some would take the path of the gold. Some people are keepers of the blue flame, some are keepers of the gold flame, and some are keepers of the violet flame. Because they will take on what activates in their templates when they come through, and what will activate in their DNA, is the frequency of the path that they took. Now, as they're coming down through the universal gates. So humans and indigos both fit into those categories. They are keepers of the flames, and some of them come in as the flame holders, which are beings that have extra magnetic codes in the DNA that will actually be able to anchor the whole sets of frequencies from all of the gates to transmit them to the other flame keepers, who will then transmit them and transduce them down into the Earth's grids. So this was part of our mission. Be it living was our job. Because when we were alive on the planet, we were the flame keepers. We could run the primal light and sound fields and the Maharada D12 divine blueprint back into the template. That's what we were here for. We didn't come for a picnic, and we didn't come, for goodness sakes, to fight wars. What we came to do was simply run the divine blueprint and the primal light and sound fields back into Earth's template to fix it. And it was really an easy mission, the technical part of it. What wasn't easy was dealing with the black hole people. So, anyway, now indigos take a different path. It is right now because of the distortions. There's distortions in Tara's grids in gate 5, distortions in the solar grid in gate 4. So anything that comes down through here and hits this gets twisted reversals. There's distortions in here, but if you look at the distortion series, this path, if you take the violet path, you get lots of distortions coming down. Arcturus is partially reversed. Vega is partially reversed. That shields the templates of the gates themselves, because the planetary shields or the star shields are. The sun is 2/3 reversed. The sun fields are 2/3 reversed. So the indigos come in trying to take the path of least reversal, so they have the least amount that they have to clear, so somebody can get on planet here and run enough frequency to help everybody have the frequency that they can start healing themselves with. They come down through what's called the path of Amareya. They come down 12, 9, 6, 3. 6 has part of the Sirius B template has fallen, but there's a part of it that's completely clear, and there's a part of Mirach, Andromeda, that's completely clear. So they pick up the reversals from Earth once they get here, but that's only a density 1 level reversal. They still have enough clarity in the template up here that they can easily purge it and clear it. And when they can do that within themselves, they affect the race tribal shield. So the more indigos that can clear their templates, the more frequency runs in to help humans clear their templates. So it's there's a big mission going on, just for the fact that all these people are here on the planet right now. But all of the mechanisms are behind the scenes. They're hidden from direct view. And unless you realize these other dimensions of reality are taking place right here, right now with us, life, you lose the magic. You don't even see that life is a magical thing. It's a high order thing around it. There's a big mission going down. We're all a part of it. People walk around thinking they're useless and life's a bummer because, what are we here for? Science has the nerve to teach us that nothing really has a purpose. It just exists to survive, and then eventually it's extinct. Why bother? If there is no meaning to life, if the fact that you're here is just because pond scum collided with something else and decided to grow feet, and you happen to be the end product of that, but nobody created you for a reason. There is no creator that has a purpose for any of this. It's just creation bouncing off itself. With all we go through, from the time we're little to the time we get big and have all these dreams and watch how hard it is to make them come true, why in the world would you even bother? Why survive? I think we would have all the species would have committed suicide a long time ago if it hadn't had a deeper knowledge that there is a meaning here. Because with all the stuff we go through and all the struggle we go through, if that's all it was, just so you could survive, I've got to the point before I was awake where I said, just take me home, wherever that is. And I believe there's that there's more there. I've felt it, I've experienced it. And if it's like science says, that it's all in my imagination, right? Well, fine. Then I'll just be dead when I'm dead. But that's fine. That's better than this, I wasn't suicidal. I just had a love for life. And life wasn't here. All that was here was struggle and hardness and pain and those kind of things. A lot of people don't understand. People that get suicidal, they say they have a death wish. No, they don't. They have a life wish. They feel so miserable here and so dead here that they can't express. None of the things that matter to them seem to be able to be something that they can make happen. It is a life wish that motivates people to commit suicide. It's not the right thing to do, because you just end up having to take on that same pattern again. It hangs you up karmically. It slows your evolutionary cycles. If because you're supposed, every body has a purpose. You come into every one of your 1,728 cells. They have a purpose that affects the whole. You as an avatar. Each one came in to learn certain things and to accrete certain frequencies, to bring certain frequencies into their own template, and to give the earth certain frequencies. Every one of us here, it's like the earth has been waiting for every one of us that's human or indigo, that's born on this planet, had a commission to bring a piece of frequency in to fix the divine blueprint, to put it back into the template. So people that kill themselves and things like that because they can't figure out how to make it more alive here, they have to do a kind of like a consciousness jump, take their template again, and go into reincarnation again here until they give the gift that they came to give. We all came to give Earth a gift. And in return, Earth gives us a gift. It gives us the frequencies back that allow us to progressively heal and go through the gates. Anyway, back to the gates. I think we're done with this one. Yeah, so these are the 12 primary stargates. What gets fun is when you see where these connect into planetary ones and where they are. Because then all of a sudden you say, okay, so like if I want to go into the universal gates, we have it lucky, by the way. Other planets aren't in like one of the universal level stargates. You would have to go through galactic ones to get to a planet that had at its core a universal stargate before you could enter the big system that will take you up through the densities. We have one right at our core, Earth's core, and so does the Sun. The Sun has one at its core. I think we can go on to the next one. What is the next one? Yes?
Would you say that it's because Earth is on that chart and so many of its little siblings and other subtle cousins are on that chart? Is the reason why things are so bad here?
It's the reason why this is a hotbed of activity, like wars and things like that. Yeah. And it's also because this time matrix it's an exception to the rule. Most time matrices don't have black hole issues. Black holes aren't natural creations. They were unhappy accidents that need to be healed. And because the black hole system interfaces with ours and it's trying to pull our system in, and Earth, Terra, and Gaia show up in the main universal stargate charts, it's because of that there has been a history of war on all of those planets. If you look at Earth, Terra, and Gaia, you have Earth, and then its density 2 level would be its soul body, right? The semi-etheric matter soul body would be Terra, and its etheric matter density, Gaia, over soul body. There has been more on every one of those planets. There's been more in this time matrix for the last 250 billion years, ever since the fall. And that was the fall. There's been so many falls after the fall. But the thing is, if time is simultaneous, this gets a little interesting. If time is simultaneous, that implies that the creation is taking place now, every moment. The fall is also taking place now, at every moment. And it really depends on what planetary templates line themselves up with frequency-wise and what people line themselves up with frequency-wise. What version of past and future you will know is the real one. Because in truth, they're all happening. It gets really confusing when you start to play with simultaneous time. You start to realize you can move backward and forward in time and sideways and diagonally in all sorts of different ways. And you can change the past. Yes, you can. In fact, we do continually. Every time we have a moment here, we move from one moment to the next, we send something forward and backward. We change the past and make the past, manufacture the past and the future continually. And there are a whole bunch of probabilities, different probable lines, little flash lines, different flash lines that you can follow as time cycles. And you will see different things. There's one timeline of Earth where the stargates didn't open because of the mechanical problems at Earth's core this time. And this planet imploded, and I believe that was in I forget, it's a long time since I looked at the facts, about 2,000 years from now, I think it was, that literally this planet imploded and all life was destroyed on it. There is another timeline. Now we are out of alignment now, vibrationally, with that timeline, because the gates opened. They had a lot of help opening. The Guardians kind of pushed frequency-wise because they didn't want to see us meet that destiny. That destiny would also affect them because they're directly connected to us. It would have caused a chain reaction if this planet imploded. It would have taken out part of the Pleiades and part of the Sirius system, and that would have affected even all the way up to the ecosystems. So, yeah. It's not going to be one of those, is it? Oh, please. I love this guy. He comes up with great ones. You're a scientist.
Using some Star Trek symbology, if there was no black hole issue here, and we were just experiencing for the sake of experiencing, what would be the prime directive in this time matrix for light to experience itself?
The prime directive?
Yeah, if we're experiencing multiple paths, multiple futures, and multiple probabilities, it would be a mass frequency eventually. What would be the point here?
Free will creation was the prime objective. Yeah. Well, actually, free will creation based upon love, because that was really what this time matrix was founded on. But it wasn't defined as love because Source knew nothing other than love. So it didn't say, okay, well, I could take love, I could take hate, I could take war. Source was love, is love, and it desired to create a creation framework where free will creation, where it could really just kind of like be more of itself and experience itself in that way. Joy and harmonious relationship were the original objectives for this matrix. There were, once individuation took place and he had a bunch of founders races, 3 primary founders races for his time matrix, and you found them sitting around going, okay, we can create. Well, first let's figure out how to create matter density. Okay, we can do that. So they figured out how to create bodies using the same framework. I mean, they're manifestations of the face of God, races that, okay, we're down here, we got this far, we know we're the one, but now we're here, what can we do? Once they realized, see, once you create something and label it, it implies there's something other than it. If you say, hi, I create this and this is love, it immediately implies an opposite. So when love was created, so was hate. All right? It became an interesting thing. And then it also became interesting with the founders' races. Who was going to push how far? How far could you play with the rules of creation that set this in motion in the first place? How far was too far? What would happen if you did too far? That was a question that set this whole set of experiences in motion. The Elohai and the Seraphi races and the Brahmarama races were very curious. What would happen if something, let's say, went wrong or went out of whack? I mean, the creation is this. It's supposed to work this way. It works beautifully. Is there anything else? There was a group of them that decided to try to see, okay, well, we're supposed to combine this template this way and this way. What if you bent it just a little more that way? Would it do anything harmful? No. Okay, that worked out. So they're having fun being creator gods. They were creating races first. They were creating new templates, new types of races with their own gene code. They were their own templates. They were using their own templates. And then they were getting warned from the ones in the higher up system saying, certain things don't work. They really don't. They make messes. We already did that in a different place. You don't want to do that again. Because there were other falls in other matrices. Not too often, but once in a while. And the founders here were warned not to do that, but they kept playing. That's how the Anu Elohim mutated themselves to the point where they couldn't hold D12 consciousness, and they became warlike. And the Seraphi did the same thing. So all of a sudden we had warmongers sitting up there in Lyra, fighting with each other, trying to blow up stargates. And they blew up Stargate 12, which destroyed the divine blueprint in this time matrix. And it had to be reset again from the higher echo worlds. So it's really interesting. It's like, it always comes back to, did God mean it? Did God create it this way? Is God really making this happen? If God creates everything, this is the face of God. That means God wants those guys there, wants them to be fallen races, wants them to do evil, terrible things. That means that the things that are doing evil, terrible things and creating lots of pain for people, God's doing that too. So that means they're characteristics of God just like we are. Not exactly, all right? It would be really miserable, I think, if we were to come to a final thing, okay, we're at one with God, and we realize that God had a nasty streak, Those people that like torture people and eat them, and like horrid things. Think of the Silence of the Lambs movie and stuff, right? People that do stuff like this. These are faces of God too. They are, but they're twisted faces of God. That is not a reflection of the true natural characteristics of God, but it is a potential of what pieces of God can turn into when they lose their direct connection to the rest of themselves. It's like a split personality fragment of God. People that act that way, they need healing. And sometimes the only healing is eventually for them to implode themselves and their templates to go back to what they'd originally fallen from. Anyway, back to Gates. Aha, here we go. Oh, these are so fun. Can we come over here a little bit first, honey, so we can deal with this one? This is only the beginning. I'm surprised I kept my sanity when I was making the drawings for these. It was so funny because it started with one Cathara grid, a little one, because I figured this might get big, right? I had all these yellow 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper taped together. I had to keep putting more on and more on. It's like this big thing that was like draped all over the table. You had to roll it up when you were done. And then I broke them down so you could put pieces of them on little sheets so we could look at them. But it was amazing to watch this thing grow when you took the one Cathara grid and then followed the formula of their connection and saw what they did. Now, the first, whoops, I keep turning this on and off. The first thing, this is again our 12 dimensions, right? Our 12 stargates. Okay, can you guys see over there? I think I'm going to try to stand over here on this one. Let's see. All right. Are you all right, Dan, with me here? Yeah? Thank you. Okay. These are universal gates, remember, okay? We still have smaller systems that go down into our galaxy and our solar system and down into our planet. We'll get to those later. But the echo maps of the God world gates, we saw in the other one, we saw the names that were given for our universal stargates. So we know that when we look up in the sky, we can at least say, point, and say, oh, okay, that's gate, whatever. Now, these gates connect to the primal light and sound fields that literally are the radio body capsule that are inside the radio body capsule of our 15-dimensional time matrix. The angles here have to do with literally the angular rotation of particle spin within the systems. So there's actually a 90-degree shift. Okay, this would, if this was a circle, this would be. Well, it depends on which direction you go, but yeah, it's 90-degree shift from here to here in a circle. That would be 180. That would be a full round, yeah. 90-degree shift, angular rotation of particle spin between our primal light and sound fields and our dimensional fields. It's these angular relationships that actually allow for the movement of consciousness, the movement of scalar waves within the shields to form a three-dimensional holographic projection. So the angles of things are important. There's a 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin between every dimension, and then there's a 45-degree shift between one density and another. All right. So all of these shifts become significant when you're playing with Merkaba vehicles, because you want to know what way to point your little pyramid hat, right? When you have the Merkaba spiral on top, okay, what way do I point my axis? What way you point your axis will literally determine, when gates are open, what gate you end up going through. So there are things, now you don't have to, that we won't get to a point where we have to manually say, okay, I'm going to point it forward, I'm going that way, right? We won't have to do that. Using the symbol codes. The symbol codes themselves, every gate in the whole universal structure, in the cosmic structure, has a core key symbol code. There would be a symbol code for each gate. You would simply use the symbol code, and possibly its tone, that would activate it in your shields, and you would be able to pass the gate. So you don't have to have all sorts of, wacky things, did I forget my bottom Merkaba, where's my top pointed? It doesn't get confusing like that. You don't have to remember spin ratios once you get it working right. Once you get the spin ratio set, it does help to know what the spin ratios are right now, because we've been told they're supposed to be a certain thing, and they're not. And that's being used to trick us into using the Merkabas the wrong way. But it's nice to know that we don't have to, once we know what it is and we know how to fix it and get it back to the right thing, we don't have to worry, run around with like an intercosmic calculator in our pocket to try to figure out what speed we're supposed to run the top and what speed we're supposed to run the bottom and where we're supposed to point the tip, that kind of thing. The symbol codes do this for us. So these are a very, very powerful technology. The symbol codes are also used to run the crystal pylon temples in inner Earth, these massive selenite crystal rods. Literally, you would transmit them through the palms in order to do all sorts of things with them. There's one silly show on, I think it's called Lex, where they have the key to this spaceship. That is totally wacky. I swear Hugh Hefner wrote that show. It's just done really, really kind of tacky. But it had one really cool, anybody hasn't seen it, it's a show about these people on a spaceship, kind of rebels running around with this stolen spaceship, I believe, or something. But the spaceship has a key, and it's a key that he holds in his body, in energy. And he has to, to drive the spaceship, he sits in a particular chair that has the pad that receives it. And it has to come from him. And he can pass the key to other people, energetically. It's a lot like that. Right? And it gets to the point where you don't even have to use hands. You can project them just directly through intent. There are literally vehicles that can be driven that way. It's a technology of the future and of the ancient past. It's a technology that's been a long time since it's been here, but that's really our heritage. So there's a lot of neat things that we're going to discover as we move forward to become who we used to be. Anyway, back to Gates. Okay. Alrighty. Now, this gets interesting, confusing too. See these little funny little dotted lines, and here's a solid one that makes a little bubble shape here. And there's another one that makes a bubble shape here. These are actually the radial body capsules for each density level. They extend up and through each other, so it's not as simple as like drawing a circle here and drawing an oval here and an oval here. If you're going to show the fact that these are egg-shaped capsules, actually they're akasha-shaped capsules. The akasha teardrop shape? Well, three-dimensionally. Make that like a bubble or like a balloon where you pull the tip up. That's what these reality fields are shaped like. That's literally what our universe is taking place within, and then there's a bigger one around the next density up and a bigger one around that. We have these in our bodies, too, our radial bodies. We have these levels in our radial bodies. What's interesting about this begins to show us something. Okay, we have the regular Cathara grid, right? Each one of these is the dimensional program in the Stargate, universal level. What are these little guys? See these funny little guys that are on the crossbars? There's a couple of these. These things are called locks. The locks are the locks between the density levels. There are dimensional locks, little dimensional locks, that there would be a little dimensional lock between dimension 1 and 2. Now, if you remember our chakras that we talked about, where we talked about seed crystal seals and star crystal seals, these in our bodies would correspond to locks. Okay? The dimensional locks would be little ones. There'd be like a little seal there, which are like crystalline groups of Kelon codes that block frequency. So they keep the dimensions separated. So they keep, and these would keep the densities separated from each other. The little dimensional locks are the smaller ones. The bigger ones that run the crossbars, this one's between dimension 3 and dimension 4, which is between the highest point or the resonant tone of density 1 and the beginning base tone of density 2. So these are density locks, these big ones in the center points. This one's between density 2, which the top one is D6, and density 3. Here's one between density 3 and density 4. Here's a big one. This is one between density 4 and density 5, which leads up here. Now, these get interesting, the locks get interesting, because when we're working with Vecca codes, the density locks are the big ones. They're the ones that if you release this, it triggers release of the smaller dimensional locks. You can release the dimensional locks for certain reasons. In fact, we're going to be taught how to release specific dimensional locks and density locks that we're working with the Vecca codes when we get into the shadow body healing in order to activate the Amaraya flame in the body. But even on a universal level, those locks are still present. We're just a microcosmic reflection of the stargates of the universe. So if you want to get to density 2, you not only have to go through the stargates, you have to have the lock codes. You have to have the gate keys and the lock codes to go through to get into the next density. And where they need to be is in your body and in your template. They need to be activated in your body and in your template. Now, if you wanted to go way up here, that means you have to have a lot more. You'd have to pass through this lock. Now, for this lock, this would have the whole cumulative information of this and this. So it would be like half density 1, half density 2. So you'd have to have density 1 and density 2 full programming to be able to pass that lock. All right. Same thing up here. You'd have to have density 2 and density 3 full programming to get into density 3. And here, density 4, 5. So up here, you would have beings that have larger templates activated. This is where your avatar self would be. In other words, you have to become your avatar to get up here. You have to expand, open your fields, integrate that level of your consciousness before you'd be able to pass through gates up here. Well, it gets interesting. In a little bit, I'm going to show you where this mysterious place called the inner ecosystem lives. But for now, we've got our 12-dimensional stargates, and we've got the stargates that go with our primal field, our 3 primal light fields, and then the primal sound fields. These T's and P's and E's refer to the 3. There's the triadic level of the sound field, the polaric level of the sound field, and the acatic level of the sound field. All right, and then these are the light fields, dimension 13, 14, and 15. Look at it's kind of interesting where they cross over. I found this very fascinating just watching the gate interface places. When they interface like that, it means they're in the same place. So if we go back to remembering where our Universal Stargate 9 is, which is in Meroc, Andromeda, look what else is there. You can access 15 through that one too. So they're in the same place. So it becomes interesting. Now, when we move over a little bit, okay, yeah, there we go. This is what we call the 7 higher and 7 lower heavens of the Vecca universal systems. In the Vecca systems, which are, if we go back to our cosmic egg analogy, and all these like eggs within eggs within eggs, this is the little tiniest one, all right? It's kind of like the bottom of the barrel, where you have to expand back out into the wholeness, of source. Again, this is our system right here. This is our Universal Stargate system. This is our primal light field. This over here, at a 90-degree shift of angular rotation of particle spin over this way, is parallel. This is where we literally have parallel Earth and parallel everything we see over here. It's the antiparticle universe, which is called the part2 universe, and we are in what's called the base magnetic particum universe. So we literally, what you have here when you look in the mirror, you've got another over there. And it might decide to do something different, like my hair's blonde over here because I made it that way. Might be red over there, I don't know. We have an antiparticle double that has a bit of, it's not just like when we move, it moves the exact same way. That would be really weird. There's direct connections, and we are limited to certain patterns that we have agreed on as our identity, but it is like a separate person that had a separate set of experiences. What's interesting about our parallel selves is parallel Earth was invaded. I mean, this was going on over there too. They're, part of the get sucked into a black hole problem thing. And they were invaded, and they literally have complete martial law on a planetary level, one world order, Illuminati-run government, that is run by Zetas right now. Zetas are an active presence on the planet. It is well known that ETs exist. Right? There have been horrible things. There were rebel groups. Guess who was a part of one? Oh boy, a bunch of the Indigos. We were too late over there. We didn't get the information out in time to get enough people to begin using the technologies. When it came time in January of 2000 to what's called anchor the stellar bridge, it was time to try to anchor that D12 frequency, and if we could anchor it when it started to come through the gates, then stellar activation would commence. We got it done. They didn't get it done over there. Their gates won't fully open, so they're sitting ducks. Now that affects our gates. That means if you look at a gate as one of those bow tie chakra systems, half of it's not working, which means some fancy footwork has to be done with our gates on this side. They have to be separated at this point. Parallel Earth is going into pole shift, complete pole shift. It's going to be at least a 90-degree shift. It is going to fall. That leaves us with a big problem because what that means, now, they're important too. Remember, Parallel Earth Stargate is one of the primary ones in the parallel universal system, right? They're falling. The parallel sun is falling. this whole thing is going to be ripped off at D11.5. The parallel of this 15-dimensional time matrix is going into the hole unless we can do something here that can not only stop us from getting dragged in, but support this one. And this is where, by the end of this workshop, we'll talk about the ARC project, because there's something real important happening about stabilizing pillars of frequency that are going to be brought in. Because if this goes down and this goes down, see this little Cathar grid in here? Now look how it's formed when you put one Cathar grid here, right, at the 12, 13 points. If you link the 12, 13 points together of 4 of these, which are called quadrants. These are called Vecca quadrants. If you link them together, they form this other little Cathar grid. But actually, it's this little Cathar grid that formed first. It's a double Cathar grid, where the primal light and sound fields run directly with it. They're not shifted at a different angle. They run with the template. This is the inner ecosystem on our level. This is the first level of the inner ecosystem. This actually, there's an inner ecosystem that travels all the way up the stairway to heaven. We are just on the kind of the lowest rung of the stairway to heaven. Now, if this gets pulled down, if you look at their central lineup of gates, okay, these are their universal gates, and their gates are in the same places that our gates are. All right, so just like we have parallel Earth and Earth, we have parallel Sun and Sun, we have parallel Arcturus and Arcturus. So parallel Arcturus and Arcturus. Now, over here, it's a little hard to see in this diagram, but we have 5, 8, and 11. There's a little 11 there. Their gate 11 intersects. It is in the same place as gate 4 in the inner ecosystem. If the black hole matrix people are trying to take this matrix down at 11.5, it would be halfway to their center control, where the M array of flame is, by the way, that we'll talk about later. It will literally take down this particular part of the ecosystem, which would be like cutting the aorta artery. And energy, instead of blood, will spew out everywhere, and it will be a mess. Now, if ours falls, here's our interface. Our gate 11, right? We have 8, 9, 10. Our gate 11, the bigger one. The little one at the center is gate 3. This gate is called Agartha. This is the Agarthan temple that you hear about, Agartha, the inner earth. It's simply called the inner earth because you have to go down through there to enter this system to get up there. Now, this here is called the path of Amareya, where our gate 12 is at the center control point of their Cathara grid. Remember, the center control point is that point between gate 6 and gate 7, that crossbar. Our gate 12 intersects with their, let's call it point 13. Now, this, again, our gate 12 is the double-double in Lyra, or Lyra Aramatena is the official name of it. Okay, 11 is Lyra Avion, or Sheliak on the charts. These interface, this means that this is where their gates are located as well. Gate 3 in the inner earth. This is what the inner echo worlds are about. They're the ones that hold what's called the Amareya flame. And we'll learn more about the Amareya flame after we get through the maps, and then go into, Az is going to read, and this time he's going to read it seriously. Right? Yeah, because that stuff wasn't too hard. You're going to read this one seriously, right? Please? Well, anyway, it's the basic story of the creation, of how these structures were formed in the first place. And that's where we begin to understand what the Amareya flame is, what the 12 Ruche pillars are, and what that has to do with what's going on the planet and in our bodies right now. But for now, we're going to watch a building process here. So we're here in this little universe down here on the bottom rung of the stairway to heaven. Now, when we talk about 7 lower heavens, the reason these are called the 7 lower heavens, the parallel and ours are called the 7 lower heavens. If you drew a line this way through it, remember there's 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 5. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. We share the same 4th harmonic, the 4th density, the Christos template. So you have 1, 2, 3 of those little eggs within eggs. You have 1, 2, 3 of those eggs within eggs, and then a fourth. And that gives you the 7 lower heavens. It works the same way with the 2 light fields. Now this is our primal light field here, right? Our primal light and sound field. And this is their primal light and sound field. And again, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 eggs. All right? So that's the 7 higher heavens. Altogether, the 7 higher heavens and the 7 lower heavens represent one universal Veka, or a Veka universe. One of these things is called a quadrant. Right? So we're actually, this is how you begin to know, these are the gate maps, where to locate where a universe is. And, and then you can like zero them in down into the galactic grids the same way. This is quadrant 1, that's quadrant 2, that's quadrant 3, and that's quadrant 4. We're in quadrant 4 down here, okay, in this particular Veka system. The way these are figured out as far as what the quadrants are, one starts with where the energy first comes in. Now, if you remember, and this gets confusing, I tried to draw this, and I said, not right now. I just didn't have time because, boy, is that one going to be tough. And I don't have the flows quite down perfectly. There's a whole system. Imagine a current of energy, or 3 currents of energy, the 3 primal light field flames. Now, remember one Cathara grid, how you have the one comes down like that, right, and the other comes down like that, and then you have the main one coming down the middle? Well, there's this whole wild circulation that takes place that runs from the inner Eka, then feeds this one first, and then spirals here, comes back out. It spirals and shifts and comes back around. It's amazing to watch what this current does. But these are the feed lines for the primal life force currents in our universal system. And we're the last to get it. It also means that energy passes from the inner Eka system. And you can also think of it in terms of thought forms. You can think of it in terms of black hole issues. This started here. The problems actually started in this inner Eka system and manifested in, because all these other 4 things are, if you take this and replicate it and split it apart, you get these 4. This is the yolk that these came out of. So there was a problem here that manifested as this, but it grew, it amplified once it came into the more polarization that's here. But there's this wild set of 3 flames that run all the way through here, and they feed first this system. If you think of it as a thought form, let's say a thought form started here. First it would manifest through here, then it would come in through here, manifesting through quadrant 2, then it would come in through here, manifesting through quadrant 3, and then finally it would get down here. If you ever wonder why it takes so long to make something happen down here, because it's got to go here and here and here and here and here before it gets back here. All right? It's only about a 3-day lapse. If you're when you know how to focus your thoughts, you can, until your template's clear, you're not going to be able to directly manifest something the way you want to. You can do some. And if you start working with this, you can make huge changes in your life. Because we do have right now, even if we did nothing, 1/3 of our template's still functional. So we can at least create 1/3 of what we'd like to manifest. All right? Now, when we work with this other stuff, when we get the flame activations, we're going to be able to use that power as well for manifestation. Visualize, energize it, send it through on the Akasha, and send it out to the universe. I mean, we don't have a formal technique on making things happen yet, but they're coming. But that's something you could do. You could play with the Veka codes and the concept of visualization, create a visualization, to begin to make things go away that you don't want there, and always do it with the intent that, in divine right order, which means I'm not going to inflict my will on anybody else, and I'm also not going to create something stupid that's going to mess up my, what my soul and my avatar have in mind for me. Because you can take yourself on tangents and become a probable self and fall off your own kind of rhythm, and then it takes you longer to get back to where you started from in the first place. So anyway, this is the lowest system, and we are in the lowest part of the lowest system. This would be the lowest frequency area in this whole system. Now, what we're aiming for in the work that we're doing is getting to a point where we could possibly visit here, which means we'd have to go from gate 3, and what we're being trained to do is go through the Amaraya passage, which is the 12, 9, 6, 3 connection. So we'd go 3, 6, 9, and 12. Now, some people will not be able to enter full 12. They'll be taken through the 311 connection, where it connects 9 and the 311. So they can go up to 9 and then through 11. This is, if it got bad on this planet, this is the evacuation route as well. And that's why they're giving the echo maps right now. This isn't something they were going to give for a number of years, because there was other things they wanted to, help us evolve in ourselves first, like clear our shadow and get ourselves together, before they gave us the maps. But because it's so precariously perched right now, and they're not sure which direction it's going to go, they want us to be prepared in case we need to go. And that's where we would go. We would go from Earth, Universal Stargate 3, through the Amaraya Passage, and up through here. Some of us that couldn't hold the full, D12 couldn't go. It takes a bit more frequency to come through this point. You have to be able to hold primal light field current as well as D12 current. So people that would be like D11.5, D12 activated would come through here, but the ones that were able to hold the Ki Riche and the Kundalini would come through the center point. So there's two temples. This temple is the temple of Kemalohati that the song is about. It is a crystal pylon temple, massive crystal pylons. So it's funny, and we've projected there in some meditations and some of the workshops that we've done. We've done a meditation where we've projected to get. You got to get your mental body there first before you're ever going to get your physical body, right? So we project, and we come up in this temple, but we didn't know where it was. We knew it was inner Earth, wherever that is, right? Well, that's where it is. That's where those projections were taking us. Some will come in through Agartha. Agartha is actually a more dangerous route, but it's the route that people that have still some overlays and things. You can still get through here to a degree with some reversals if you have help. So this would be what was called the path of a host matrix, which means there might be people that are picked up with spaceships because their DNA is not going to get them into a full Merkaba to take them through. What's nice about this is once you get back in, you have to build all this frequency just to get in, right? Once you get in over here, it goes back down again. To be like here in our system, 3 strands, holds 3-dimensional frequency bands. It's, I believe, double when you get into here. So you need 6 strands activated. No, actually it's 4.5 strands activated to be able to live in density 1 in inner Earth. It's not too bad once you're in there. It's getting there. That's the hard part. Like, being able to generate enough frequency to fully activate the Merkaba to pass the gates. So for now, rather than thinking of it in terms of evacuation, they're thinking of it in terms of teaching us where certain frequencies are going to come, because we're still trying to fix and stabilize things. There are going to be frequencies sent down from all of these temples, and there's a particular set that we'll see. It's called the Arc Project. There are arcs of energy that are going to be sent down, and they're going to have to go through, normally they would go through the whole sequence. They're going to go through the whole sequence, but we're going to get a direct one coming in to our system to anchor this system and to hold it up. Literally. So when it's time to go, we'll show you later too what the black hole thing is about, how that fits in to these diagrams, where it's located, and where its axis is, because it runs on a different axis than the normal axis. Like our system is on this axis, and its light field's there, and that's the light field of the parallel, and that's the parallel axis. There's a different axis. There's 2 axes to the phantom black hole, which is the small one that belonged to us, and then the Wiesdek black hole. So we'll see those as we go along too. But this is the first level. There's a lot of information you can read on here that you don't really need, but it's there. The detail is there for fun, I think, sometimes. It's there for people who want to know more. But what you mostly need to know is when you see this, you know what it is, first of all. This will tell you where inner Earth is. This will tell you where the stargates are when we look up in the sky. And there are in the new book that you've got that we'll be going into later this afternoon, you'll see where even these stargates, how they kind of look in the star map, like on a regular star map that our scientists use. You're going to find out how these look, like how this looks, how this Cathara grid fits with that. Because you don't see a giant Cathara grid in the sky right now, and they're not all lined up perfectly, and they're not like that on the planetary grid either. But it's the frequency interface in the template. The template is like this. But when you have distortions, you have, literally in this time matrix, there's galaxies that are in the wrong place. They don't have the right number of planets or stars anymore, and that kind of thing. Like, we lost a couple of planets. We lost Nibiru and Charon, I believe. That we have a piece of it left that's floating around someplace out there by, I forget, Uranus or something. Anyway, that's the first level. Now look what happens out here. Remember, see how these all connected, right? And they together ended up forming the 4 points of the little inner Cathara grid. The same thing is going to go on out here. You have 1, 2. Now these are you have the Akkadic level, last level of the primal sound.